Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter became a beacon of justice in a broken world. Here is short summary. In a world shattered by conflict and betrayal, Harry Potter rises as a symbol of hope and justice, challenging the darkness to rebuild the wizarding world from its ruins. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Snape. Harry could not believe Dumbledore's words, and the rest of the letter blurred, overwhelmed by the hatred he felt for the man. Snape. Impossible. He killed Dumbledore right in front of Harry's eyes, and though the young wizard tried to force the memory from his mind, he would never forget the look of hatred on Snape's ugly face the moment before he pronounced the spell that took the headmaster's life. No, Dumbledore was fooled. Snape had been acting all those years, and if his act never convinced Harry, it fooled the professor. Snape. Harry had fantasized about how he would avenge Dumbledore's death, how he would make that evil man suffer, how he would physically abuse and mentally torture the man. In fact, Harry's hatred for Severus Snape reached deeper even than his hatred for Voldemort. At least Voldemort made no pretense of his intentions and his evil nature. Harry could understand Voldemort even if he hated him, but Snape was another matter altogether. Snape deceived. He toyed with people's minds, especially Harry's. How could Dumbledore have written that? How could he expect Harry to trust such a man? Somehow Harry ended up sitting on the floor of his room with his back against the wall at the foot of his bed, though he did not recall how he arrived at that position. Apparently he had been there for some time, for he felt stiffness in his back, and the discomfort finally snapped him out of the Snape-induced stupor. He stood, stretched his back, and then glanced at the letter which now lay on the carpet. A twinge of doubt entered Harry's mind, and though he tried to suppress it, he could not. Could Dumbledore be right? Usually he was, though he had made his fair share of mistakes. Still, he sounded so sure. It all overwhelmed him, and Harry threw himself onto his bed exhausted. In a moment, he fell asleep. When he awoke, Harry felt anything but rested, and immediately his mind shifted back into overdrive. He reread Dumbledore's letter. When he finished reading it, he read it again, except that he skipped over the irritating paragraph about Professor Snape. A certain calmness came over him. For the moment he determined to push Snape out of his mind. Harry realized that other than that paragraph, the letter provided him a glimmer of hope. While he could not agree with Dumbledore's assessment of his capabilities as a wizard, Harry nevertheless could not help but be filled with pride at his mentor's kind words. Moreover, he now had something that he could do. He could view the new memories to see if he could discover something that the professor could not. He could read the 2 Horcrux books and Dumbledore's notebooks. Who knew where that would lead him, but anywhere was better than his current location, which was nowhere. After reading the 2 thin volumes, Harry understood Dumbledore's reticence, as they contained little hard fact but much conjecture. Dumbledore had written so many notes of disagreement in the margins that Harry could not help but shake his head in confusion. Both books described Horcruxes and how to create one in a similar fashion, but Harry already knew that information. The ancient text proved difficult to read with its antiquated language, but quite clearly it asserted that only an inanimate object could serve as a Horcrux. Dumbledore's note in the margin stated, "No evidence for this. Can see no reason why animate object cannot be used." The newer book simply referred to an object, without qualification. Harry knew of Dumbledore's belief that Voldemort's giant snake, Nagini, may be a Horcrux. If the ancient text was correct, Nagini could not be. So which was correct, the book or Dumbledore? How could you find out without trying to create a Horcrux yourself? This of course stated the fundamental problem. How can a researcher write about Horcruxes without creating one to study? To do that, you must commit murder. Harry needed to think, and he needed to escape the confines of his room. He realized that he had not left his bedroom since 10 p.m. and his small digital clock displayed 11:45 a.m. Hunger reawakened in his stomach as well, so Harry quickly showered, dressed and made himself lunch, given that he had missed breakfast. Fortunately the house was empty, the way Harry liked it best. He brushed his teeth, did not bother combing his hair, and headed out the door before any of his family could return. This would be an especially long walk, as he had much to think about. The air felt warm and pleasant, and the stroll was so enjoyable that for a few minutes Harry did not think about much of anything. Thoughts of his friends flashed through his mind, and thoughts of Ginny. He immediately repressed these latter thoughts. "I cannot be worrying about girls," he repeated like a mantra whenever thoughts of the handsome redhead invaded his consciousness. Surprisingly, Harry did not regret his decision to break up with her and did not find himself dwelling on it. Of course, Ginny was not physically in his presence, and Harry worried about his next visit to the Burrow where he could no longer avoid her. Neither had written during their weeks apart, and for that Harry gave thanks, as deep down he knew that the depth of his self-control remained highly questionable. For the moment, however, he pushed her image from his mind and decided to focus on the issues at hand. "I need a plan," Harry quickly decided, and he figured he should deal with first things first. When would he leave the Dursleys? He had looked forward to that day for virtually his entire life, yet now that the day rapidly approached, actually making the move became difficult. This was the calm before the storm. "It all starts as soon as I leave," Harry muttered to himself. He felt like a child climbing the ladder to a high diving board for the first time. If he just stayed here forever. But that option did not exist, for Harry knew that the protection afforded him by his mother's sacrifice would end upon his 17th birthday, now less than 2 weeks away. The time to leave had arrived. Still, he could wait a few more days. Dumbledore's notebooks awaited him, the new memories needed to be viewed, and he required some time to absorb it all. Then he would move to Grimmauld Place so that the necessary protections could be reinstated. He desired to have his home as a refuge for the months ahead, for Harry had reaffirmed a second decision. Regardless of whether it opened on September 1st, he would not attend Hogwarts for his 7th year. He simply could not do what needed to be done unless he could have absolute freedom to come and go as he pleased, and he knew very well that Headmistress McGonagall would never agree to such a condition. The thought of not returning to his true home saddened him, and he made his way to the little park where he had spoken with Tonks the previous afternoon and for half an hour sat almost motionless on the same bench, lost in his thoughts. "Do you come around here often, handsome?" Shocked out of his trance, Harry's stomach lurched above his throat as his mind desperately tried to assimilate what had just occurred. A young woman with a seductive voice had just thrown him the most trite come on line, but he realized that the voice was familiar, and Hermione. It was Hermione's voice. Harry jumped up and turned to the broadly smiling faces of his best friends, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. "You nearly killed me, Hermione. Don't ever do that again," Harry gasped, but the smile on his face belied his true feelings. "How are you doing? What are you doing here?" Harry managed to ask. "We asked for permission to see you, supposedly to check on how you're holding up under the strain, but really we just wanted to see you," explained Ron, still grinning with pleasure from surprising Harry so thoroughly. "Ron really did all the work because I've been with my parents, but they said it would be okay to see you this afternoon," added Hermione. Harry could not help but notice that his female best friend was a female indeed, dressed in close-fitting Muggle clothing that did not hide her like wizarding robes. The young man approved of the change of wardrobe wholeheartedly. Harry stepped to the side of the park bench, and Hermione and he embraced. Both could feel a great deal more emotion than a simple welcoming hug. Clearly the past couple of weeks had been hard on all of them. Releasing Hermione, Harry gave Ron a more manly hug, wrapping his left arm around Ron's back, as Ron reciprocated with his right arm. "Well, I think it's brilliant that you two are here. It hasn't been so bad this year, but it's lonely sometimes. Thanks so much." Ron and Hermione could feel the emotion in Harry's quavering voice, and neither said anything for a moment. Finally Hermione commented, "We can't stay all that long, Harry, only an hour or two. Let's sit down so that we can talk." "Right," replied Harry, remembering his manners. After all, this was his home territory so to speak, so he should serve as the host. "There are some better benches over here where it's easier to talk. Come on." He led them some 50 yards to a couple of freshly varnished benches which formed an L under several stately magnolia trees. Harry sat on the edge of one of them, Ron and Hermione sitting on the other. "So, What have you been doing, Hermione? Oh, I've been with my parents, and it's been nice. I see them so little anymore, and now this is our last summer. Sometimes I feel guilty about being away from them so much. But we can talk about that later, Harry. How have you been doing? Harry knew that Ron and Hermione wanted to talk about Horcruxes and Harry's plans. They had promised to come with Harry, to be a part of the quest, to face the danger with him. Harry, however, did not wish to move the conversation in that direction just yet. Like I said, it hasn't been so bad. In fact, this has probably been my best summer since I entered Hogwarts. My aunt and uncle pretty much leave me alone, and Dudley is always out with his gang. It's a little lonely, but maybe it's a good thing to have a little downtime, you know. Anyway, I don't think I'll be here much longer. My birthday is coming up and then the protection here ends. Not much harm in leaving a week early. Are you coming to the Burrow then? Asked Ron hopefully. Not at first, going to. Harry paused, not wanting to say the address of his house out in the open, my house for a couple of days. There are some things we need to do about its security. Then I think I'll head over to the Burrow a little before my birthday, if that will be okay with your mum and dad. Of course it will, Harry. That will be great, and then you can stay for Bill's wedding, which is only 2 days later, Ron insisted, clearly pleased to be having his best friend at his house. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'll need to take my apparition test too, so I thought I would take care of that between my birthday and the wedding. Do you have your license yet, Ron? Ron smiled. Yep, finally passed the test last week. 3rd try. I'm getting better at it, but I don't think I'll ever really like it. Harry nodded in understanding, but Hermione clearly had no interest in these mundane matters. But what are you going to do after that, Harry? Hermione asked, and lowering her voice almost to a whisper, do you know where you need to go first? Have you learned anything during the summer? Should I tell them about the letter? Harry pondered. He wanted to, but they were out in the open, and he was reluctant to say anything unless. Look, some things have happened, just last night, but we can't talk about it here, unless we use the spell, Harry explained in a voice just above a whisper. No, Harry, you should forget all of the Half-Blood Prince's spells. There's nobody close, just speak softly. Hermione pursed her lips as she always did when discussing the prince. This is not a game, Hermione, either one of you two does the spell, or we'll talk about the weather, Harry replied harshly, leaving no doubt that he meant what he said. Being underage still, he could not perform the spell without risking a ministry inquiry. Hermione felt torn between her distrust of anything to do with the prince, who they now knew to be Professor Snape, and her desire to learn what was happening from Harry. Predictably she caved in. Oh okay, Muffaliato, she spoke after discreetly reaching for her wand. There, no one can hear us now. After checking to be sure, Harry leaned toward his friends, speaking in little more than a whisper. McGonagall came to see me last night. He proceeded to relate his visit with the new headmistress, and Ron and Hermione paid close attention. Harry then described the contents of the package from Dumbledore, and his friends displayed their excitement that there would be more information for them to examine in their joint search for the Horcruxes. Hermione noticed that Harry did not tell them about the letter. She was not sure if she should pursue it, but as usual she could not help herself. What about the letter, Harry? What did it say? Can we read it? Well, replied Harry, a lot of it is pretty personal. He sort of says some nice things about me, and it's kind of embarrassing. His friends knew not to pursue it further. Harry's face hardened however and he continued, but I'll tell you one thing that he wrote. Dumbledore says I have to trust Snape. He says that no matter what it looks like, no matter how Snape may have been involved in Dumbledore's death, Snape is not a Death Eater. Harry unknowingly stood up while saying this, pacing in front of his friends, staring daggers at them. But I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the look on Snape's face. I heard him say the killing curse. Harry stopped pacing and stared at his friends, boring a hole through them. Ron was intimidated by Harry's sudden mood swing, but Hermione with some trepidation pushed on. I know, Harry, maybe Dumbledore made a mistake this time, he's been wrong before. But if he is right, she saw Harry scowl, well, we just need to keep in mind what Dumbledore said. We shouldn't jump to any conclusions, one way or the other. Harry calmed himself a bit and sat back down. He could accept this position. Yeah, you're right, but it's so hard. I can't even tell you the things that I want to do to the evil, greasy-haired git, and then Dumbledore says I have to trust him. I may have to work with him. How am I supposed to do that? Spat Harry, who again could not stay seated. I don't know, Harry, replied Hermione, who knew better than to push this further. Changing the subject, Harry remarked, I read the 2 Horcrux books. One is really ancient, not a lot of help though. I'll let you read them, Hermione, when we get to the Burrow, but the truth is that nobody really knows much about Horcruxes. I mean, how do you study them? You can't just go around committing murders so that you can split your soul into a Horcrux and then write a book about it. The books contradict each other quite a few times, and Dumbledore wrote a bunch of things in the margins disagreeing with parts of both books. What about the notebooks, Harry, what do they say? Asked Ron, relieved that the topic of conversation had moved away from Snape and that Harry had calmed. Haven't had a chance to read them yet, explained Harry, going to start on them tonight, and I'll look at the other 2 memories too, even though Dumbledore doesn't think they help. Still, we can't overlook anything, can we? Harry realized that he had used the word, we, without thinking, and he realized that this was good and proper. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you being willing to help. It's going to be hard, Harry's voice choked slightly, and it's going to be dangerous. Hermione reached over to grab Harry's hand, pulled him up, and sat him down again between Ron and her. Listen, Harry, we're going to help any way that we can. The 3 of us make a pretty good team. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, but together, we can do so much. That's right, Harry, I mean you are so talented and powerful, and Hermione is so smart, and well, I don't know what I can do other than play chess, but we've been through a lot together, and we aren't going to stop now, contributed Ron. Harry's heart filled with emotion, and he could barely speak. Wrapping his right arm around Hermione and his left around Ron, he finally choked out one word, thanks. Since they still had another half hour before Hermione and Ron had to leave, Harry offered to show them around the neighborhood. For Hermione, a Muggle-born and raised witch, this was nothing special, but Ron, a pure blood, looked on in amazement. Ron had visited Muggle stores and such from time to time during his life, always under the nervous protection of his mother, but he had never seen a real Muggle neighborhood. Harry and Hermione enjoyed Ron's amazed looks, as he learned many tidbits about Muggle life, how to cross the street, mail delivery, children playing football in the side streets. Muggles are really amazing, exclaimed Ron, it really wouldn't be so bad to be one, would it? Hermione thought this was funny and good-naturedly badgered Ron about his ignorance of the Muggle world, but Harry did not join in. He thought back to what Dumbledore had written in his letter. We wizards and witches have so segregated ourselves from the Muggle world that we fail to appreciate that Muggles are far more accomplished and inventive than we are. Hermione noticed, as she always did, Harry's sudden pensiveness. What are you thinking about, Harry? What? Oh, just something Dumbledore wrote in his letter, and Harry quoted the statement for them. Yes, I know that Dumbledore felt that way, we had a few conversations about it, commented Hermione. Did you know that as a young man he actually lived as a Muggle for a couple of years? He still worked in the magical world, but he lived in a Muggle flat, shopped, cooked and did everything like a Muggle for about 3 years. Dumbledore told me that he learned more in those 3 years than in all his years in the magical world. Wow, I never knew that, Harry responded, and his admiration for the old man only increased. That's why he always seemed quite comfortable with Muggles, because he found out that Muggles really aren't much different from wizards and witches. Ron felt ashamed that he knew so little about Muggles. Maybe I should do something like that once we take care of you-know-who. I hate feeling so stupid when I am with Muggles. It's so stupid that pure bloods look down on Muggle-born wizards and witches. The Muggle-borns really have the advantage, at least once they graduate from school, because they know how to live in both worlds. I really wish that I was a Muggle-born wizard like you too. Well, of course technically Harry is not Muggle-born, but I know what you mean. Other than the discrimination we face from close-minded pure bloods, I'm happy that I am Muggle-born. Hermione paused in thought for a moment. Of course, it does have its disadvantages. Sometimes I feel like I am not really a part of either world, like I don't know who I am. I just wish I wanted to be a part of either world, muttered Harry with more than a touch of bitterness in his voice. I hated every moment I spent in the Muggle world, and then when I find out there is another world, there's some stupid prophecy, and people die, and... Harry's voice trailed off. Ron fidgeted nervously but put his arm on Harry's shoulder. Yeah, you haven't been dealt a very good hand, mate, have you? I feel stupid that I thought your life was so great, being famous and rich and all. Hermione's face creased with worry after hearing Harry's comment. She embraced Harry and softly told him, I know it isn't fair, Harry. But you are going to defeat him, I know you will. Then everything will be different. It will get better. Harry returned the hug. I hope so, but I'm not so sure. Ron and Hermione's visit lifted Harry's spirits enormously, and over the next 3 days, he busied himself with the remaining contents of Dumbledore's package. He found the 2 Muggle notebooks extremely interesting and helpful. They contained notes of Dumbledore's various findings and conclusions. At times the notes seemed cryptic and difficult for Harry to understand. Still, most of the notes were clear enough, and Harry once again felt amazed at the energy the old man displayed. Dumbledore had traveled all over England, Scotland and Wales pursuing various leads, and twice even traveled to the continent. As Harry waded through the notes, he noticed that Dumbledore truly was a man of action, as whenever he came upon information pointing to a lead, he acted upon it within a matter of days. As would be expected, since Harry knew that only 2 of the Horcruxes had definitively been destroyed, most of the leads ended in dead ends. 2 nuggets of gold emerged however. Firstly, Dumbledore recorded how he located Slytherin's ring, which Harry gathered was quite an adventure in itself, though all Dumbledore recorded in his notebook were the following words, quite enjoyable protections to the Horcrux. Needed logic and cunning to overcome. If this hardly provided a satisfying explanation of events, Dumbledore redeemed himself with a more detailed recounting of how he destroyed the ring. The ring resisted all normal attempts at destruction, as I expected. Unable to melt, crush, pulverize, transfigure, etc. Reducto Curse had no effect. Even tried Avada Kedavra though I had no expectation of success. Determined that only hope was pure magical power. I had to put ring on finger, then battle it to the death. Exhausting. Power of Horcrux is frightening, quite difficult to overcome. Only extremely powerful wizard or witch. My arm burned, actually withered, as a result. Has taken much out of me. Days to recover. But Horcrux is destroyed. Could feel it when it died, though impossible to describe. Yes, Harry declared, energized by this account, for finally he had some hard information as to how to destroy a Horcrux. 2 confirmed destructions of Horcruxes, Riddle's diary and Slytherin's ring. On Harry's walk that afternoon, he nearly lost himself, as he had walked so far without realizing it. Once he determined his location, he changed his direction back towards Privet Drive and again immersed himself in his thoughts. Though not an especially organized person, Harry tried to number in his mind what could be concluded and boiled it down to 3 basic truths. 1. There is no spell or magical procedure to destroy a Horcrux. 2. It requires pure magical power. And lots of it. 3. The Horcrux fights back. Harry compared his destruction of Riddle's diary to Dumbledore's 15-rounder with Slytherin's ring. Clear differences existed, of course, the most glaring being Harry's avoidance of physical injury by the Horcrux. Dumbledore knew he was destroying a Horcrux while Harry did not. Nevertheless, Harry now recognized the massive amount of energy that he put into stabbing the diary. Not physical energy but emotional energy. Magical energy. Magical power. Dumbledore had to put the ring on his finger while Harry stabbed the diary after having read it, so to speak. Harry felt unsure what to make of that, and he wished that he could discuss the matter with Hermione. Harry's heart soared with these realizations. He now had some idea as to what to do when and if he located a Horcrux. And better than that, he knew that he could do it, because he had already done it, much like he felt when he produced the Patronus by the lake in 3rd year with the help of Hermione's time turner. Dumbledore's words from his letter etched themselves in Harry's mind. Harry, You have the most raw magical power of any wizard I have ever known, including myself. He remembered the first time anyone had called him a great wizard, Hermione, just before Harry recovered the Philosopher's Stone. He tried his best to convince himself that he really was a powerful wizard, even if he did not feel like one. I can throw off the Imperious Curse. I did push that bead down Voldemort's wand. The other gem in Dumbledore's notebook was less certain but highly promising. On the last page of the second notebook, written apparently just a day or two before he died, Dumbledore thought he may have found the location of another Horcrux, Hufflepuff's cup. Dumbledore, as Harry knew, kept up with the Muggle press, and apparently he read of the unusual nature of an artifact held in a suburban London museum. Apparently this artifact was reputed to have unusual characteristics, causing pain to anyone who touched it and sickening some people who merely walked by it. The museum moved the artifact, described as a medieval silver cup, to a cabinet somewhat removed from the public. Amazingly, according to the notebook, Dumbledore found this item in a London Times edition from 12 years earlier. How did Dumbledore discover this? Harry wondered, until Harry noticed a final sentence from Dumbledore: "The internet is a wonderful invention." Dumbledore used the internet. Harry was beyond amazed, as he himself had only a vague idea of what the internet was. Of course he had never even used a computer, Dudley's being strictly off limits. All he knew was that the internet was some newfangled fad that attracted a lot of nerds and that it was useful for finding information. Once again, Harry's admiration for the old man, as he had come to call him affectionately, increased dramatically. Dumbledore would not be constrained by wizarding convention. In any event, the notes provided a great lead which needed to be investigated. Maybe it would result in a dead end, but at least he would be doing something instead of all of this reading and thinking. That is up Hermione's line, not mine, Harry thought. With sadness, he realized that Dumbledore probably would have taken Harry with him to try to retrieve the cup, and if it was in fact the Horcrux, to try to destroy it. Harry could not wait to discuss this with Ron and Hermione. This would be their first action, in the field. The time had finally arrived for Harry to view the two new memories. He did not feel anxious to dive into the Pensieve this time, reluctant to see the living Dumbledore again, and Harry toyed with the idea of not viewing the memories at all. After all, Dumbledore wrote that he did not see any importance to them, and if Dumbledore could not discern anything, why should Harry? Curiosity and the fact that Dumbledore wanted him to see the memories finally prevailed. The first memory shone a pale silver in the vial, as Harry carefully poured it into the Pensieve. Taking a deep breath, he touched his nose to the silvery substance and immediately fell into Dumbledore's memory. Harry found himself standing on a depressing street a few paces behind a much younger Professor Dumbledore, who looked to be perhaps 10 years older than when he first met Tom Riddle at the orphanage. Despite the different era of the scene, Harry recognized the street right away, Knockturn Alley. Dumbledore strode forcefully down the center of the alley, and Harry did not have a chance to focus on the surroundings, but Knockturn Alley did not appear terribly different than now, he thought, and he knew that they were passing a number of, shall we say, unusual characters. One man walking menacingly in the other direction had the appearance of a vampire, but when he saw Dumbledore, the vampire's countenance dramatically changed. As they approached each other, Dumbledore slowed. "Cassius, what a pleasant surprise to see you here," spoke the professor brightly, though Harry could not miss the hint of disdain in his voice. "Professor," the vampire nodded in a grudging greeting, "I must say I am surprised to see you here." Vampires' voices were dark and silky and always made Harry shiver. "My duties do occasionally require me to visit less picturesque places, Cassius, but I am pleased to report that my task here has been completed, and I will be leaving this byway to those who take greater comfort in it." Perhaps Dumbledore felt some discomfort here, but he looked as calm and pleasant as if strolling along a beach on a pleasant day. "Yes, well, I shall not detain you then. Good day," quickly replied Cassius, whom Harry could plainly see was nervous, and whose eyes involuntarily darted to his right and behind him twice during their brief conversation. Cassius sped away, and Dumbledore looked after him with a grim expression. Dumbledore continued on his way when Harry recognized the storefront of Borgin and Burke's, which had hardly changed a bit in many decades. Harry thought that the professor would enter the shop, since Tom Riddle was employed there for a short time after his graduation from Hogwarts. Instead he continued striding, with Harry rushing to keep up while trying to look around. Then suddenly from around a corner walked Tom Riddle, who appeared to be about the same age as he was in the memory at the old lady's house. Clearly Tom already was highly regarded in the underworld known as Knockturn Alley, based on how he strutted down the middle of the street, which opened up for him almost magically as other pedestrians shuffled out of his way. Dumbledore, of course, did not, and Riddle appeared upset at the perceived slight until he realized who stood in front of him. Unlike the vampire, Tom Riddle at the approximate age of 20 did not back down from his former professor, but Harry saw that he quickly placed an item in his right hand into the pocket of his robe. Harry could not see what it was, perhaps an item of jewelry purchased on behalf of his employer. Dumbledore's expression sounded more severe than usual and he initiated a brief exchange of words. "Hello Tom. Off to work then." Riddle's face remained handsome, yet Harry seemed to notice a difference from the other memory of this part of his life, though he could not put his finger on it. "That's right," Tom responded, "I have been quite busy lately." He appeared to be tired, as if he had recently exerted himself and was now recovering. The two men eyed each other warily. "I understand that you have been traveling lately, Tom," Dumbledore inquired. Riddle appeared to be surprised for a moment, but immediately recovered his impassive expression. "Recently I went on holiday and thought I would experience a bit of the world," he replied vaguely. "You seem to keep yourself well informed of your former students' movements." "Not all of them, Tom," Dumbledore voiced quietly. "I must be on my way, Professor," said the young man with an irritated twist of his mouth. Then Harry saw it, unmistakably, a red flash in Riddle's eyes, much stronger than in the old lady memory. Instinctively Harry knew what this meant. Tom Riddle had created another Horcrux between the two memories, which must have only been months, or perhaps weeks or days apart. Obviously the process of splitting one's soul had an effect on his appearance, and the repeated creation of Horcruxes to come must have continued to disfigure him, until he barely appeared human. In fact, Harry considered, Voldemort barely was a human now, since he only had 1/7, or perhaps an even smaller fraction, of his soul left. Since so little was known about Horcruxes when Tom Riddle conceived his scheme, he could not have known of this side effect. The future Lord Voldemort strode confidently away, reaching his hand back into the pocket of the robe and removing the item, a chain dangling from his hand, and Harry knew that the memory had concluded. At this point Harry realized that he had never left a pensieve on his own. He had always been helped out, and for a moment he was not sure what to do. Dumbledore had simply lifted his elbow gently and they rose out together. Harry bent his knees and then slightly jumped, and to his immense relief he felt the now familiar sensation of being expelled from the pensieve and back into his bedroom. This memory had not taken long, no more than 5 minutes. Harry knew what Dumbledore meant. There was something there, just below the surface, which he could not make out. Still, he had learned something, and he returned the memory to its vial and poured the remaining one into the large bowl. From the looks of it, this would be a short memory, as the silvery liquid barely covered the bottom. Taking a breath, Harry again took the pensieve plunge. In fact, the extremely short memory involved no dialogue at all. Professor Dumbledore, who appeared a few years older than in the previous memory, exited a shop on Diagon Alley, carrying a bundle in his arms. This time he strolled casually and in no hurry. Though Harry immediately recognized the location, he marveled at how much Diagon Alley had changed, with many different shops and restaurants from the current version. Many witches and wizards roamed the streets, but Harry noticed nothing unusual. After a few seconds he wondered why Dumbledore had included this memory at all, when suddenly Harry saw him, Lord Voldemort. This was no longer Tom Riddle. His face had clearly transformed. While still human in nature, his eyes had narrowed, and his dry, pale skin stretched across a bony face. The once handsome head boy now qualified for a Muggle freak show. Dumbledore stopped and gazed in Voldemort's direction, and watched as Voldemort walked out of the bookstore and in the opposite direction, apparently not noticing his former professor. After a few more seconds, the memory ended, and Harry again rose out of the pensieve and back onto the carpeted floor of his bedroom. It had all happened so quickly, perhaps 30 seconds, that Harry dove into the memory to view it again. Even with the second viewing, the transformation of Tom Riddle to Lord Voldemort frightened Harry, and he had to convince himself that this was in fact the same person, and not some other unpleasant creature of the magical world. Indeed, Dumbledore himself appeared shocked. The professor seemed to consider whether he should catch up with his former student, but for reasons only he knew, did not. Voldemort's manner of walking had transformed as much as his appearance. No longer did he have the stride of a confident, handsome, virile young man. He walked now with a slight limp yet glided away as if barely moving his feet. This memory, Harry considered after returning to his bedroom, merely confirmed that Tom Riddle had undoubtedly created more Horcruxes, as Harry could not see how the transformation could have resulted from only one additional split of his soul. Maybe it gets worse with each time, he muttered to himself, maybe Voldemort got more than he bargained for. Still, by then Voldemort knew the side effects yet continued creating Horcruxes. Immortality mattered more to him than a pretty face. Harry again roamed the streets of Little Whinging considering all of the new information since his meeting with McGonagall. On one hand, Harry felt relief. At least he had a place to start, and from there, well, he would just have to adjust to whatever fate delivered. On the other hand, he felt semi-paralyzed with fear. The time had come to leave Privet Drive. On his bench at the park, Harry verified that no one was around and then spoke to the air. "Who is here watching me?" "Me again, Harry," replied Tonks. "Can you show yourself so that we can talk? Try not to look too conspicuous," Harry added, knowing the unconventional taste of the Metamorphagus. Tonks must have ducked behind a bush to take off the invisibility cloak and then walked towards Harry's bench with a smile. Her hair was spiked with 4 or 5 different colors streaked through it, red and yellow and who knows what more. "I asked you to be inconspicuous, Tonks," sighed Harry, though he could not suppress a grin. "I am," replied Tonks. "What do you want to talk about?" "Professor McGonagall said I should contact Lupin when I wanted to leave, but I thought I could talk to you." Harry paused. "I'm ready to go." "Great, Harry. What time should we come for you tomorrow?" "How about 11 o'clock in the morning? My aunt and uncle will be gone, and I'm sure they would rather not be there when you come. I'll let them know tonight that I'm going, that way they can prepare for the big celebration party," joked Harry with bitterness. "Okay, Harry, I'll make the arrangements. Where will you be going?" asked Tonks. "Grimmauld Place first," replied Harry, and Tonks nodded her understanding. They said their goodbyes and Tonks walked away to put on the invisibility cloak again. The young wizard stood up and observed the park that he may never see again. It was about the only place he liked around Privet Drive, but he could not honestly say he would miss it. The time had come. As Harry directed himself back one last time to 4 Privet Drive, one thought ran through his head: the game is on. Returning to No. 12 Grimmauld Place depressed Harry as it always did, but this time not so much due to memories of his late godfather, Sirius Black, from whom he inherited the house, as to the empty, lonely atmosphere of the mansion. In the past, the house bustled with activity, both from the presence of his friends and use of it by the Order of the Phoenix. The Order could no longer utilize the house as its headquarters, given the treason of Severus Snape, a former member of the Order. Before Dumbledore died, the house was protected by the Secret Keeper spell, but since Dumbledore had been the Secret Keeper and was now deceased, Snape presumably could reveal the address to anyone. Amazingly, so far as anyone knew, neither Snape, Voldemort nor any of his Death Eaters had attempted to attack 12 Grimmauld Place since the headmaster died. Tonks, McGonagall and a few others had escorted Harry to his house, and McGonagall then led Harry through the series of spells needed to replace the anti-apparition protection, as well as other measures that Harry only half understood. He also took the necessary steps to control the flow network to the house, deciding to close the flow in the kitchen altogether and to limit the flow in the sitting room to persons given written authorization by Harry. Even with these protections, the Order would not use the house any longer, as it simply could not run the risk, but at least Harry could live there in relative safety. In any event, it would be much safer than 4 Privet Drive after July 31st, Harry's birthday. Later in the afternoon, while chatting idly with Tonks, Remus Lupin arrived to help Harry with the final protection to the residence. Tonks took her leave to return to her Auror duties, and Harry and Remus sat alone. Each thought of how much the other man had lost in his life, neither dwelling on his own losses. In addition, Harry felt for his former professor, now exposed to the wizarding world as a werewolf, and as such subject to blatant discrimination. Lupin worked for the Order, but the Order consisted of volunteers. In other words, Lupin did not have a paying job, and his financial distress greatly distressed Harry, who through no merit of his own was a wealthy young man who would never need to worry about finances. The young man had many things to worry about, but gold was not one of them. After Tonks left, Harry felt able to speak freely with his father's last living friend. Prophase. I mean, Remus, what can you tell me about what is going on? Well, Harry, I can tell you pretty much everything, because not much is happening. Voldemort has been lying low since Professor Dumbledore died. There were several attacks in the week after the funeral, but nothing for the last 2 weeks. Don't ask me why, because nobody knows. Of course there is no word on Snape, whom I expect is laughing by Voldemort's side. Remus uttered this last sentence with the same bitterness that Harry felt. What about the Order? Tonks told me it's in chaos right now, asked Harry. Remus paused before answering. I guess you may as well know, Harry. The Order is in complete disarray. A few of the members think it should disband and that Voldemort should be left to the Ministry. Harry scoffed at this notion, and Remus nodded his head. My feelings exactly. Part of the group wants either Arthur Weasley or me to serve as head of the Order while another part prefers Kingsley Shacklebolt. But the problem isn't so much who will be the new leader, though that is certainly important. The real problem is that the Order has lost its nerve. Nobody wants to put together a coherent strategy to counter Voldemort. I wish I could be more optimistic, Harry, but things just are not going well. Indeed, Harry could divine this merely by looking at Remus. The middle-aged man appeared to have aged 10 years in the past 3 weeks, his face haggard and drawn. Surprising himself, Harry was not overly upset about the state of the Order, and in fact he found himself only mildly interested. After desiring for 2 years to be a part of the Order, Harry now knew that he must remain separate from it. Dumbledore had never told anyone in the Order about the prophecy or the Horcruxes. If Dumbledore felt he must keep this information from the knowledge of the Order, then he must have had a good reason. Voldemort still did not know the full prophecy, and Harry needed to take care to keep it that way. You will get it together before long, Harry remarked unconvincingly. I think you or Mr. Weasley would be fine leaders, or Kingsley for that matter. You should just pick one and get on with it. You are completely correct, and Arthur, Kingsley and I have all 3 offered to bow out in favor of the others, but this just provokes more argument. Remus leaned back in his chair and sighed. It's a mess, Harry. Each man lost himself in his thoughts, though their thoughts focused on different subjects. Finally, Lupin shook his head and stood. Let's get to the business at hand, shall we? In order to establish a new secret keeper, several steps needed to be taken. The first of these required that the house be renumbered. Otherwise, anyone who had previously been given the address of 12 Grimmauld Place could still locate the mansion even if a new secret keeper was designated. Fortunately, renumbering the house was as easy as placing new numbers by the front door. Harry decided to pick the number 17 in honor of his birthday, so Remus transfigured the 2 into a 7 and then adhered the 2 numbers to the front of the house with a sticking spell. No. 12 Grimmauld Place automatically became No. 17 Grimmauld Place, and anyone coming to the first address would not be able to see anything, even though completely sure of the location. Harry shook his head and thought to himself, magic is incredible. The most important decision, of course, involved whom to designate as the secret keeper. Harry and Remus named all the possibilities. Hermione, Ron, Remus, Tonks, McGonagall, Hagrid, Arthur or Molly Weasley, even Fred or George Weasley, though they realized the confusion that might cause and the humor the fun-loving twins could make of it. This turned out to be such a difficult and important decision, that Harry and Remus went round and round with the pros and cons of each person. Foremost in Harry's mind was the possibility that one of these people could be captured and forced to provide the information by means of torture or Veritaserum, the truth-telling potion. Harry thought that the secret keeper should be someone he trusted completely yet would be unsuspected by Voldemort and his henchmen. Suddenly the light bulb lit over Harry's head. "Remus," he inquired, "does the secret keeper have to be a human? We've talked about Hagrid and you being secret keepers, but under the law, as stupid as it is, neither of you are considered human. At least not completely human." Harry was not quite sure how to put it, but Remus nodded his head in understanding. "Yes, I remember discussing that very point with your parents and Dumbledore said that I would be able to act as secret keeper if they wished, so I guess a non-human can act." "Why, what are you thinking?" asked Remus with his eyebrow raised. "I'll tell you in a little while, but I want to think this over for a few minutes. Would you mind leaving me alone for half an hour or so, Remus? I promise I'll make my decision by then." "Sure," responded Remus, "I need to check on something anyway. Can you give me written authorization to use the flow?" Harry quickly scribbled out, "Remus Lupin is authorized to use the flow at number 17 Grimmauld Place," which Harry hoped would do the trick. Remus read the note, nodded his head, and in a moment left in a flash of flames. After Remus' departure, Harry called loudly, "Dobby, can you come here please?" Harry had barely finished the sentence when Dobby arrived with a pop. He was particularly well dressed, at least in Dobby's mind, as the elf had clothes of every color and variety known to man covering every inch of his body except his face and hands. Harry worked hard to suppress a chuckle. "Harry Potter, sir," began Dobby with his unique nervous excitement. Harry Potter called Dobby. "Dobby is happy to be of service to Harry Potter." "Thank you, Dobby. I appreciate you being here." Harry paused as the tiny house elf shuffled his feet before him, not being quite sure how to proceed. Finding no better way, Harry asked, "Dobby, do you know what a secret keeper is?" "Oh yes, Harry Potter, Dobby knows." Dobby hears masters, bad masters, talk about secret keepers. Secret keepers keep houses secret, Dobby thinks, but Dobby does not know how it works. Masters never said anything to Dobby, Dobby only hears his masters, Dobby explained in his convoluted style. Harry long before became used to Dobby's manner of speaking and understood him perfectly. "Right, well Dobby, I was wondering if you would agree to be my secret keeper for this house. The way it works is that nobody can come to this house unless you tell them the address either by speaking it or writing it to them. It is a way to control who can come to my house, because I need to be safe here." Harry did his best to explain this as simply as he could, but it was not easy as Harry had trouble fully understanding it himself. Then a worrying thought came to him. "Dobby, do you know how to write?" "Yes Harry Potter, Dobby writes." Dobby does not write very well but Dobby can write. If Harry Potter helps Dobby, then Dobby can write better. "That's fine, Dobby, I can help you with that, and it wouldn't be very hard. What do you think, Dobby, would you be my secret keeper?" asked Harry. Dobby trembled, overcome with emotion, and he could not speak for almost half a minute as he tried to control his sobs of happiness. Finally he managed to respond, "Harry Potter is a great wizard. Only Harry Potter would think to ask a little house elf to be a secret keeper." Dobby feels honored, but Dobby wonders why Harry Potter does not pick a friend, his Weasley friend or his Granger friend. "I thought about them Dobby, but I think you are the best choice. I trust you, and you have proven that you won't betray me. And nobody will think that I would use a house elf as my secret keeper, especially Voldemort and his Death Eaters who don't think about house elves for more than 2 seconds. But I know better, Dobby. I know that house elves are strong and good, but have been mistreated by wizards for centuries. By being my secret keeper, you will be a huge help to me, Dobby, as I have an important task to perform, and I need to be sure that my house is safe." Of course Dobby agrees. Dobby is happy to be secret keeper. "Thank you, Harry Potter, Dobby will not betray you," Dobby managed to say between sobs. He then began to think, and Harry said nothing as he could see that Dobby had more to express. "Dobby is worried though, Harry Potter. What if Dobby is taken by bad wizards and the bad wizards hurt Dobby? Dobby may say house numbers if Dobby is hurt too badly. That is true, but it's the same for wizard secret keepers too." "I understand, though," Harry assured the elf, I don't want you to think that you have to be my secret keeper. You should know that it could be dangerous. I won't be mad at you if you say no. Harry Potter does not understand. Dobby wants to be secret keeper. Dobby does not care about danger. But Dobby can be secret keeper and not be able to give house numbers to bad wizards, even if bad wizards do bad things to Dobby, Dobby explained. Harry felt a little uneasy about where this was going, so he asked, "How can we do that, Dobby?" Dobby paused and looked unsure of whether he truly wanted to say what he was about to say. Harry Potter can make Dobby his beep. Then Dobby will not be able to give house numbers, not if Harry Potter orders him not to. Though clearly shaken by his suggestion, Dobby stood more firmly than before. Harry was shocked. "Dobby, I don't want you to be my beep. You are my friend, and you are a great friend. Beepery is a terrible thing. I already have Creature as a beep, and I hate it. I would free him if I could, but..." Dobby knows Harry Potter is a great wizard and does not want a beep. But Dobby knows that what Harry Potter must do is most important. What Harry Potter must do will help house elves too. Dobby thinks Dobby can help Harry Potter, but free house elves do not keep secrets well. Bad wizards can do bad things and make free house elves tell secrets. But beep house elves cannot tell secrets if their master orders them not to tell secrets, even if bad wizards made beep house elf drink the truth potion. What is going on here? Harry asked himself, running his hand through his hair. This was not what he expected at all, but he had to admit that Dobby had a point. Dobby could get into places that a wizard could not. House elves possessed their own powerful magic that could be useful to the mission, but clearly Dobby knew that he would not be able to resist if tortured by bad wizards or if given Veritaserum. Still, the idea of enslaving Dobby was repugnant. He stood up and paced the room deep in thought as Dobby stood nervously, not knowing whether to say anything further or not. After what seemed like minutes, Harry finally turned to the elf and said, "I haven't decided yet, but please answer a couple of questions for me, Dobby. How could I make you my beep if you have already been freed? I thought that house elves were beeps only if they were born into beepery." Harry Potter is right, a house elf is only a beep if born a beep. But a free house elf can become a beep if the free house elf agrees. Dobby still moved nervously, and his hands gestured wildly as he spoke. Dobby thinks that Dobby must help Harry Potter. Dobby can do things that wizards can't. Dobby can go places wizards can't. But Dobby would tell secrets if he is a free house elf. Dobby can't help if bad wizards do bad things. Only a beep house elf cannot tell. This is a war, Harry reminded himself, not a game. In a war, sometimes drastic measures must be taken. All of the factors caroming inside of his head indicated that Dobby was right. Making Dobby his beep was a smart tactical move in this war, even if it ran against everything Harry believed in. "Okay Dobby, even though I don't want to do it, I can see your point. You are a great house elf, to be willing to give up your freedom to help me defeat Voldemort, because that is what I have to do. Before you make your final decision, you should know that this will be extremely dangerous. I will probably die, and if you become my beep, you may die too. I want to be absolutely honest with you, Dobby. Don't agree to become my beep if you can't accept this." Harry's voice shook with emotion, and he felt his hands twitching uncontrollably. Dobby is not afraid to die. Dobby must help Harry Potter kill the Dark Wizard. Dark Wizard is very very bad. Very bad to wizards and very very bad to house elves. Dobby accepts to be the beep of Harry Potter. Dobby knows that Harry Potter will not do bad things to Dobby. The house elf spoke with a simple dignity that moved Harry deeply. Before speaking again, Harry considered this one more time. Was this the only way? Was he really justified in enslaving another living creature, even with that creature's consent? With great reservation, Harry decided that he must. "Dobby, if you still agree, we will do it. I will make you my beep with your consent," Harry spoke gravely. "But I will promise you the following. You will be my beep in name only. In my heart you will always be my friend, not my beep. When I have defeated Voldemort, or when I die in the attempt, I will free you. And if I survive, I will do everything in my power to improve the condition of house elves and the treatment of house elves by wizards." Dobby was crying freely now and sobbed. Harry Potter is greatest wizard. Dobby accepts being beeped to Harry Potter. Dobby would not accept for any other wizard, but Harry Potter is a great wizard and needs Dobby's help. Okay Dobby, if we're going to do it, let's do it. But I don't know how to do it, and also I'm not 17 yet and can't do magic without getting in trouble with the ministry. Do we need to wait for my birthday? It's only a few days away. Harry Potter does not need a wand. Harry Potter only needs to put his hand on head of Dobby and say, "Dobby, I make you my beep." Since Dobby is a free house elf, nothing happens until Dobby does house elf magic. Harry Potter will feel house elf magic but will not feel pain. Then Dobby will be the beep of Harry Potter, explained Dobby. Okay, let's do it then, affirmed Harry, glancing at the fireplace. Remus will be back soon and I don't want him to know about this. Ready? Dobby vigorously nodded his head. Harry placed his right hand on Dobby's head and stated firmly and loudly, for it seemed proper to do so, "Dobby, I hereby make you my beep." Dobby immediately waved his right hand in a circular motion and said something in a lilting language Harry did not understand. Dobby stopped moving his hand but continued for several seconds to mutter more elven spells until at last it ended, and Harry suddenly saw a green glow around Dobby and around Harry's right arm. Harry's arm numbed slightly in this green aura, but Harry knew not to move his hand. After 10 or 15 seconds, the numbness subsided and the aura disappeared. Dobby stepped back and removed one of the 3 hats on his head and dramatically handed it to Harry, and it was over. A lump formed in Harry's throat as accepted the hat and looked down on his beep. Now he had another responsibility, another reason to defeat Voldemort. Dobby said nothing but looked up serenely, and Harry wondered if perhaps Dobby felt relieved to be a beep again. It was more normal for house elves. It was what they knew. Harry immediately decided to act to head off certain problems. That's done, then, Dobby. Well, I have a few orders I will give you right now. First, you will tell nobody that you are my beep, unless I tell you that you can. This must remain only known to us. Especially, you must not tell Hermione, because if you do she will kill me on the spot. Second, you shall not punish yourself for any reason, even if you think that you have done something wrong. Do you understand? Asked Harry gravely. Dobby nodded his little head. Fine, I know I can't pay you if you are my beep, but I can give you money if I want, so you will accept a gift of 10 galleons per month from me, and you will take 1 day off per week to do whatever you want. Harry's conscience felt a little better, but he still did not want Hermione to find out about this. She might be more dangerous than Voldemort. Harry heard crackling noises from the fireplace, and he knew Remus was returning. Stay here for a minute, Dobby. We need to talk to Remus. Remus stepped gracefully from the fireplace in the manner of a pure-blood wizard who has used the flow his entire life. He brushed a few ashes off his shoulders, and asked, "So what have you decided, Harry?" "I have decided to name Dobby as my secret keeper," responded Harry confidently, for he guessed that Remus would not approve of this choice, and he wanted to make clear that his mind was made. "Dobby!" exclaimed Remus, who until that moment had not noticed the presence of the house elf. "Are you sure, Harry? I mean, I've never heard of a house elf's secret keeper." "Of course, that could be an advantage, couldn't it?" "Exactly," agreed Harry, pouncing on the opportunity. Wizards think so little of house elves that they would never believe that any wizard would name one. "But I trust Dobby as much as any wizard I know, and I also know that he is extremely talented and resourceful." Harry could see a residue of doubt in the old marauder's eyes, so he continued with his argument. "Dobby knows how to write and can do everything necessary to be a secret keeper. You said that a non-human can be a secret keeper, so there is no reason why I can't name him. I've thought this over, Remus, and my mind is made. Dobby will be my secret keeper." How could he argue against that? Remus thought, so he conceded, "Okay, Harry, I can see your point. It was just a surprise at first. Shall we do it then?" "Yes, right now if we can," replied Harry, unsure of whether there were any preparations, potions or such involved. "You never knew in the magical world." "Good, we can do it now, but it takes a long time, so be patient. It is not an easy spell to perform and requires some preparation, which I already did. We should be done by tomorrow," concluded Remus. Wow, by tomorrow? Asked Harry surprised. Well, let's get started. Over the next several hours, Harry was a part of the most complicated magic he had ever experienced. In fact, a potion was required, 3 of them, each taken in precise amounts at different times. Harry wondered whether the amount of the potion needed to be reduced for Dobby, given his diminutive size, but Remus assured him that size mattered not. They performed more spells than Harry could remember, but fortunately Remus had it all organized. Great care was required, for otherwise they would need to start all over again. Finally, late in the evening they finished for the moment. They now needed to wait at least 10 hours but no more than 10 hours and 12 minutes. How did they know that? Harry wondered, for the final binding spell to be performed. Remus agreed to sleep at Grimmauld Place that evening so that they could complete the Secret Keeper spell in the morning. Great! Exclaimed Dobby, weary of so much wizard magic. Now Dobby has much work to do. Dobby will start in the kitchen. Before either of the wizards could respond, Dobby had disappeared with a pop, not willing to waste the seconds needed to walk. Well, Harry, I must admit that I had my doubt about this. But the more I think about it, I think Dobby is a good choice. He really is an extraordinary house elf. I've only seen one like him in my life, but that was years ago, reminisced Remus. Really? Who was that? Oh, her name was Daisy. She was my great-aunt's house elf when I was a boy. We were close to my great-aunt and saw her often, several times per month. Daisy was amazing. Seemed that she could do anything. House elves truly are powerful creatures. I don't know what would happen if more of them were freed or if they somehow were able to break the enchantment over them. They have a lot to complain about, don't they? I'm not sure wizards could control them if they ever rebelled. Remus was in full thought now. Fortunately for us, their nature prevents them from trying to end the enchantment. If they are treated well, they generally seem to be quite content serving wizards. I think you're right, agreed Harry. The real question, to my mind, is why do so many wizards treat house elves like dirt? Look at how the Malfoys treated Dobby for so many years. Don't they know that they should let sleeping dogs ell? The next morning, Harry arose to find a delicious breakfast on the table for Remus and him. I have to admit, there are a lot of advantages to having a house elf, thought Harry as he enjoyed the best meal he had eaten all summer. At Privet Drive, Harry ate well enough, but he hardly gave food a thought, and he realized that he had forgotten how enjoyable eating can be. Remus also enjoyed the meal, and Harry was sure that he did not have the opportunity to enjoy many like this. Remus checked his watch often. They needed to be sure not to miss the time window to complete the Secret Keeper spell, and finally he indicated that the time had come. They climbed the stairs back to the sitting room, though there was no need to. It just seemed like a more suitable room than the kitchen for such a formal act. Okay Harry, you stand here, and Dobby, you stand there, directed Remus, placing the two about 2 feet apart. Harry, place your hand on Dobby and on the sofa. It just has to be any part of the house. The sofa will work. Dobby, place your hand on the sofa too. Remus checked his watch one last time. With 2 slashes of his wand and a final incantation, Harry suddenly felt dazed and feared that he would fall. He held on to Dobby and the sofa, however, and after several moments, he regained his balance. For perhaps the first time ever, a house elf was a wizard's secret keeper. Despite himself, Harry felt proud. Thanks, Remus. I had no idea this was so complicated, but I'm relieved now. Harry commented, shaking hands with his former professor. Now, Dobby, you are not to give out my address to anyone unless I specifically authorize you to. Do you understand? Yes, Harry Potter. Dobby will not say house numbers to anyone. Well, I think you can start right now. Go ahead and give the address to Remus. Tell him, Harry Potter's house is located at number 17 Grimmauld Place. Dobby turned towards Remus with severity and repeated the words as best he could. Harry Potter's house is at number 17 Grimmauld Place. That will do fine, smiled Remus, patting the house elf on his shoulder. You have done very well. Dobby bowed slightly to acknowledge the compliment and looked about to break into tears from his excitement and emotion. He smiled at both of them and then popped away again, probably off to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Now remember, Harry, nothing is perfect, not even a secret keeper spell. You are probably as safe here as anywhere, but you still have to be careful at all times, admonished Remus. You know as well as I that a lot of people want you dead. Be careful. I will, promised Harry, who helped Remus gather the few belongings he brought and saw him to the flow. As Remus was about to leave, Harry detained him. Remus, I've been thinking that I'd like to go to Godric's Hollow. Dumbledore says I should too, that I should do it on my birthday. Do you think you'd be able to take me? I don't know where it is. Remus' eyes betrayed his surprise, but he smiled sadly. Sure, Harry, we'll do it the morning of your birthday. I'll warn you though, there's not much left to look at. Harry nodded, and Remus stepped into the flames, twirling out of sight. Soon, Harry thought, I will go to the burrow. Soon I will see Ginny. He was not sure if he was happy or not, but he certainly knew he was nervous. Though he had no real reason, Harry stayed at his home a few more days. He wondered why nobody had come by to visit him by the second day, until he realized that only Remus had been given the new address by the secret keeper, and by the nature of the spell, Remus was not able to give the address out to anyone else. In a very real sense, Harry and Dobby were all alone in the world. A few housekeeping matters needed attention, as Dobby had taken complete charge of No. 17 Grimmauld Place, and from time to time he would pester Harry with questions about various changes the elf wished to make to the mansion. Of course, like most teenage boys, Harry did not have the least bit of interest in where to place the furniture, or whether to change certain window coverings. Despite these interruptions, Harry managed to consider and reconsider all that he had learned over the past several days. He was anxious to start, to check on the museum artifact, to have time to discuss all of this with Hermione and Ron and to develop a plan with them, but Harry could not bring himself to go to the burrow just yet. Remus flowed over late in the afternoon of the second day to make sure that Harry was fine. They worried about him, Remus explained, and wanted to make sure he was all right. After assuring Remus that he was just resting and thinking, Remus told him he would let the others know. More importantly, Harry promised that he would flow to the burrow in 2 days, right after breakfast. Now obligated, he could put it off no longer. Dobby's embezzlement posed a special concern. As Harry understood it, upon his death, Dobby would be distributed as a part of his estate to whomever were his heirs. He had no idea who that might be, but it was imperative that he take steps to ensure Dobby's freedom in the event of Harry's probable death. Thus he found some parchment and a quill and sat down in his bedroom to write his will. Last will and testament of Harry James Potter. I, Harry James Potter, of sound mind, hereby write my last will and testament. After I die, I name my good friend, Hermione Granger, to be the executor of my estate, or if she cannot do it for any reason, then my good friend, Ronald Weasley, or if he cannot do it either, then my good friend, Remus Lupin. I own 2 house elves, whose names are Kreacher and Dobby. Although I wish I could free both of them, I cannot free Kreacher for various reasons. Therefore, I give Kreacher to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, to be a part of the house elf staff there. For reasons known to Dobby and me, Dobby agreed to become my house elf, as a beep not an employee. However, I do not nor ever have considered Dobby to belong to me or to be a beep. Dobby is a good and trusted friend. Therefore, I hereby free Dobby from his embezzlement, and my executor shall give him a piece of my clothing to ensure his freedom. I also give Dobby the sum of 1,000 galleons. As I do not consider my aunt and uncle and cousin to be relatives, I do not leave any of my money or property to any of them. Instead, I want to leave all of my money and property to the people who have loved me and whom I have loved, as follows. 1. I give my firebolt broom and all of my Quidditch equipment to my good friend, Ronald Weasley. 2. I give all of my books, including the library of my house, to my good friend, Hermione Granger. 3. I give my pensieve, which I inherited from Professor Dumbledore, and my invisibility cloak, which belonged to my father, to my good friend, Ginevra Weasley. 4. I give all of my clothing and the sum of 20,000 galleons to my trusted advisor and the last remaining friend of my father, Remus Lupin. 5. I give the sum of 20,000 galleons to Arthur and Molly Weasley, who are the closest people to parents that I have ever known, and who have treated me like a son. 6. I give everything else I own, including my house at number 17 Grimmauld Place, London, to my best friends, Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Ginevra Weasley, equally, or to whomever of them is living, for them to do with as they see fit. If I have failed to defeat Lord Voldemort, I apologize to the whole magical world and can only say that I tried my best. To my friends, I thank you for the moments of happiness you brought into my life, and I wish you a life of love and happiness. Remember me kindly, Harry James Potter. After reading over the will several times, Harry folded it carefully, placed it inside an envelope which he sealed, and then wrote on the envelope, "Last Will and Testament of Harry James Potter." He imagined what his friends would feel when they read the will after his death, but he soon decided to move his thoughts to other, less emotionally debilitating matters. He placed the will at the bottom of his trunk and later told Dobby where it could be found and what to do in the event of Harry's death. The house elf held back tears but nodded in understanding. When Harry finally stumbled out of the fireplace at the Burrow 2 days before his birthday, he was surprised to hear no activity. Generally the Burrow was a bustling place, people coming and going, Mrs. Weasley yelling directions, reprimands or just plain yelling. At first, Harry thought that the house must be deserted, but when he stepped towards the stairs to take his belongings upstairs to Ron's room, he heard a voice from the kitchen. "Harry, is that you?" "Yes, Mrs. Weasley, I've just arrived." "Where is everybody?" Harry responded loudly from the living room. Mrs. Weasley rushed into the room and gave Harry a hug for the ages, which lasted longer than any hug Harry had ever experienced. "Thank Merlin, you're okay. We were worried about you when nobody could go to your house," but Remus explained. "I'm so glad you are here now." "I'm glad too, Mrs. Weasley," said Harry genuinely, and then restated his previous question, "Where is everybody?" "Making preparations for the wedding," explained Mrs. Weasley after releasing Harry. "We've decided that the wedding can't be here, it's just too dangerous, and really I think Fleur doesn't want it here anyway. They'll be back in a couple of hours." Mrs. Weasley looked kindly at the young wizard and then motioned towards the sofa. "Sit down, Harry, I wanted a chance to talk with you anyway." "Alone?" Oh no, Harry thought, she's going to talk about Ginny, and he had no idea what he should say. He had not considered this possibility at all, though now that he thought about it, he should have. There was nothing to do but to take a seat and wing it. Mrs. Weasley sat down as well in the cluttered, comfortable but worn living room and seemed to be considering her words. "I know that Ginny and you were going together during school, that type of news tends to get around quickly, you know. Ginny has been quite depressed since she returned from Hogwarts and hasn't wanted to tell me about it. When I ask her, she just says that the two of you broke up and that she'll get over it, that she just needs some time. I'd just like to know what happened, Harry, and what your intentions are towards Ginny." Rarely had Harry ever felt more uncomfortable than he felt at that moment, and he hoped against hope that the fireplace would begin sparking and that someone would emerge from the flow to interrupt this conversation. Silence. Harry decided that he needed to respond and instinctively knew that the best path to follow was the truth. "It's true, we were together for a month or two, and it was really nice. I like Ginny a lot and I think that she likes me too. But I had to break it off after Professor Dumbledore died," Harry explained, struggling to find the right words to say enough but not too much. "My life will be very complicated now, and dangerous, and I just can't have Ginny being exposed to that." "It's hard to explain, Mrs. Weasley." But Mrs. Weasley seemed to understand perfectly. "It's not my intention to interfere, Harry, and I don't want you to think that I want you with Ginny or not. That has to be between the two of you. But I do want you to know that I will not prevent you from going with her if that is what you want." Mrs. Weasley stopped, and Harry felt that he should say something but could not think of what. Fortunately Mrs. Weasley continued, "I know that you face danger, Harry. I am a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and though I do not know what it is that you have to do, Professor Dumbledore made clear to us that it is of greatest importance and will be dangerous. To be honest, Harry, I wish I could keep Ginny and all of my children away from danger, but I know that I can't. What I'm trying to say, Harry, is that I will not stand in your way, no matter what you decide to do." Harry could see that Mrs. Weasley felt almost as nervous as he. She clearly had been thinking about this intensely, and what she said and what she felt were not necessarily one and the same. The mother was extremely worried about her only daughter, and it had to be difficult for her to give her blessing to a relationship that would put that daughter into great peril. Harry chose his words carefully as he responded, "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, that means a lot to me. Right now I don't think it's a good idea for us to be together like that. I have a lot on my mind, and it would just be too much for me. Once I have done what I have to do, then maybe things can be different." Harry meant every word he said, but he wondered what he would feel when he finally saw Ginny again. They had been apart only a month, but it seemed like ages since he had last seen her face. Unavoidably, Mrs. Weasley's eyes relaxed, and despite herself she showed her pleasure that Ginny would not be beeped into whatever it was that Harry had to do. "If that's what you want," she said, "then that is fine by me. Just be careful, none of us wants to lose you." Diving from hundreds of feet, Harry pointed his firebolt at a 60-degree angle towards the ground, pulling up some 20 feet above the long grass behind the burrow. Since the others would not be back until later, Harry had the itch to be back in the air. He was trying his best to remain calm, to conquer his nerves, but knowing that Ginny would be arriving any time was almost more than he could take. Would she be mad at him? She had an explosive temper, Harry knew, and he really did not desire to be on the receiving end of it. Even worse, would she want Harry to get back together with her? Would Harry be able to resist that temptation as he repeatedly convinced himself he must? Maybe he should just go back to Grimmauld Place and avoid the whole affair. From on high, Harry could note movement inside the house, and soon Ron emerged with his broom in hand, kicking off the ground to join Harry. They bumped fists in greeting and both smiled broadly. "Brilliant idea, Harry. I haven't flown at all this summer, what with everything going on," Ron explained as he zigzagged through the air. The two of them frolicked high above the ground like a couple of carefree teenagers for several minutes before slowing down. "Is she down there?" asked Harry, the worry returning to his face. "Is she coming out?" "She's there," replied Ron simply, "but I don't think she's coming out." "How is she, Ron? Is she mad at me?" "Oh, she's mad at you, that's for sure. But don't worry too much, I don't think she's going to hex you or anything," Ron opined in a reassuring voice. Harry did not feel reassured. "Do you think I can just fly up here for the next couple of years? Maybe you could bring me some food now and then." "Come on, Harry, you can't avoid her forever," argued Ron reasonably, "you may as well get it over with." "Right," agreed Harry, "in a few minutes. When is Hermione coming?" "She's supposed to arrive tomorrow night and will be here until sometime after the wedding," Ron replied, wondering why Harry asked about Hermione so quickly. "Good, we have a lot to talk about. I've found out a lot, and I may know where one of the Horcruxes is." Harry had lowered his voice, and Ron and he were no longer flying but merely floating about 200 feet above the ground. "But I don't want to talk about it until all three of us are together." With that ominous statement, Harry tipped his firebolt down and returned to the surface, prepared to meet his fate. Ginny had not come outside or made any effort to greet her former boyfriend, contributing to his lack of optimism. She stood in the kitchen with her mother when Harry walked through the side door. Harry thought that seeing her would affect him as if she were Avila, but reality was much more mundane. Ginny saw him, smiled a thin smile, and simply said, "Hi Harry." Harry returned the greeting and they briefly hugged. Confusion was all Harry felt. He had no idea what he was feeling, what he should be feeling, what Ginny was feeling. Obviously they needed to talk, but all the points he had prepared for their inevitable meeting somehow erased themselves from his head. Fortunately no opportunity to be alone with her presented itself that evening, as the burrow was full of noise and chaos, just what Harry loved about the place. The twins, Fred and George, came by to say hello to Harry and stayed for dinner and beyond. They brought with them two shapely young witches whose names escaped Harry. Unfortunately they were quite taken by Harry and his fame and gave him a lot of, shall we say, attention. Harry stole glances at Ginny from time to time to see if she had any reaction to the flirtatious duo, but if she did not reveal it. Of greater concern was the reaction of Fred and George to the actions of their current girlfriends, but the twins seemed to be enjoying Harry's discomfort immensely. Bill, Fleur, Mr. Weasley and others all arrived, and by the time Harry and Ron headed upstairs to their beds, there had been no time to talk to Ginny. This was not at all how Harry envisioned their meeting. They were going to meet all alone, embrace desperately, cry copiously, and dramatically agree that they would have to remain apart until Harry heroically defeated Voldemort and saved the world. That was stupid, of course, and Harry knew it, but his nerves as he slipped into his bed were more on edge than ever. When would he be able to talk to her? The next few days figured to be busy around the burrow, and Harry began to wonder whether he would be able to talk to her at all. Sleep came with difficulty that night. Fortunately for Harry, the last day before his 17th birthday afforded him the opportunity he desired. To his surprise, the day turned out to be not especially busy, at least in the morning, and once Mr. Weasley left after breakfast and Mrs. Weasley occupied herself with who knows what, Harry, Ron and Ginny were left alone. Normally Ron would have been oblivious to the situation, but this time he knew that he needed to scram, and he muttered an excuse as he left the living room. Ginny appeared to be in a decent mood, Harry thought. At least she had displayed no overt signs of hostility towards him. They looked at each other, now finally alone. Or almost alone, as Mrs. Weasley worked in the kitchen, so Harry decided the first order of business should be to eliminate that problem. "Want to take a walk?" he asked. She nodded. They walked across the unkempt lawn behind the burrow, and when Harry figured they traveled far enough away he asked her, "How have you been doing?" Not the greatest line, admittedly, but he had to start somewhere. "Oh, that's hard to say, I guess. This has not been a very fun summer, if that's what you mean," Ginny responded thoughtfully. "Dumbledore dying, then you and me, then having to deal with phlegm all the time. I've been better, to be honest." Could be better, could be worse, thought Harry, but now he was committed. After agreeing with her about the various difficulties of the summer, he finally got down to business. "What do you think about the two of us?" he asked nervously, not really knowing what he wanted her to say. "I mean, not being together right now." He almost said, "not being together anymore," but that sounded too permanent. "Well, I'm not happy about it," replied Ginny evenly, though Harry knew there was a great deal of emotion behind that statement. "I just don't understand it more than anything. I mean, your reason for breaking up." "What do you mean?" asked Harry, though he thought he knew well enough what she meant. "Protecting me. You said you were doing it to protect me, but that just doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?" Ginny was becoming more upset now, and her previous even temper had obviously required a good deal of self-control. "I mean, everybody knew about us at Hogwarts, including every Death Eater wannabe Slytherin. How does breaking up protect me? Do you really think that you know who doesn't know about us? Do you really think he cares if we break up?" Harry expected this argument, more or less, and he was almost relieved that he had a response prepared. "You're right, Ginny, and I know it. That wasn't really why I did it, although maybe I thought it was when I said it. The real reason is harder to explain, and I don't know how you'll take it." This tack seemed to surprise Ginny, who expected Harry to attempt to justify his decision to protect her. The Harry she knew could be pig-headed about such things, and to hear him concede that argument so readily came as a bit of a shock. She said nothing as they walked along the edge of the forest, careful not to touch each other. "There are a lot of things that I have to do now, Ginny, things that I can't talk about." Harry glanced at Ginny and could practically read her thoughts. "Yes, it has to do with Voldemort, and it's going to be hard, really really hard," Harry said with his voice shaking. All these thoughts that had been bouncing around his mind for weeks were much harder to verbalize than he anticipated. "Why can't you tell me about it?" asked Ginny, who then added sarcastically, "Aren't I trustworthy enough for you?" Harry did not like the tone of her voice, but there was no turning back. "It's not that, Ginny, you know that. But this is not a game, this is a war, and in wars information has to be controlled completely. Only people who must know can be allowed to know, and you are not one of those people," Harry explained bluntly, but when seeing Ginny's face slowly redden, he quickly added, "Neither are your parents, or Remus, or hardly anyone. You know I was meeting with Dumbledore before he died for special lessons. Well, this is what we were heading for. Ron and Hermione know about it, don't they?" snapped Ginny. "Why can't you tell me too?" This was another argument that Harry had anticipated, but he knew that he did not have a convincing response. First of all, Ginny, they know some of it but not all. Second, they are of age and can do magic outside of Hogwarts. Third, there are some things they can help me with, but there are a lot of things that I have to do alone. I don't even want them to help, but I can't do it all on my own. It's just too much. Again Harry's voice trembled. Of course you can't do it all on your own, so why can't I help too? Asked Ginny. I went with you to the Department of Mysteries, I've stood by you just like they have. Actually, Ginny, I know you won't like this, but I can use your help, because I will need someone I can completely trust inside of Hogwarts because I think Hogwarts may be important in what I ultimately have to do. I would like Hermione and Ron to be there, but I'll need help outside of Hogwarts too, and they're the only ones who can give it to me. I wish I could explain more, but... Okay Harry, I can accept that, but you still have not explained exactly what your reason was for breaking up, if it wasn't to protect me. I need to know. Please tell me whatever you can, implored Ginny, fighting back tears. Harry paused, for he feared that Ginny would not respond well to this, but she was right. She needed to know, and she had the right to know. The real reason is that you would be a distraction. Right now I have to focus everything I have on what I have to do. It's going to be so hard, Ginny, I don't know if I can do it. And if I can't, that means it will all be over. He paused to see if Ginny understood, and then continued, if I fail, I'll be dead. And the whole wizarding world will go straight to hell. The force Harry used to express this last statement was so distinct from the rest of their conversation, that Ginny was briefly frightened and could instinctively understand what Harry meant, and what he was going through, even if she did not know the details. Yes, Harry, I thought it was something like that. Look, I am not stupid, and I know that in wars, people have to make sacrifices. So my sacrifice will be to let you go. You are free and I am free. I will help you in any way I can, because defeating you know who is more important than our relationship. Ginny spoke clearly though tears were streaming from her eyes. But understand, Harry, that I don't know if we can just take up where we left off before Dumbledore's funeral. It may not work that way. We may not feel the same about each other, or you might find someone else, or I might. You know what I mean, don't you? Sobbed Ginny, who found these words devastating to say. Her real fear, Harry knew, was that this may be the end, even if they did not want it to be. And Harry knew that she was right. I know what you mean, said Harry simply, and for the first time they touched, as Harry gently took her into his arms and embraced her. The conversation was over. On July 31st, Harry celebrated his birthday by awaking at 6:30 a.m., quietly dressing and slipping out of the dim bedroom without disturbing his friend. Thinking that all the Weasleys were sleeping, he softly descended the stairs, only to find Molly Weasley wide awake in the kitchen. Upon seeing her pseudo-son, she smiled lovingly and hugged him while wishing him a happy birthday. Remus should be arriving soon, she noted, have a little breakfast before you leave. Harry's appetite had been healthy since leaving Little Whinging, and he happily accepted the offer. Promptly at 7 a.m., as previously agreed, Harry walked out the kitchen door to meet Remus on the dirt drive to the side of the burrow. He only took a few steps when he heard the crack of the werewolf's arrival. After more birthday greetings, Remus grabbed Harry's shoulder, and they apparated to Godric's Hollow. Remus had not been lying. Not much remained of Harry's first home. In fact, other than a few blocks of stone scattered about the patchy grass, no evidence survived that a family ever lived on the site. This is it? Harry asked, not able to disguise his disappointment. This is it, Remus confirmed. Maybe someday I'll put a memory into a pensieve for you, but I don't think that may be the best idea yet. The front of the house was over here. The friend of James and Lily Potter pointed some 20 yards to his right, and the pair stepped on the gravel, their feet crunching. To the right was the kitchen. Your mother always loved it, because it pointed west, and she could enjoy the beautiful sunsets over those hills. Remus turned in that direction, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Harry turned to look where the older man pointed, and in fact he saw in the early morning light the outline of the low hills. Wildflowers of yellows and reds covered them, but Harry could barely see them so early in the day. The house had been located in a shallow valley, bordered by hills here and there, with wide openings among them. No other dwellings could be seen nearby, though off to the north, Harry could just see the outlines of a small village. Last time I saw the house standing was about a week before it happened, Remus mused as he turned back towards the remnants of the foundation. I hadn't been here all that often. It wasn't an easy time, and we were all traveling around a lot. Sirius and I came over for dinner, Peter too. He scowled at these last words, knowing that merely a week later, Peter Pettigrew betrayed James and Lily to their deaths, and Harry to the hell that had been his life. Harry paid little attention to Remus' moods as he walked through the area where the front door must have been 16 years earlier. Secretly he had hoped that he might recognize something about this place, a forgotten memory, a flash of his mother holding his hand while he staggered through a flower-strewn garden. But he remembered nothing. No special feeling, no déjà vu, nothing. Despite himself, his heart sank in disappointment. After kicking through the coarse dirt and grass, Remus quietly walking behind at a suitable distance, Harry asked without turning around, what happened after they were killed? To the house, I mean. It was on fire when Sirius and Dumbledore arrived. Dumbledore put it out, but it was beyond repair. It was left in ruins for a year or two, but Death Eaters and other Voldemort supporters almost made this a shrine to him. They would come here and leave notes and offerings to him, and they did things to the graves. When Dumbledore was informed of this, he fell into a rage as I have rarely seen. From what I understand, he came here immediately and removed the remnants of the house, and then placed some spells or wards on this area. I have no idea what he did, but it stopped the problem. They desecrated my parents' graves. Harry asked quietly, anger surging through his veins. Yes. Where are they? Remus said nothing but walked to the south, leaving the foundation of the house and continuing on a couple hundred yards to the top of a small rise. There before Harry appeared two simple graves, now covered by a thin carpet of grass. The gravestones, however, were free of weeds, probably Dumbledore's doing. In whatever manner the sites had been desecrated in the past, Dumbledore fixed it, and the graves were almost beautiful now, overlooking Godric's Hollow in all directions. Harry stood before the graves stone-faced, saying nothing. Remus decided to leave the boy to his thoughts and turned back towards the ruins of the house. Harry heard the footsteps crunch on the pebbles. His mind went blank, unable to express thought. He merely gazed expressionlessly at the two graves, allowing the realization to set in that the remains of their bodies lay below his feet. Finally, he looked up at the hills and the valley around him, and he recognized the beauty of his first home. Not a spectacular beauty, but a comfortable beauty. A beauty you can live in. It must have been nice, he muttered to himself. Dumbledore's letter instructed Harry to lay his hands on the graves. Frankly, he felt foolish, but he knew that the old man had his reasons. Slowly he bent a knee to the grass, and then the other, resting himself on his ankles. Simultaneously, he placed his right hand on his mother's grave and the left on his father's. He felt nervous. As his hands touched the grass, he almost recoiled, expecting a shock or pain of some sort. Instead, he felt a warm sensation, quite pleasant. In fact, as he pressed his palms flush to the ground, a wonderful tingling infused his body, almost like stepping into a tub of water just the right temperature. He allowed himself to relax, and the tingling became a warm buzz throughout his body, a most wonderful sensation. The minutes passed, and he did not move, thoroughly enjoying himself. His mind began functioning again, and he pondered for some time this sensation. It felt familiar somehow. Finally it dawned on him. Felix Felicis, the good luck potion. The sensation running through his muscles and bones did not feel exactly like that, but similar. As he continued to kneel there, he felt that all things were possible. Defeating Voldemort actually was within the realm of possibility. I am a man, now, he thought, and he felt powerful, more powerful than ever before. Remus had rested on one of the remaining stones of the house's foundation, gazing up at his friend's only child. Harry meditated up there for a good half an hour, virtually motionless. Debating whether he should go up to the graves, he decided against it. This was something between Harry and his parents. Finally Harry ambled back towards the older man, a look of contentment on his face. All right, Harry. Just fine, Remus. I'm glad I came. Harry gazed one last time at the sight of the house and its environs. Let's go. The days following the conversation with Ginny and the visit to Godric's Hollow passed pleasantly enough. Hermione arrived the afternoon of his birthday, instead of the previous evening as originally planned, and Harry could not help but enjoy the company of the three people who meant most to him in the world. As soon as a thought would emerge that this may be the last time the four of them could be together like this, he repressed it. Ginny and he seemed to come to an understanding, and they carefully avoided being alone with each other. They dared not tempt fate. Moreover, the aftereffects of communing with his parents' graves had improved his mood noticeably. Yet when asked about it, he merely stated that he visited the graves. What happened was between him and his parents, and he felt no need to tell anyone about it. Harry's 17th birthday was suitably celebrated, with cake, singing, gifts and much laughter. Though he remained anxious to have a strategy meeting, as he had come to call it, with Ron and Hermione, they all agreed that this should wait until after the celebrations had concluded. Hermione planned to stay another 2 days after the wedding and then return to her home one last time before traveling to Hogwarts. So far she had told no one of her intention not to return to school. The day after his birthday, Harry had made arrangements with Mr. Weasley to obtain his apparition license at the Ministry. This worried Harry, as he had not been afforded an opportunity to practice since he sidelong apparated Dumbledore from Voldemort's cave more than a month earlier. Fortunately Mr. Weasley told him that he could practice apparating around the burrow, as the Ministry did not bother monitoring such minor incidents. Thus Harry spent much of his birthday disappearing and reappearing all around the burrow, and by the end of the day, he felt quite confident that he would pass the test. This in fact proved true, as Harry easily completed all elements required to obtain his license. The visit to the Ministry did have one revealing aspect to it. Harry was reminded of his celebrity in the magical world. Virtually everyone recognized him. While most wizards and witches respected his privacy, many, especially many young witches, squealed and giggled upon seeing him. While Harry was slowly becoming accustomed to his fame, he realized that his notoriety could be a hazard when he started Horcrux hunting in earnest. How was he to get anywhere if he would be hounded by adolescent witches wherever he traveled? Bill and Fleur's wedding fascinated Harry, who had never attended a wedding of any kind before, Muggle or magical. From what he knew of Muggle weddings, this one seemed similar: vows, rings, music, flowers. Ginny was extremely beautiful as one of Fleur's bridesmaids, and Harry tried to avoid looking at her. Of course this became difficult when the dancing started, but despite a bit of discomfort, Harry had a wonderful time dancing with Ginny, Hermione, Mrs. Weasley, Fleur, the flirtatious girlfriends of Fred and George, and Fleur's sister. This is how life should be. This is what Harry had to fight for. Now the time had come. Everything Harry had been waiting for had passed. Leaving the Dursleys, securing Grimmauld Place, his birthday and the wedding. Now he had to decide upon a plan of action and get started. Ron, Hermione and Harry met in Ron's bedroom. Ginny probably knew they were there, but she knew not to crash the meeting. Harry, freed from the restrictions against underage magic, placed a silencing charm on the room so as not to be overheard, and the discussions began. Harry told them all that he knew. Soon they focused on the first task at hand, determining whether the museum artifact was in fact Hufflepuff's cup and a Horcrux. Hermione knew a bit about the museum, as her school class had taken a field trip there as a young girl, but she had no detailed knowledge. The museum was open to the public, however, so the obvious course of action was to visit the site, just as hundreds did every day. What I don't understand, Harry, is how we can destroy the Horcrux if we find it. Tell us again what Dumbledore did, asked Ron exhaustedly. They had been at it for hours, and he was tired and hungry. He just put it on, replied Harry, who was not feeling the least bit tired. Then he said he used pure magical power. But what is that? Pondered Ron, and how do we know if we have enough of it? Oftentimes Hermione would jump in to answer questions such as these, but this time she also turned towards Harry inquisitively. I have it, responded Harry simply. I have enough of it. He thought back to sitting between the graves of his parents. Ron and Hermione quietly gasped at this out-of-character statement by Harry. Their friend was not a braggart. In fact, he tended towards excessively humility. To hear him state matter-of-factly that he had enough magical power to destroy a Horcrux created by a supremely powerful Dark Lord astonished them. Not that I doubt you, Harry, but how do you know? Asked Hermione carefully, not wanting to provoke Harry. I know because I did it. I have destroyed a Horcrux. Riddle's diary, Harry explained. I didn't understand it at the time, but when I stabbed it, I didn't destroy it with the basilisk's fang, I destroyed it from inside of me. I wanted it destroyed, and I made it happen. That is magical power, Ron. I had it then, and I have more of it now. Hermione was processing this information and compared the destruction of the diary with the destruction of Slytherin's ring. But Harry, why did the Horcrux injure Dumbledore's arm but the diary didn't do anything to you? I've thought about that a lot, and I have a theory. Of course I could be wrong, but it comes down to one of 2 or 3 possibilities. Harry stood up to pace slowly across the room, dodging Ron's knees as he walked by. Either I am more powerful than Dumbledore, or there is something in me that protects me from the Horcrux. I tend to think the latter is more likely than the former. The other possibility is that the Horcruxes themselves were somehow different. Ron's lips gradually formed a smile as he absorbed this information. That's wicked, Harry, he exclaimed. Harry, however, did not smile. Hermione understood what Harry was truly saying, and her face lined in worry. Carefully choosing her words, she said, so what you mean is that maybe the Horcrux can't harm you because of your scar, because of what happened when you were a baby. For years Harry had known of his special connection with Voldemort caused by the reflected killing curse some 15 years earlier. Dumbledore and he had discussed it on several occasions, but recently a further possibility had occurred to him. In fact, Harry considered it a probability. This was important. Ron and Hermione needed to know what they were getting into. Pulling up a chair, Harry motioned Ron and Hermione to move closer, as if he was worried that someone might overhear, despite the silencing charm. His friends sat expectantly, but Harry found it hard to put into words the ideas he had been thinking for more than a week. Finally he mouthed the frightening words, I am Lord Voldemort. He is inside of me. I am Lord Voldemort and I am Harry Potter. Harry's voice was little more than a whisper. He pointed to his forehead and continued, this scar didn't just give me some of his powers, the ability to speak Parseltongue, a connection with him. No, there is something more than that, I know it now. I can feel it. The next words were especially hard to utter, I think it's a piece of his soul. Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione's mouth stayed tightly closed, however, and her mind furiously processed this information. She reached out for Harry's hand and trembling asked the obvious question, you think you are a Horcrux? No, I am not a Horcrux, at least not a true Horcrux, opined Harry, relieved that at least one of his friends could discuss this with him. This had weighed on Harry for days now, and the more he thought about it, the more he became sure he was correct. He could feel it. There is a specific procedure you must follow exactly to create a true Horcrux, and Voldemort never had the chance to do that. But something happened. Voldemort had just committed 2 murders, so the necessary circumstances were in place to create a Horcrux, and he may have intended to create one, which is also a necessary element. When the Avada Kedavra backfired, I think a piece of Voldemort's soul entered mine. That may be why Riddle's diary did not harm me, though I'm not sure about that. Harry gazed nervously at his best friends, wondering if this shocking information would create a wedge between them, whether they would no longer trust him. Hermione, as she so often did, seemed to read his mind. She stood, grabbed Harry's hand and helped him stand as well. Listen to me, Harry Potter, I believe in you. If Voldemort has a piece of his soul in you, well that's too bad for him, isn't it? You've had it inside of you your entire life, and I don't know a single person with more good inside of him. I'm not afraid of you, she exclaimed, and as if to prove it embraced Harry in a Mrs. Weasley-style hug, and I never will be. We'll deal with this like we have everything else. Ron approached Harry and Hermione too, and they welcomed him into their embrace. That's right, he added, I know you better than anyone, and I know if anyone is not evil, it's you. I've seen you have fun, act silly, goof off in the dorm room. You're normal, Harry, a normal person. Normal I am definitely not, thought Harry to himself, but he so deeply appreciated the support of his best friends, he could not say anything. So, said Hermione in her business-like voice, what are we going to do about the museum? Ron and Harry took the flow to the home of Jeremiah and Elizabeth Wright, a magical couple that lived not far from the home of Hermione's parents. When Hermione had to leave the burrow to return home, she pleaded with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley to allow Ron and Harry to visit her at her home, as her two friends had never properly met her parents, and she wanted to show them around. Mr. Weasley enthusiastically supported the idea, and it was all he could do to refrain from asking to come along. His wife, however, was a worrywart by nature, and it took a good deal of persuasion before she relented. Hermione told her parents that Ron and Harry were coming over because they wanted her to take them to a real Muggle museum. She related the sad story of Harry's childhood, which needed no embellishment given the horrid treatment he received at the hands of his aunt and uncle. Of course, Ron was a pure-blood wizard, she explained, and had virtually no contact with the Muggle world. This would be a great experience for both of them, and Hermione acted the part of a giggly teenage girl admirably. Her mother clearly thought that Hermione liked one of the boys, and Hermione did nothing to dissuade that notion. Her two friends were unable to apparate as they had never been anywhere close to Hermione's home and could not picture any place to arrive. Mr. Weasley found that the closest wizarding family to Hermione was the Wrights, and he contacted them. They gladly allowed use of their flow, especially when Mr. Weasley threw out the name Harry Potter. The Wrights were an elderly couple, more or less in their 70s by Muggle reckoning, though Harry knew that they could be twice that age in the magical world. They effusively greeted Harry and Ron and insisted that they sit down for a cup of tea while they waited for Hermione and her mother to drive by for them. Harry instantly took a liking to the elderly couple, who had a sharp sense of humor, and did not mind poking fun at him. They even joked about his scar, which Harry thought was wonderful. Yes, they were pleased as punch to meet a celebrity, but Harry appreciated being treated as a normal teenage boy should be treated by an older couple, and the two boys genuinely enjoyed themselves. After half an hour passed, the sound of wheels on the gravel drive could be heard, and soon they heard a knock on the door. Though only a couple of days had passed since she left the burrow, Hermione squeezed the stuffing out of each of the boys, who were slightly embarrassed at the public show of affection. Embarrassed but not displeased. As the Wrights' home was closer to the museum than the Granger residence, Mrs. Granger took the three friends directly to their destination. Allowing them 4 hours to roam the halls, Mrs. Granger left them, and finally the three could stop acting, though in reality the act had not been difficult and was rather enjoyable. They shared a good laugh. Harry was the first to come to the business at hand, asking Hermione, "Were you able to find out anything on the internet?" "A little bit," replied Hermione, "I'll tell you inside." They paid the small admission fee and soon found a bench. Taking proper precautions, Harry and Ron stood close to Hermione to shield her from view while she gracefully waved her wand to the incantation of Muffaliato. She no longer bothered harping on the Half-Blood Prince, and at the least seemed to acknowledge the usefulness of that spell. They sat on a bench in one of the side halls of the museum. This would not be considered an especially impressive museum, not world-renowned, not home to any world-class traveling exhibitions, and without any particular theme. One hall contained a hodgepodge of paintings, sculptures and other artwork, while another dealt with natural history, bones, fossils and the like. Ron was quite fascinated by it all and wished that he could pay more attention, but the three were excited and focused as they began the first of what promised to be many adventures. Well, the best way to put it is that the cup is a minor artifact in a minor museum. There was very little I could find about it, Hermione stated matter-of-factly. All I could find on the museum's website was a listing of all of the items here, but only the more important ones are pictured and described. I'm hoping that there will be some explanation of the cup in here, especially since it had a little notoriety according to Dumbledore. The three friends roamed the halls of the museum trying to blend in, but they frantically tried to locate the cup as quickly as possible to allow them time to study it. At first they had no luck, but turning a corner from a room of medieval armor, which reminded them all of Hogwarts, Harry felt a tingling in his scar. He skidded to a stop. The last time he had felt anything in his scar was Voldemort's aborted possession of Harry at the Ministry Atrium. Could Voldemort be at the museum? Harry quickly rejected that thought, as his scar would not just be tingling in that event. It had to be the effect of the Horcrux. "I think it's in here, mates," said Harry, trying not to show the nerves he felt inside. "I can feel something in my scar." The three entered an alcove of sundry medieval artifacts, weapons, chain mail, clothing. Suddenly Ron hissed, "I found it." Harry and Hermione lost all sense of propriety and rushed over to Ron's side. Harry's scar tingled more intensely, almost to the point of being painful. This had to be a Horcrux. Why else would his scar be affected? The cup itself certainly was nothing to write home about, and Harry was surprised that Tom Riddle would have used such a nondescript item as a Horcrux. But of course, it belonged to Hufflepuff, one of Hogwarts' founders. The cup was set back away from where they stood, in a locked cabinet which stood some 6 feet behind a thick red cord keeping the crowds at a distance. Just like Dumbledore wrote, it was set back from the public because some people felt sick just walking by it, Harry whispered excitedly. He remembered the need for security, however, and again whispered, "Look, we need to do the spell in case anyone comes in." No complaints came from Hermione this time, and hiding behind the larger boys, she once again performed the Muffliato spell to ensure that they would not be overheard. "It's definitely Hufflepuff's cup, Harry, you can just see the etched badger on the left side of it. Look." She pointed at a short paragraph posted next to the cup in large bold type so that it could be read at a distance. The three silently read the description of the artifact. Medieval silver cup. Little is known about this unusual cup, which is quite distinct from other cups of the same era, approximately 1,000 years ago. The depiction of a badger is believed to be unique in medieval artifacts. This cup has a legend to it, as it is said that it brings pain to anyone who touches it, and some people complained in the past of headaches and nausea when near to the cup. Brief studies in fact confirmed the complaints of sickness, but no cause could be determined. Scientists suspect that the cup may contain hazardous chemicals which affect certain sensitive people adversely. Since removed from close contact with our patrons, no further complaints have been received. The origins of the cup remain a mystery. "I don't believe it," Harry exclaimed smiling, "we really found a Horcrux." Hermione maintained her business mode, however, and replied, "Yes, we have. Now let's look at this room carefully. I can see no reason why we can't apparate directly into this room after the museum is closed. There shouldn't be any anti-apparition wards here." They studied the room and committed it to memory, then stared at the Horcrux intently. There will probably be some protections around it, although how it got to a Muggle museum is beyond me, Harry wondered. Dumbledore always said that Voldemort underestimates Muggles, and maybe whatever protections he put around it only affected wizards and witches, not Muggles. That's very possible, as there are certain diseases that wizards can catch which have no effect on Muggles, wizard's pox, for example. Anyway, it does not seem to have any terrible effect on Muggles. They feel pain if they touch it, and some people felt sick when near it, but nobody died or was seriously injured, Hermione commented while examining the cup as closely as she could from the distance. All three of them wanted to jump the cord, open the cabinet, grab the cup and get out of there, but they knew this would be folly. "Let's go outside and decide what we're going to do," suggested Hermione. Harry bought them all drinks, and they sat outside at a table in the small cafe attached to the museum. Again, Hermione discreetly said, "Muffliato," and the few people in their vicinity seemed not to notice their presence. Nevertheless, they spoke softly. "How should we take it?" asked Ron. "It shouldn't be too hard. Just apparate in, now that we've seen the room, take the cup, and apparate right back out again. We can do the whole thing in about 2 minutes." "No," said Harry, "we can't take it. We want the cup to remain here. I'm positive that Voldemort knows that it is here. He probably thinks it's well hidden, that no wizard or witch will ever find it. I mean, it's just referred to as a medieval cup, no mention of Hufflepuff or anything like that. If we didn't know what we were looking for, we never would have given that cup a second look." Harry paused for a second to get back on track. "The point is, we don't want Voldemort to know that the Horcrux is destroyed. I need to do whatever I need to do, and then we put it back exactly like it was before. Harry's right, agreed Hermione, but Ron is also right that we should be able to apparate right in. We need to make a plan. The three conspirators detailed the plan over the next half hour, and each of them recited it back to the others. Tonight they would act. Ron and Harry slipped out of the burrow at 1 a.m. and stalked down the road leading away from the property until they were sure they could apparate without being heard. They nodded at each other and with a crack disappeared. They had agreed to meet Hermione under a tree in a secluded part of the parking lot to the museum, so that they could be all together before attempting to apparate into the museum itself. When Harry and Ron reappeared, only a few feet from their destination, they quickly checked themselves to be sure they did not leave an eyebrow or ear behind. Half a minute later, Hermione arrived with a crack and rushed over to the other two. All dressed in dark clothing. "Let's go over this one last time," instructed Harry quietly. "As soon as we apparate into the room, Ron will check the door to see if any guards are around. Hermione will use the Silencio charm. Then we'll check out the cabinet to see if there are any wards or protections." Hermione and Ron nodded. Both were extremely nervous, but Harry felt strangely calm, almost relieved, to be taking action at last. "Ready?" asked Harry. "Good. On the count of 3. Crack." The sound of apparition reverberated through the dark, silent museum. Surely any security guard would have heard it. Ron immediately edged to the side of the door to see if anyone was coming and saw the flickering of a flashlight down the hall approaching them. "Someone's coming," he whispered. Hermione was about to say, "Silencio," but Harry stopped her, pulling out his invisibility cloak. Without a word, he motioned the other two to get under the cloak. Given their size, this was easier said than done, but they crouched down by the floor and huddled together. They could feel their hearts pumping and their warm moist breath, as the guard, who had heard the crack and was investigating, stepped into the room and shone his light all around. He did not linger however, probably because nothing of special value resided in this small alcove. If someone intended to burgle the museum, they would be after the valuable artifacts. In a few moments the guard satisfied himself and continued down the hall. The burglars remained under the cloak for another minute until Harry finally instructed Ron, "Check the entry again." Ron silently stepped to the opening and looked both ways. He turned and gave the thumbs up. "Do the spell," he ordered Hermione, who emerged from the cloak and pronounced, "Silencio," in a quiet but firm voice. They now could not be heard, but they continued to whisper regardless. Harry and Hermione slipped under the thick red cord and carefully approached the cabinet holding the cup. They paused for a moment. This just seemed too easy, thought Harry, compared to the horrors he saw in the cave with Dumbledore, swimming the cold ocean waters, blood sacrifices, forcing the headmaster to drink that infernal potion, and of course the Inferi. "Should we open it?" asked Hermione, implicitly recognizing Harry as their general and Ron and she as soldiers. Harry shook his head. "Wait. Let me try something." Slowly Harry raised his hands and brushed them across the dark walnut cabinet, just as Dumbledore ran his hands along the wall of the cave. The young wizard had no idea what he was trying to feel, but he concentrated on feeling magic in his hands. He felt nothing until his hands crossed in front of the Horcrux, and then he felt plenty. First his fingers, then his hands, then his arms felt numb, similar to the tingling in his scar but distinct as well. Definitely magical energy of some sort, but Harry had no idea how to read the energy like the headmaster could. He rapidly moved his hands away from the spot, and they returned to normal. The good news was that he felt no other magical energy in the rest of the cabinet. Apparently it was just a plain Muggle cabinet, not magically enhanced in any way. His right hand reached to turn the latch to open the walnut-bordered glass door encasing Hufflepuff's cup. The door was locked. "Open it, please," Harry requested in a monotone, now completely focused on the object in front of him. Hermione opened her mouth to say something, but after noting Harry's demeanor, she closed it again. "Alohomora," she intoned, and they heard the lock click open. Hermione bit her lower lip. Taking a deep breath, Harry opened the door, moving back a step to let it pass in front of him, then stepping back to the opening. "Is anyone coming, Ron?" he asked. "No, nothing at all." Harry carefully reached both hands towards the cup, expecting something to happen. There had to be some kind of ward around the cup, some kind of protection. This was too easy. Be careful, Harry, sputtered Hermione involuntarily. She was shaking with fear as to what could happen to her best friend. Danger is never real until it hits you in the face. Nothing impeded his hands, so Harry did the obvious. He wrapped his hands gently around the bowl of the cup. Nothing happened, except that his hands and arms became numb, just the magical energy, Harry decided instinctively. He knew the numbness was not a ward. It would not harm him. Gradually the cup emerged from the cabinet, and Hermione backed up 2 steps to keep out of the way. One of the points of the plan required that neither Ron nor Hermione touch Harry or the Horcrux. Now what? Thought Harry. He tried to concentrate on the Horcrux, tried to feel the partial soul, tried to engage it in battle, but he felt only the uncomfortable but bearable numbness. Harry's mind worked furiously, comparing this Horcrux to the diary and the ring. What was the connection? What was the common element? Suddenly it dawned on him. He had to use the object in the manner intended. The ring had to be put on a finger. The diary had to be opened and read. Harry needed to drink from the cup. A wave of panic caused his body to shudder as he remembered the fate of Dumbledore when he drank the poisoned potion. Pain. This was going to be painful. But to engage in battle, he needed to drink. Harry, Hermione cried desperately, let's try to kill it with magic. Maybe there is some way, some spell. No, Hermione, only power, pure magical power, and lots of it, Harry whispered in a semi-trance. Not wanting to remove either hand from the cup to reach his wand, Harry turned to the shaken Hermione and instructed, fill the cup with water, please. What, you're going to drink from it? Oh Harry, there must be another way, argued Hermione. There is no other way. I'm ready to kill it. Water, Harry ordered and thrust the Horcrux closer to her. Reluctantly and with shaking wand, Hermione said, Aguamenti. Pure cold water poured from the end of her wand into the cup, which held about 2 cupfuls. She looked at Ron, who watched the scene in numb silence. I have to drink it all, Harry muttered to himself, though Hermione and Ron both heard him. He remembered Dumbledore's instructions to him in the cave, but he did not give any orders to Hermione or Ron. Inexorably the cup moved closer to his lips, and suddenly a tremendous urge to drink the water came over him. The Horcrux was challenging him to battle. Hermione gasped as Harry downed the water in one huge gulp. She stopped breathing and waited. Fire went down Harry's throat, down the esophagus, and into the stomach. In a matter of seconds, his insides turned into a cauldron of molten lava. Pain beyond description. Harry wanted to scream, but his vocal cords did not function. His body began to tremble, then shake, and then convulse uncontrollably. The boy who lived fell to the cold marble floor writhing in pain, his eyes sealed shut, sweat pouring from his pores. Harry, cried Hermione, who violated one of the most important points of their plan. She touched him. An electric jolt exploded through her body, throwing her backward 5 feet unconscious on the floor. Hermione, yelled Ron, who rushed to her side but knew better than to touch her. Sometimes pure-blooded wizards had better instincts in these matters. Purity of blood, however, did nothing to quell the pure panic in his brain. The powerful one was thrashing about on the floor, the brilliant one was lying unconscious on the floor, and now what was he supposed to do? Ron rushed back to the door to make sure the guards had not returned to the area when his heart dropped. Light from 2 flashlights illuminated the hall to the right of him, some 50 yards away, coming towards him. He cursed. Think, Ron, think. Seeing the invisibility cloak, he flung it over Hermione, but he saw no way to hide Harry. The room was dark and the silencing charm meant that the guards could not hear them. Maybe, Ron hoped, the guards would just walk by the nondescript alcove without checking it. Time stopped as the guards advanced towards him. That was a weird crack we eared, wasn't it? Commented a tall portly guard to his companion, a shorter, thinner and darker man, perhaps Middle Eastern in origin. Sounded like a car backfiring, but there are no cars around here, said the shorter guard in a mild accent. He must have been an immigrant who had lived in England for many years, for his command of the language was excellent. Ron held his breath as they were passing by the opening to the alcove. He nearly jumped for joy as they passed out of view when he heard the immigrant say, Wait, I thought I saw something in there. Oh no, thought Ron as he pointed his wand trying to decide what to do. Give Ronald Weasley 10 minutes to ponder a chess move, and he can be brilliant, but ask him to make a decision under pressure, and... Later he would think of all of the options he had. He could have confronted the guards, making them turn away for no reason. He could have caused a noise back down the hall as a diversion. He could have levitated Hermione out of view and then tried to hold the invisibility cloak in front of Harry and himself. But he did none of those things. Instead he waited as the guard entered the alcove and pointed his flashlight right at Harry, who remained oblivious to his presence. "What's going on here?" shouted the shorter guard fearfully, for he had never encountered a burglar in the museum before. "Stupefy!" yelled Ron, and the guard crumpled to the floor. The corpulent guard was shocked as he saw his coworker fall to the floor for no apparent reason, as he had heard nothing. The guard pulled his gun confidently, in the manner of a former military man. Someone had to be in there, probably hiding behind the wall next to the opening, which in fact was where Ron was standing, his back pressed to the wall. Despite his considerable size, the guard moved quickly and gracefully. He jumped into the room and crouched, hearing the word, "Stupefy," and a jet of light flash over his head. Though shocked, he pointed his gun at Ron and yelled, "Stop or I'll shoot. Get your hands above your head." Ron knew enough about the Muggle world to recognize a revolver, and he slowly lifted his hands. In the dark the guard could not see Ron's wand, and without warning, Ron turned and disappeared with a crack. The guard froze, not believing his eyes. The last thing he heard was the word, "Stupefy," and he remembered no more. Ron had apparated behind him and stunned him. "Breathe," Ron told himself, and he gasped air. He went back to the alcove's opening and checked to be sure that there were no other guards. Surveying the scene in front of him, he commented to himself, "Messy, but got the job done." "Accio cloak," said Ron, pointing his wand at the area where Hermione was lying, and the invisibility cloak whooshed into his hands. Ron then directed his attention back at Harry. He muttered, "Lumos," and pointed the light from his wand at his friend. Harry appeared to be in a deep trance, unconscious but not exactly unconscious, and he still gripped Hufflepuff's cup fiercely. Something was functioning inside of him, but Ron could not even hazard a guess. In any event, Harry no longer seemed to be in pain, and that had to be a good sign. Since he could do nothing for his best mate, he moved to Hermione's side, flicking his wand. Enervate, Hermione began to stir. "What happened?" she asked, as she felt all of the muscles in her body ache. "You touched him." She shook her head in disgust. "I wasn't supposed to do that. I saw Harry in so much pain, and I forgot." "Understandable. How is he now?" asked Hermione as she edged closer, but not too close to Harry. She rubbed her temples to ease a terrible headache. "No way to know," replied Ron, "at least he isn't flopping around like a fish out of water anymore." Hermione frowned at Ron's flippant analogy. Harry could be dying for all they knew. She looked away from him and for the first time noticed the two security guards on the marble floor by the entry to the alcove. "What happened?" "Stunned them. I was hoping they would walk by but the thin one came in and saw us," explained Ron. "I had no choice. The fat one jumped in with his, what do you call it, firearm pointed at me." He pointed to the barrel of the revolver sticking out from under the guard's shoulder. "He could have killed you," realized Hermione with a shudder. "Tell me about it," retorted Ron. "I had to apparate behind him because he ducked under my first stunner. Thought I was a goner for a second. Fortunately he didn't shoot right away, just told me to put my hands up." Hermione sighed. "Well, nothing we can do now but wait. We'll modify their memories before we leave." "You mean, you'll modify their memories, because I can't do it," Ron reminded her. They sat down with their backs against the wall and waited for their motionless friend to finish his battle. The initial fiery fury of the lava inside Harry slowly subsided, and for the first time he could sense the Horcrux inside of him. He could feel it spreading, attempting to take him over, to control him, to make his body the mere shell for the partial soul. Harry began to panic. He could feel it happening but could do nothing to stop it. "Concentrate," he yelled at himself, and he tried to pinpoint the Horcrux to attack it. After minutes of intense struggle, Where Harry unknowingly was flailing on the museum tile, he found something. Power. He told himself, you have the power. Use it. The Horcrux no longer spread through his body, instead it now directed itself to Harry's center. His soul. The Horcrux wanted his soul. You can't have it, cried Harry, and he focused all of his magical energy to that spot, and the battle began in earnest. Harry could now hear a voice, not a true voice but some means of communication. The Horcrux informed him that it needed his soul, that it would make him greater than he could ever dream. You will be feared and respected by all, witches and wizards alike. I can show you true power. Power to control others. Power to defeat all rivals. I already have power. Harry taunted the partial soul, I have already defeated you. You cannot control me. You are no match for me. Yes, I can feel your power, but you are young. But a boy still. You are still foolish and naive. Understand what I can do for you, what we can do together. We can be great. I know who you are, Tom Riddle. I know what you have done. I know what you have become. Harry informed the Horcrux, you are no longer human. You have become grotesque. Why should I desire your power? I have all that I need to be happy. Happiness does not exist, the Horcrux scoffed, only power exists. Only power matters. Come to your senses, boy, for one way or the other I will occupy your soul, and Lord Voldemort will come alive again. If you choose to resist, then I will destroy you. But if you cooperate, together we can be great. Do you not know me? Cried Harry. I am Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy that you have failed to kill 5 times, the boy you fear above all others. I have the power to destroy you, and I give you no options. You must die. Pity, responded the Horcrux insultingly, you have chosen. Yes, I have chosen, and I am the chosen one. During the course of this conversation, Harry unconsciously gained his bearings, he developed a feel for the Horcrux. He felt that he was able to amass his power in a huge ball of electricity and direct it where he wished. As he ended the conversation, he threw the ball of power directly at the Horcrux. The Horcrux was powerful, however, and absorbed the attack. Nevertheless, Harry felt that damage had been done, and his energy pounced on the invader. In a moment he felt himself completely entwined with it, like 2 wrestlers on the mat. Harry was reminded of his duel between the brother wands, a duel of pure power and desire. At first, Harry felt himself surge, and he was sure that the Horcrux would be crushed at any moment. He could feel its desperation, but like a cornered animal, the Horcrux counterattacked, and Harry did all he could to hold on. He felt himself slipping off a cliff. Pushing back, the combatants reached a level of equality. Harry had a moment to assess his situation, and it was not good. He felt weak and unsure whether he could withstand another push. There was no energy to fight back now, he was merely hanging on, waiting to be finished off. Faces flashed by his mind's eye, Mrs. Weasley's and Hagrid's. Then Dumbledore's face, looking sadly disappointed. I have failed, he thought. Where is all that power I'm supposed to have, Professor? It's inside you, Harry, said Dumbledore's voice, it's love. Remember all those who love you and all whom you love. That is where true power lies. Love, Harry thought. Who did he love above all others? The face of Ginny appeared, then Ron's, then Hermione's. Harry felt a surge inside of him. Listen to me, Harry Potter. I believe in you. Harry heard the voice of Hermione from just a few days before. I cannot fail, he urged himself, just as he felt the Horcrux renew the battle. So much time had passed that Harry felt that the Horcrux itself must be badly damaged, otherwise, it would have attacked before. The new attack did not have the same ferocity as the others. The Horcrux was a wounded animal, and Harry had to finish it off. Ron and Hermione sat in almost complete silence watching Harry for over an hour. His body would be deathly still for extended periods of time, almost lifeless except for his chest expanding ever so slightly as he breathed. From time to time he tensed and spasmed for a couple of minutes before returning to stillness. You can do it, Harry, muttered Hermione under his breath, you have to do it. We are lost without you. He's got enough pressure as it is, Hermione. Don't add to it, said Ron with a hint of irritation. He was tired of everyone expecting the world from Harry. Harry may be the chosen one, but to Ron, he was just Harry. They lapsed into silence again, and Hermione illuminated her watch to check on the time: 3:15 a.m. What would they do if Harry did not snap out of it? But within moments of that thought, Harry's body convulsed again, and he levitated inches off the floor for 5 or 10 seconds, and then thumped back to the ground. The cup remained tightly gripped in his hands, until after several more spasms, his body relaxed completely. He unclenched his hands, and Hufflepuff's cup rolled off his chest and onto the floor with a clunk. The two friends could not breathe. Was he dead? Clearly the battle had ended, but the victor was not yet declared. Hermione crawled the 10 feet to Harry, but was afraid to touch him. Instead she waved her hand over the cup. Nothing. The cup emitted no energy at all, and she knew that Voldemort's partial soul was no longer there. It either died or remained inside of Harry. Or perhaps it and Harry both died. She waved her hand over Harry's head and chest, but again felt nothing. Gathering her courage, as Ron looked on in rapt attention, she touched Harry's cheek with her hand, caressing the cheek when she discovered that she had not been electrocuted again. Harry moved his head slightly to the caress. "He's alive," she cried with a smile. Ron heaved a huge sigh of relief but then decided that action was necessary. "Where can we take him? He won't wake up for a while by the look of it. We need to get out of here. It's getting late." "To the burrow," decided Hermione. "We can apparate outside your house from here and then levitate him to his bed. It's not even 3:30 yet, so everyone will be asleep. You can tell everyone that he was feeling ill and wanted to get some extra sleep. Hopefully he'll wake up before too long." And so the soldiers went to work. Ron awakened the two guards, after which Hermione immediately obliterated their memories and then confounded them so that they walked off in a daze. "Where were we going, Ahmed? I forgot." They heard as the guards walked away. They picked a spot to arrive at the burrow not far from the house. Hermione had never side-along apparated before, but as she was a better apparator than Ron, she lifted Harry's arm, turned and was gone. After replacing the cup in its spot and returning the alcove to its previous condition, Ron followed. In a few minutes, they had Harry in his bed. Hermione looked at him with worry etched on her face, and she caressed Harry's cheek one more time. She gave Ron a hug as she made her way out. "I'll meet tomorrow. I want to know how he's doing." Harry did not wake up. Not that morning, that evening, nor that day after. Ron's initial explanation worked for a few hours, but soon Mrs. Weasley sensed that there was more to the story. She eyed Ron suspiciously when at 2 in the afternoon Harry still had not awakened, and Ron helplessly followed behind her as she climbed the stairs. Though not a healer, Molly Weasley was a mother of 7 children. After feeling Harry's forehead, she waved her wand over him, performing some basic diagnostic spells, and then glared angrily at her son. "What happened, Ron?" Ron knew he could not tell her the truth, but he also knew that he could never come up with a story to cover for them. Finally he gathered his courage. "I can't tell you." "What do you mean you can't tell me?" shouted his enraged mother, hands on her hips. "Something is very wrong with Harry, and you can't tell me what happened. I want to know right now." In the past, a Mrs. Weasley explosion of this nature would have forced Ron to tell her anything, but Ron had anticipated the arrival of this moment. "I'm sorry, Mum, but I can't tell you. All I can say is that Harry has to do some extremely important things that Dumbledore left for him. I can't say any more than that." "Oh yes you can and yes you will," hissed his mother. "Come with me." Over the next hour Mrs. Weasley, and after she had summoned him, Mr. Weasley, alternately threatened and cajoled Ron in an attempt to learn what had happened, but for the first time ever, Ron would not budge under the pressure. They did learn of Hermione's involvement. No surprise there, and were relieved that Ginny was not. Ron sent Hedwig to Hermione to have her come to the burrow so that she could be interrogated as well. Mr. Weasley also summoned Remus Lupin on behalf of the Order of the Phoenix. When Hermione arrived, she knew problems must have arisen, so she made no pretense at ignorance or manners. Stepping through the door, she immediately informed the parties present, "I'm going to check on Harry. We can talk later." 5 minutes later, Hermione descended the stairs to the silent sitting room of the burrow to face the dour expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Remus Lupin, as well as the sympathetic face of Ron. Taking control of the situation, Hermione quickly moved to a threadbare chair and stated, "The most important thing right now is Harry's well-being. He is unconscious but seems to be breathing easily. He would very much not like to be taken to St. Mungo's, but we should have him examined. I think we should contact Madame Pomfrey. She can come and tell us how serious it is, and then if necessary we can either take him to St. Mungo's or to Hogwarts." She took a deep breath as her audience absorbed her words. Mrs. Weasley opened her mouth to speak, but Hermione raised her hand in warning. "I know that you want to know what Harry, Ron and I did last night, but as I am sure Ron has been explaining, we cannot tell you," she explained evenly but stressing the word, cannot. "I can only tell you the following," she continued. "Last year, Professor Dumbledore from time to time gave Harry special lessons. In these lessons, Professor Dumbledore provided Harry with very important information, and Dumbledore strictly instructed Harry to keep the information secret, except that he was allowed to inform Ron and me of some of it. But Dumbledore is dead," argued Remus. "Everything is different now. Dumbledore wrote a letter shortly before his death which was given to Harry by Professor McGonagall about 2 weeks ago." Hermione clearly had prepared for the argument. Dumbledore again charged Harry with the task. The information is extremely sensitive, and Dumbledore stressed to Harry that nobody else should know. Harry made us promise that we would not reveal that information. We will not break that promise. There was finality to Hermione's words. "But look at Harry," pleaded Mrs. Weasley, "look where your escapade got him. He could die. What Harry has to do, as Professor Dumbledore knew better than anyone, will be dangerous," countered Hermione, "but it has to be done. Ron and I know the danger. Harry would prefer that we not help him, but we won't let him, and he knows that he needs us." "He needs us too," responded Mr. Weasley. "The Order has resources that the three of you know nothing about. If you tell us, we can cooperate and make greater progress against you-know-who. We defeat ourselves if we each act independently." This was a strong argument, and Hermione knew it. While she considered her counter-argument, Ron surprised her by jumping in. "The Order cannot help with what Harry has to do. That is why Dumbledore never consulted the Order about it. The Order needs to keep doing what it's doing, and we need to keep doing what we are doing. It's like a two-pronged attack in chess. You can defend a single attack easily, but if you can be defeated from 2 different directions, or more, it becomes much harder." "You're not as dumb as you look," Hermione thought to herself with a smile, for she had never heard Ron say anything so intelligent. Instantly the smile left her face, and she pleaded with a sense of urgency, "Look, we're just wasting time. Harry needs to be checked by Madame Pomfrey right away. Someone needs to go to Hogwarts to fetch her here." The validity of these words could not be challenged, and Remus arose from his seat, saying, "I'll do it. We can't flow there, so I'll apparate to the front gate and then find her. We should be back in 30 or 40 minutes if I can find her right away." He strode quickly out the door, and they heard a crack. "We'll talk about this later," concluded Mrs. Weasley dejectedly. Ron and Hermione climbed back up the stairs before she might change her mind. Opening the door, they saw Ginny standing impassively by Harry's bed, gazing at his face. She was not touching him or tending to him, just watching him while deep in thought. After a moment she emerged from her stupor and greeted Hermione with the briefest of hugs, then she left the room without a word. "What's up with her?" asked Ron reasonably. "Don't even try to understand, Ronald," snapped Hermione, not in the best of moods. "Can't you see that this has been an extremely difficult time for Ginny?" "Sure, I know, I'm the one who's had to deal with her all summer," Ron retorted indignantly, "but she looked so strange just now. Like she didn't care. Weird." "It was a little odd," admitted Hermione, but she promptly pushed the matter out of her mind, as she sat next to Harry and felt his forehead. "Other than the fact that he is unconscious," declared Madame Pomfrey in frustration, "he appears to be just fine. His breathing is regular, his pulse is strong, I can detect no internal injuries, brain activity is normal. Without any information as to how he came into this condition, I don't know what more I can do. All attempts to revive him were unsuccessful. Obviously there is something powerful involved here." Madame Pomfrey remained upset that Ron and Hermione would not inform her of the cause of Harry's injury, even when she promised on her oath as a healer never to divulge the information. Does he need to be moved, Madame Pomfrey? Asked Hermione, ignoring the implicit request for additional data. No, that does not appear necessary. He can rest here just as well as at St. Mungo's or Hogwarts, concluded the healer. I'll send some nutritional potions to give to him if he fails to wake by tomorrow. Molly knows how to administer them. Molly Weasley nodded her head and left the room to show Madame Pomfrey out, leaving Hermione, Ron and Ginny alone with Harry. Again, Ginny had said nothing and revealed no emotion. Are you all right, Ginny? Asked Hermione with concern. This is the way it's going to be, isn't it? Ginny accused them. Harry and you two are going to go around doing Merlin knows what, and then Harry comes back like this. Her face remained impassive, but her voice quavered with emotion. I'm really sorry, Ginny, pleaded Hermione. She liked Ginny tremendously and wanted to stay on good terms with her. But please understand, Harry doesn't want to do this, he has to do it. Right, it always has to be Harry, doesn't it? Ginny spat derisively, just do whatever you have to do. And with that she stormed out of Ron's bedroom. You're right, Hermione, I'm not even going to try to understand that one. Ron opined, looks like she's gone off the deep end. Hermione did not say anything, but sat down and wondered. 3 days passed with no change in Harry's condition. He appeared to be perfectly healthy except for the small detail of his lack of consciousness. Mrs. Weasley, Ron and Hermione, who came by every day for a few hours, tended to him, making sure the necessary potions were injected into him. Beyond that, they waited. Ginny checked on Harry occasionally, but only for brief visits. On the 3rd day, Ron sat on his bed reading the Daily Prophet when Hermione arrived just after lunch. No change, Ron informed her, anticipating her question. What do you think happened to him, Ron? Asked Hermione pensively. I really thought he would have come out of it by now. I mean, he's fine except he won't wake up. I dunno, replied Ron. How does anyone know what happens when you kill a Horcrux? Not like it happens every day. He was in so much pain when he first drank the water. I think that was the Horcrux's way of weakening him, guessed Hermione. You saw that better than I did, but it was scary. I thought we might lose him right there. He thinks he's going to die, you know, Hermione whispered painfully. We've got to do everything we can to keep him alive. She moved closer to Ron and spoke so softly that Ron could hardly hear. I think he's almost suicidal. No, he's not suicidal, responded Ron after considering it for a moment, but he's single-minded, completely focused. He's not even interested in Ginny anymore. I know. I wonder what happened between them. Ginny hasn't been herself, murmured Hermione. Hermione had seated herself next to Ron on his bed, her back leaning against the wall and her left arm leaning against Ron's right. Ron felt nervous at the touch of Hermione's skin and finally worked up the nerve to ask her what he had been wanting to ask for weeks. Hermione, what do you think about what we talked about after Dumbledore's funeral? After the funeral, Harry and Ginny had left to be alone together, and Ron and Hermione stayed seated, Ron's arm wrapped around Hermione in an act of comfort, her head on his shoulder. They watched Harry and Ginny when Ron asked, do you think we should be a couple, Hermione? You know that I like you, even though I act like a prat half the time. The emotion of the funeral allowed Ron to say things that he had never been able before. I've been stupid, too, Ron. Maybe we will be. I'm not sure now is the time. We're going home for the summer. We're not going to see each other for a while. And we're all in shock because of Dumbledore. Despite the words, Hermione snuggled closer to Ron. You're right, but maybe in 7th year. Maybe we could try. Ron managed to suggest, his heart beating loudly. We have to think about Harry too. I think he's breaking up with Ginny right now. Hermione flicked a finger in their direction. He's going to go after the Horcruxes and then after Voldemort. We have to help him. That has to be our priority. Right, we'll do whatever we have to do, avowed Ron with finality. Back on Ron's bed, Hermione considered Ron's question while gazing at her fallen friend. I don't know, Ron. There's really no way we could be together now, not in that way. If we were normal 7th years at Hogwarts, only worried about tomorrow's exam and the next Hogsmeade visit, maybe we could. But we have to focus on Harry now. If he dies. Hermione couldn't finish the sentence, choking back tears. Her display of emotion awakened a latent fear inside of Ron, and before he could stop himself, he asked, "Do you love him, Hermione?" "Of course I love him, Ron, but I'm not sure how." "I could say the same about you," Hermione responded deep in thought. "He's a great wizard, you know. If he can survive this ordeal, he'll be as great as Dumbledore in his own way. Somehow I knew it the first time I saw him on the Hogwarts Express." There was nothing more to say, and the two friends leaned against each other for support. Harry's final attack on the Horcrux succeeded. He could sense the anguish of the partial soul as his magic surrounded and crushed it. The Horcrux vanished. Somehow Harry knew it, though he could not identify a single moment of triumph. No knife to the heart where the enemy staggers in shock, falls to his knees, and then crumbles dead to the ground. Harry felt no triumph. He was beyond exhaustion and felt nothing, except a vague feeling that something was different. Not better or worse, just different. With that thought he lapsed into a coma. Later, though Harry had no idea how much time had elapsed, he regained a level of awareness inside his coma. He felt no sense of panic or worry. Eventually he would awake, he was positive, but he felt in no hurry. His soul needed to repair itself, for it had been severely damaged by the Horcrux. How do you repair a soul? Harry wondered, deciding that all he could do was to wait. Certainly no potion or spell could do the job. Though his caretakers could not know it, after the first day or two, he was able to sense their presence and hear their conversations. He heard Madame Pomfrey's diagnosis, Ginny's sharp words, and Ron and Hermione's intimate conversation. But none of it mattered to him at the moment, though he was aware that it would when he awakened. Instead, Harry's semi-conscious thoughts focused entirely on himself, his strengths, his weaknesses, his failings. He focused on the mistakes he had made in his life, thinking Snape was trying to kill him in first year, too late to the Chamber of Secrets, letting Wormtail escape, Cedric, Sirius, Dumbledore. Yet his internal musings did not depress him as he seemed completely detached from his emotions. He sought an answer, but he did not yet know the question. In a sense, Harry almost enjoyed himself, as if on a vacation of sorts with no hurry to return home. 6 days passed since the destruction of the Horcrux, and Harry's thoughts focused, as he became aware that he would regain consciousness soon. His soul had been repaired, though whether it would be stronger or weaker than before perplexed him. Of one thing he was sure, destroying the Horcrux changed him. He felt he understood himself better, accepted his shortcomings more easily, and had acquired an inner peace that he had never enjoyed. But the answer to the question did not come, nor did he even determine the question. Something was still missing, but he could delay no longer. Time to wake up, Harry. With that thought he fell into a deep sleep for several hours, after which he awoke refreshed, as if from an especially fine night of sleep in a particularly comfortable bed. His body did not ache, his thoughts were clear, and his spirit high. Opening his eyes, he saw nothing, only darkness. Am I blind? He wondered, but in a moment his eyes adjusted to the dim light in the room. Obviously he awoke in the middle of the night, and Harry could hear Ron's quieter than normal snoring across the room. Harry took inventory of himself and determined his most important need, food. He was famished and felt he could eat a hippogriff. Not wanting to wake Ron, he slipped out of bed and down the stairs to the kitchen, where he found some ham, bread and cheese. He ate 3 huge sandwiches in the next hour and a half, which finally eased his hunger. Not wanting to return to the bed he had occupied for nearly a week, Harry quietly stepped to the sitting room and grabbed a Daily Prophet from the scratched coffee table. He sunk into the most comfortable chair in the room holding the Daily, but he did not open it. Suddenly everything came back to him. The battle with the Horcrux and his philosophical musings while in the coma. It all seemed so strange. While in the coma his thoughts make sense, but now awake, he was not sure what to make of them. Remembering the conversations he sensed while in the coma, he thought about Ginny, and worry re-entered his mind. Ginny was mad at him, he realized, not just on the surface, but deep down. Was this something that could be repaired? Was it something he wanted to repair? Did it really make any difference if he was going to be killed in the end anyway? With that last morbid thought, Harry heard the sound of footsteps treading lightly on the stairs, and in the early morning light he caught a glimpse of the garish purple robe of Mrs. Weasley descending to start breakfast. Harry prepared himself. Molly Weasley had not slept well for months now, and Harry's condition contributed to her insomnia. In the past she had been a sound sleeper, but waking at 5 in the morning was routine for her now. Upon reaching the landing at the bottom of the stairs, she turned right towards the kitchen when something to her left caught her eye. "Harry!" she screamed as she saw him sitting in Arthur's favorite chair. Harry stood for the inevitable bone-crushing, and he was not disappointed, as Molly broke into loud sobs as she embraced him for what seemed to be a full minute. Harry could not make out the words Molly managed to utter between sobs, but he understood. "So worried, beside myself, and, are you okay?" When Molly Weasley screams, everyone wakes up, and sure enough within the next minutes Ginny, Ron and Arthur all rushed down the stairs and smiled broadly. Even Ginny seemed pleased at his recovery, though Harry could not help but notice the perfunctory embrace he received from her. Mrs. Weasley assumed Harry must be hungry and moved to rush to the kitchen when Harry informed her of his consumption of 3 large sandwiches. Ron ran upstairs to find Hedwig and scribbled a note to Hermione. She would arrive soon, he was sure. Downstairs, nobody dared ask Harry yet about what happened. For the moment they would all be satisfied to feel elation and relief at his recovery. Within an hour, Hermione rushed through the door. She was quite a sight, for Hedwig must have awakened her. Apparently she had thrown on some muggle clothes and not even bothered to brush her hair, which reminded Harry of a female Albert Einstein. "Harry!" she yelled and rushed to him. Their embrace lasted a full minute, to Harry's estimation, though he was not complaining. He could not help but notice the narrowed eyes of Ginny and Ron watching him, and finally he gently placed his hands on Hermione's shoulders to move her a foot away, giving her a broad smile. "It's good to be back," he declared to nobody in particular. Madame Pomfrey had been summoned to examine Harry and pronounced him fit. Later in the day, Remus Lupin, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Tonks arrived at the Burrow, and Harry realized that the expected interrogation was about to begin. After what he had been through, however, he did not feel nervous. Everyone congregated in the sitting room, which was filled to overflowing. At the last minute, Fred arrived too, leaving George to run the store. Fred greeted Harry with an impish smile, as if saying that whatever mischief Harry had performed, the twin approved. Harry, Ron and Hermione were directed to the faded couch against the wall next to the stairs, and the others found chairs, or in Lupin's case conjured one with a flick of his wand. Molly looked at Ginny and was about to tell her to go upstairs when Harry intervened. "She can stay. I want her to hear what I have to say." Molly was taken aback, but Arthur nodded his head. Ginny gave one nod of appreciation to Harry and squeezed into a chair between the sofa and the stairwell. Kingsley began, "We need to know what." "No, you do not," interrupted Harry with a certain anger in his voice, surprising himself and the others in the room. "I cannot and will not explain myself. There are a few matters that you do need to know, however." All eyes stared at him and no one thought to interrupt, much as if Dumbledore had been speaking. "What I have to do, with Ron and Hermione's help, has been explained to me in great detail by Professor Dumbledore. He gave me a number of special lessons last term which included a great deal of secret information. Dumbledore made extremely clear to me the importance of keeping this information secret. For that reason he did not tell anyone in the Order of the Phoenix. I know that this will be hard to accept, but what we are doing has nothing to do with the Order." Harry paused briefly to choose his next words, and he saw a gamut of expressions. Mrs. Weasley showed worried anger while Mr. Weasley's face creased in deep thought. Remus' face remained inscrutable, but Kingsley clearly displayed irritation. Tonks and Fred both showed a touch of smugness, as if enjoying Harry's performance. Ginny and Hermione could not hide expressions of admiration of Harry's control of the situation. Ron's face expressed grim support for his friend. "Before last year, we wanted to be a part of the Order to fight against Voldemort, but I now know that joining the Order would be the worst decision we could make. The Order must regroup and continue the fight, but we will not be a part of it. We must follow the path that has been set for us. The Order can be of tremendous assistance to us by taking the fight to Voldemort, making him deal with losses of Death Eaters and such. What we have to do must remain as secret as possible. At the moment Voldemort has no idea what Dumbledore started and what we are continuing, and he doesn't know of some of our successes. It must remain that way or everything that we are fighting for will be lost." Harry finished with a passion in his voice he rarely displayed. The members of the Order were momentarily speechless, until Remus spoke for them. "Okay, Harry, I for one am willing to trust you. I cannot say that I agree with your course of action, but I will do nothing to stop you. Just promise me one thing." Remus raised the index finger of his right hand. "Don't be afraid to include the Order if it would be helpful to you. Don't exclude us just because you can." Harry's maintained enormous respect for his father's last living friend, and he quickly nodded his head. "All right, Remus, I'll promise you that." The members of the Order seemed slightly mollified, though Kingsley still appeared to be unconvinced, but they all knew that there was no hope in convincing Harry to clue them in on his activities. The Order would have to go its own way. "There is one more thing I need to tell you," added Harry, whose face suddenly bore an icy expression. "Dumbledore wrote a letter to me before he died. Most of the letter must remain between him and me, but there's one very important matter. I'm still not sure I believe it." Harry continued shaking his head in disgust, but Dumbledore stated as strongly as he could that Snape is not a traitor. Remus jumped to his feet. Kingsley looked like he wanted to punch Harry. Molly and Arthur looked confused, as if they were sure they did not hear Harry correctly. Even Fred's naturally mischievous smile turned to a sneer. "You can't be serious," Remus finally snorted. "I told you I'm not sure I believe it, but that is what Dumbledore wrote. He said that no matter how it appears, no matter how Snape may be involved in his death, Snape is not a Death Eater." Harry could not blame the others for their looks of disbelief. "Look," he continued, "I'm only telling you this so that if you happen to capture Snape you don't kill him on the spot." The others grudgingly accepted Harry's reasoning, but the news about Snape put a damper on what had started as a wonderful day. The Order members agreed that a new meeting must be arranged before going their separate ways. Ginny, who had been overtly supportive of Harry during his monologue, returned to her standoffish attitude and left the sitting room without a word. "Dobby," Harry called, "please come here." 2 seconds later the telltale pop announced Dobby's presence. Harry would never learn how house elves could come whenever and wherever requested. "Harry Potter, sir." "Dobby heard you call." How can Dobby help Harry Potter? Ron and Hermione both displayed their surprise at hearing Harry call for Dobby, for Harry had not mentioned anything about his house elf friend. They both greeted Dobby warmly, who returned their kindness with a typically goofy elfish smile. "Thank you for coming, Dobby," Harry said, as he hopped on his bed in Ron's room, where they had sought refuge after the attempted interrogation. He turned to his friends and informed them, "I haven't had a chance to tell you, but I made Dobby the secret keeper to my house." The two comrades stood stunned for a moment until Hermione grinned and opined, "That's a brilliant idea, Harry. I didn't know a house elf could be a secret keeper. Nobody will ever think that you would name Dobby." "Exactly what I thought, plus the fact that I trust Dobby as much as I trust you too." Dobby's face flushed with embarrassment at the kind words. Harry continued, "Dobby, please give my address to Ron and Hermione. I authorize you to do so." Dobby threw out his minuscule chest with pride as he was about to perform his duty as secret keeper. He wrote down the address on 2 scraps of parchment. He had practiced writing it to make sure he had it right, and handed one to each. "You must burn the papers when you are done," Dobby instructed them, as Harry had previously instructed him. Harry smiled at Dobby and thanked him, and Dobby returned to Grimmauld Place. "I'm going to my house now," Harry informed them as he started placing his few belongings in his travel bag. "Right now, only Remus and you two are able to go there, and for the time being I'm going to keep it that way. We need to have another meeting, but I'd rather have it there than here." Hermione needed to return to her parents as well, so they agreed that they would meet for lunch the next day. Over Mrs. Weasley's protests and Ginny's irritated stare, Harry left the burrow for No. 17 Grimmauld Place. He had no intention of returning to the burrow anytime soon. Dobby prepared a delicious lunch for Harry and his friends, and for a few moments, they forgot their burdens and enjoyed each other's company. Ron and Hermione took turns making fun of the other, and Harry joined in their laughter. "You should have seen your hair yesterday," mocked Ron. It barely fit through the door. You need to warn us if you're going to show up like that so early in the morning. Scarier than Aragog, that was. On another day, Ron's joke might have offended Hermione, but she remained so happy and relieved at Harry's recovery that nothing could dampen her bright mood. Well, obviously you didn't take a look at yourself, Mr. Weasley, she counterattacked. Your hair was sticking out in 20 different directions. Almost as bad as Harry's is all the time. Hey, how did I get involved in this? Yelled Harry in feigned anger, throwing his hands through the air, and all three of them laughed until they had stitches in their sides. What Dobby thought of teenage wizards and witches one can only guess. After consuming an enormous quantity of delicious cookies baked by the house elf, the mood returned to earth, and Harry sighed, "Let's get started." The three reluctantly exited the kitchen and made their way to the sitting room. Dobby had spruced up the room nicely, rearranging the furniture in a more intimate way closer to the fireplace, and the three friends all nodded their heads in appreciation. I have to say, commented Hermione, if Dobby were my house elf, I would have a hard time freeing him. Is there anything he can't do? Harry nodded in agreement but did his best not to change his expression. Since the house belonged to Harry, his friends left the large, comfortable overstuffed chair for him, and Hermione and Ron sat on another chair and sofa respectively. They looked at Harry, who leaned back in his chair staring at the ceiling, not knowing where to begin. Sensing his indecision, Hermione spoke first. What happened, Harry? When you were fighting the Horcrux. You can't believe how scared we were after you drank the water. I can't really explain it, Harry mused, not taking his eyes off the ceiling. At first it was like drinking lava, my insides were boiling. He shuddered and leaned forward in his chair, but still not focusing his eyes on anything. Then I felt the power of the Horcrux searching for something, I think my soul, and then it concentrated itself right here, Harry explained, pointing to the area just below the ribs but above the stomach. Finally I was able to concentrate on it, and then it talked to me. It talked to you? Ron asked with astonishment. Hermione's expression showed that she felt the same. Communicate would be a better word. It didn't really talk in a voice, but I knew what it was saying. It tried to tempt me with power, that we could be great if I let it merge with my soul, that one way or the other it was going to defeat me. I kind of taunted it, said I had plenty of power and didn't want any more. It didn't really get mad at me, just said I had chosen. Hermione and Ron sat in rapt attention but Harry continued looking through them. I felt like I could kill it easily, that I had plenty of power. Kind of like a wrestling match where I was the stronger wrestler, but I just couldn't finish the other bloke off. I didn't know what move to use or what strategy to take. It was exhausting, but I knew the Horcrux was suffering too. We each had to back off for a minute to regroup, and I heard Professor Dumbledore say that my power was love. Somehow I thought about all the things I loved, and I knew I had one last attack in me. I told myself I couldn't fail, but I knew that if I didn't finish the Horcrux off that time, it would be over. The Horcrux would have taken over my soul. I would have become another Voldemort. Not a sound could be heard in the sitting room, nor did Ron and Hermione move a muscle. Harry was just pausing and would continue in a minute, so they would do nothing to interrupt his train of thought. The young wizard now stared at a portrait on the opposite wall of some long-deceased ancestor of Sirius, but he did not actually see it. Finally his eyes refocused, and he glanced at his friends. He stood up and moved next to the fireplace as if to warm himself, even though the day was warm and no fire had been lit. My final attack worked. I could feel that the Horcrux was no more. It didn't really die, it just didn't exist anymore. Harry shook his head. It's something you can't explain, I just knew it happened. Dumbledore said the same thing in his notebook. Now I know what he meant. Once I knew it was over, I was so drained, I blacked out. Somehow you two got me back. What did you do? Ron and Hermione alternately informed Harry of their actions, and Harry nodded in approval. Eventually they described what happened during Harry's coma, with Hermione commenting to Harry, it was weird. Every day Madame Pomfrey came and said you were just fine except that you wouldn't wake up. Do you remember anything? Actually I remember quite a lot. I don't know how long I was completely out, but for the last few days at least, I knew that I was in a coma. I could sometimes hear people talking in the room, but I just couldn't wake up. In fact, I knew that I shouldn't wake up, so I didn't even try. Harry had returned to his large, comfortable chair, which made him look even thinner than he already was. My body was fine, but my soul needed repair, that's all I can figure. Harry left it at that. He did not want to tell them that he felt something was different, something was not whole. The Horcrux had been destroyed, but not without cost. The mood in the sitting room had sunk into a joint depression, and Harry realized he needed to lighten the mood. All in all, I would say it was a great success. He concluded brightly, we killed a Horcrux with a minimum of damage. We didn't get caught by the Ministry, we have the order off our backs for the time being, and we have a better idea of what we are dealing with. I'm very satisfied. But you could have been terribly injured, Harry, or even killed, Hermione countered, we need to be more careful next time. Well, we can be more careful about some things. That is true, Harry agreed, but as far as me being hurt, I have already told you that what we have to do will be extremely dangerous. It's not going to get easier, Hermione. Also, the Horcrux will not kill me, at least not intentionally, because I think it would die too. It needs to take over my soul. That is the real danger. It could turn me. You would never turn to the dark, scoffed Ron, I don't care what the Horcrux does to you. Hermione nodded her agreement. Harry shook his head vigorously. You don't understand. If the Horcrux would have won, the soul inside of me would be Voldemort's, not mine. Can't you see how dangerous that would be? Everyone says I'm so powerful. Well, Voldemort's soul would control my power. The others could see that the those shook Harry. He held his head in his hands, elbows on his knees, deep in thought. Finally he straightened his back and decisively stated, if that happens, you two have to kill me. Do you understand? It won't be me, it will be Voldemort in my body. You'll have to kill me. I don't know if I could do that, Harry, whispered Hermione honestly, shocked from the turn of this conversation. Ron sat in a daze and said nothing. Harry looked at them, assessing his two best friends, and then averred with great confidence, you will if you have to. I know you can. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that. Over the next several days, Ron and Hermione came to know 17 Grimmauld Place at designated times to discuss their next steps. After Harry's outburst at their first meeting, their later get-togethers were not as joyous and full of laughter as their first lunch. Harry felt badly that he had spoiled things for everyone, but he believed that he said what needed to be said. Their discussions first established the status of the Horcruxes, so far as known. Riddle's diary, destroyed by Harry. Slytherin's ring, destroyed by Dumbledore. Hufflepuff's cup, destroyed by Harry. Slytherin's locket, unknown if destroyed by R.A.B. Nagini, unsure if it is Horcrux or not. Dumbledore thought so. Unknown sixth Horcrux, cannot be sure a sixth was created, but Dumbledore believed it was, and Harry agreed based on the memory of Riddles. Conversation with Slughorn. Voldemort, last part of his soul remains in his body. In Harry's mind, an addition to this list had to be made, Harry himself. He believed more than ever that a piece of Voldemort's soul existed inside of him, even if not a Horcrux. This remained a wild card, its effect unknown and unknowable. What should they do next? Fortunate to have had Dumbledore's notes to lead them to the cup, they now were on their own. The only piece of hard evidence in their possession was the note left by R.A.B. in the cave with the fake locket. They surmised that they should be able to determine the identity of R.A.B., who once had been a Death Eater and presumably was now deceased. They tried to think of all of the names of Death Eaters that they knew, not Avery, Malfoy, Lestrange, but they knew only a fraction of all of the followers of Voldemort, especially if one included the deceased with the living. Hermione finally realized that they were overlooking the most obvious candidate. Harry. Didn't Sirius say that he had a brother? His name would also be Black. How could I be so stupid? Harry chastised himself, of course he did. His name was Regulus, so that would be two of the three initials. I don't know what his middle name was though. I remember Sirius, or maybe it was Remus, telling me that Regulus became a Death Eater and supported Voldemort at first, but then he tried to back out when he realized what was expected of him. Well, Ron summarized, that fits in pretty well with the note. Regulus Black has to be our number one suspect. Who would know Regulus' middle name? Asked Hermione. Maybe we could ask Remus. This was the Black House. Harry reminded them, maybe there is something in the house that would tell us. Harry preferred not to consult Remus if possible. And so a major search of the house ensued, but it appeared that Sirius had removed virtually everything that had to do with the family Black from the house. The few times they encountered Regulus' name, no middle name or initial was included. After several fruitless hours, Harry realized how stupid he was being. Wait a minute, I know who knows the middle name, and he has to tell me, even though he won't want to. The other two looked at Harry perplexedly until they heard Harry call, "Creature." In a pop the house elf arrived, more pathetic than ever. He crouched even lower than before, as if permanently bowing to his master. His matted hair appeared not to have been washed in months, and quite noticeably he smelled. Stunk would be a better description. Master called Creature, he crooned unctuously. "Creature, I need to know the middle name of Regulus Black," Harry asked directly, not desiring to spend any more time with his beat than necessary. "Master Regulus was a fine master," responded Creature, "my mistress was so proud of him. Not a blood traitor like the other son. Creature will not help his new master, he will not tell him the name, no he won't." Creature half spoke to Harry and half to himself, as was his habit. Harry could not help but pity the creature, though he still harbored a great deal of hatred for the elf whose lie directly led to the death of Harry's godfather, Sirius Black. "Creature, I am not asking you, I am ordering you to tell me. What was the middle name of Regulus Black?" Harry's voice rose in volume. Creature briefly tried to resist the direct order, but having been a house elf for many decades, he knew that the enchantment would prevent his refusal. "My mistress named her beloved son Regulus Apollo Black, a true pure-blood wizard. Stayed true to his blood, not a blood traitor like master and his red-haired friend. Bringing a mudblood into mistress, house. Kreacher, Harry yelled, "I order you never to use the word mudblood again, do you understand me?" Creature furiously turned towards his master, for mudblood was one of his favorite words. He had to answer the question and so gave a brief nod of understanding. Harry's previous pity for his beep had vanished, and he wanted the creature out of his sight. "Go back to Hogwarts, Creature. And when you get there, I order you to take a bath and to wash your hair. Go." Creature's fury only increased as he popped away. Though displeased by Harry's treatment of the elf, Hermione could not muster any sympathy for Creature either. "So the note could have been written by Regulus," she stated, trying to distract Harry from his anger at Creature. "Yeah, how many RABs can there be?" Ron added, seemingly convinced, everything about him seems to fit. Harry nodded his head but did not seem completely in agreement with his friends. After a few moments, he realized what bothered him. He turned to his mates and explained, "You may be right about Regulus, but something just occurred to me. How could he have taken the locket Horcrux by himself? I don't think even Dumbledore could have done it alone. He couldn't have drunk all of the potion unless I forced him to, and I don't think he would have had the strength to get out alone." Hermione nodded her head and agreed, "That's an excellent point, Harry. From everything we know about Regulus, which I know is not a lot, he doesn't seem to be special. Certainly he was no Dumbledore. He must have had an accomplice," they concluded, but of course they had no idea of the accomplice's identity. If they could find him or her, perhaps they could determine whether the Horcrux in Slytherin's locket had been destroyed. "Maybe you can ask Creature again," suggested Ron. "Maybe, but I don't want to see that piece of filth right now," spat Harry, whose mood had deteriorated during the day. "But wait a second," Harry murmured as a thought dawned upon him, "there might be another house elf who could help us. Dobby, come here please." The more presentable house elf arrived promptly with a pop, hopping up and down with excitement. "Dobby," Harry began, "you belonged to the Malfoys for a long time, right?" Dobby's face immediately darkened upon hearing that name. "Yes, they were bad masters. Bad wizards. Dobby was born a Beep of Malfoys, many years ago." "How long did you work for them?" continued Harry, mindful that Dobby probably did not enjoy bringing up the past. "Oh, house elves do not count like wizards. Dobby does not know how old Dobby is. But Dobby worked for bad masters a long time. Were you there before Lucius Malfoy was born? Harry probed. Yes, I helped care for Master Lucius when he was a small wizard. Did you ever see the Blacks when Lucius was growing up? Harry asked, assuming that two related elite pure-blood families would have had social contact. Yes, Harry Potter, Dobby confirmed excitedly, for he felt he was being a help in some manner. Blacks and Malfoys often visited. Sometimes the Blacks come to Malfoy Manor, sometimes the Malfoys come here, where the Blacks lived. So you knew Sirius and Regulus Black, right? Harry continued, knowing that they would have been about the same age as Lucius. Lucius played with Regulus when they were small wizards. Yes, I saw Regulus many times. Wasn't Lucius older than Regulus? Why didn't he play with Sirius? Hermione asked, speaking for the first time since Dobby arrived. She now understood Harry's line of questioning. Lucius and Sirius hated each other. Never played together, only fought. But Lucius and Regulus liked each other, explained Dobby. Harry doubted that Lucius would have assisted Regulus in stealing and destroying the locket, if in fact it was destroyed, so Harry pressed on. Dobby, all of this is very helpful. Thank you. Do you know if Regulus had other friends? Dobby did not know Regulus Black much, but Dobby served at many big parties where the Blacks came. Dobby remembers that Regulus played often with Dumbledore's friend, Snape. Regulus was friends with Snape. Harry asked semi-shocked. Ron and Hermione shifted in their seats at the news, which came as a surprise to all of them. Yes, Dobby did not like Regulus or Snape. Not nice boys. Not nice wizards. Master Lucius also played with them at big parties. Not Sirius. Only argued and fought with Sirius. Somehow knowing that his beloved godfather, Sirius Black, did not get on well with 3 future Death Eaters filled Harry with pride. Ron injected himself into the questioning, asking, did Regulus have other close friends that you know of? Dobby does not know, but Dobby knows that Regulus became a bad wizard. Snape too. Followed the Dark Lord. Dobby heard masters talk. Dobby heard that Regulus was killed by the Dark Lord. Dark Lord was not happy with Regulus. Dobby does not know why. Thank you, Dobby. You've been very helpful. Harry said, indicating that the house elf could leave. Well, what do you think? Could Snape have helped Regulus get the locket? Could be, Hermione surmised, but there's no way to know without asking him, and I doubt that he's going to tell us, even if he is on our side. Believe me, he will talk, growled Harry, and Ron and Hermione were taken aback at Harry's anger and aggression. We're getting way ahead of ourselves. Regulus may have had a lot of friends who could have helped him, Hermione pointed out, and we don't have any way of finding Snape. He has to be in hiding. Maybe we could owl him, suggested Ron, say that we need to see him, that Dumbledore told you that he's still on our side. Maybe he'd agree to see us. I'm sure he's made himself unplottable, noted Hermione, otherwise the Ministry could just track an owl right to him. The 3 leaned back in their seats feeling defeated at the dead end. Harry considered Snape and Dumbledore. Something existed between them that only the 2 of them knew. Dumbledore would never speak of it, not even to Harry. The thought of Dumbledore carried Harry back to the night of his death, to his weakness from the potion, to the Avada Kedavra curse that killed him, to the look on Snape's face, to seeing the headmaster's pale body outside the castle in the dark, to hearing Fawkes' plaintive song later. Wait a minute, Harry exploded as he jumped from his chair. How about Fawkes? Phoenixes can do a lot of things that owls can't, and they are extremely intelligent. I've seen Dumbledore give Fawkes complicated directions, and it understands perfectly. Maybe the unplottable charm wouldn't work on a phoenix. Disapparition wards don't, as Fawkes can come and go at Hogwarts as he pleases. Hermione gave the matter her full concentration. You may have something there, Harry, but of course a phoenix will only do it if it wants to. And Fawkes was Dumbledore's bird, not yours. No, corrected Harry, Fawkes was not a pet. He stayed with Dumbledore only because he wanted to. He could have left whenever he wanted. You're right, agreed Hermione, but my point is that Fawkes may not agree to do it. And what if Fawkes delivers the message when Snape is around other Death Eaters? If he's really still our spy, it could give him away. It might ruin everything. We could tell Fawkes only to give it to Snape if he is by himself. Fawkes could do that, Ron assured them. He liked Harry's idea. He can, Harry agreed, but Hermione's right. We would have to be very careful about how to do it. And we have to see if Fawkes will even come if I call. It came in the Chamber of Secrets, but... Okay, Hermione sighed, grudgingly consenting. We need to try to find Snape anyway, whether or not he knows anything about the locket. Right, agreed Harry, making the decision final. We have some planning to do. Problems abounded as the three friends developed their plans. Every time they felt they had all angles covered, a new one arose. Perhaps most difficult was the knowledge that the plan hinged entirely on the willingness of Fawkes to assist them. It did not seem proper, however, to call the magical creature solely for the purpose of asking. The plan needed to be in place in all respects, and as the plan currently stood, one indispensable element needed to be resolved: Veritaserum. Veritaserum understandably was highly regulated in the magical world. The truth-telling potion could not be purchased from just any apothecary. Permits needed to be obtained, a process that would take far too long even if legitimate grounds to acquire the potion existed. Brewing it themselves did not prove practical due to the length of time required and the difficulty in obtaining the necessary ingredients. Surely the potion could be purchased on the black market, but Harry, Ron and Hermione were hardly the types to know where the black market might be. The obvious location would be Knockturn Alley, but in which shop? How could they ask for it without word being transmitted to Voldemort? They gave thought to amending the plan to eliminate the Veritaserum, but this proved to be impossible. Veritaserum must be obtained. Though averse to stealing it, they finally accepted that theft may be the easiest route, if they could nip the potion without revealing themselves. Once again, Harry called on his secret weapon. Harry Potter called Dobby. The house elf asked as he arrived with a soft pop. House elves apparated much more quietly than most wizards. Dobby, I hate to ask you this, but we have a big problem, Harry began. We need to obtain some Veritaserum, the truth-telling potion, and we were wondering if you knew whether Professor Slughorn has any in his office. If the question surprised the house elf, Dobby did not show it. Instead, he quickly responded, Dobby does not know about Slug's office. Dobby did not have to clean that office. But Dobby knows how to find truth potion. The ears of the three conspirators perked up at this statement. Harry asked Dobby to explain. Dobby knows many house elves, Harry Potter. Dobby has a cousin, his name is Corky. Corky is a Beep house elf. The master of Corky is a wizard, a bad wizard. Dobby thinks the name of the bad wizard is Livingstone. Livingstone makes bad potions and sells to bad wizards. Master Malfoy sent me many times to take potions to Malfoy Manor. Very secret. Bad potions. Do you think you could get some Veritaserum for us, Dobby? Hermione asked kindly, for she had become extremely fond of the diminutive elf. Dobby thinks so. Dobby must see Corky. Dobby has not seen Corky for a long time because Dobby is not a Beep of Malfoy's now. That's right, Dobby, you are a free elf now, gushed Hermione, and someday we'll try to free all of the house elves. Harry forced his face to remain impassive at Hermione's assertion, and Dobby shuffled his feet nervously, but house elves are excitable by nature, and Hermione did not seem to notice anything unusual. We would be very thankful if you could check with Corky about the Veritaserum, Harry said to Dobby. Harry now realized just how wise it had been to imbeep Dobby and enlist him in the cause. A house elf could do so much that they could not. If we need to pay for it, we can. Yes, Harry Potter, Dobby can check. But Dobby needs to be careful, must not be seen by bad wizard Livingstone and bad wife. They do not like house elf visitors. Dobby explained. In an instant he disappeared, and Harry held out hope that Dobby would succeed where they could not. Save the potion, the plan to contact Severus Snape was completed. Hermione brought Harry the Daily Prophet every day, as Harry did not want to risk divulging his location by subscribing to the Daily. Having already read it cover to cover, Hermione pointed out the articles of interest. Of late, by mid-August, a number of articles reported on the status of Hogwarts, and Professor McGonagall's name appeared in the news frequently. The Prophet did not overtly attack her, given her close relationship to Dumbledore. The deceased headmaster was now revered by the press and the public. Death is the best way to improve one's approval ratings. The prophet did subtly suggest that McGonagall may not be up to the job of headmaster, going out of its way to emphasize the word interim and the plans of Hogwarts Board of Governors to find a permanent headmaster. Whether Hogwarts would open on September 1st had not yet been decided, and every day they expected an announcement to be made. As it turned out, Harry did not need to read it in the newspaper, as one morning after breakfast Hermione arrived earlier than usual bearing 2 large Hogwarts envelopes. She had already opened hers and gave the other to Harry. Along with the routine contents of the mailing, Harry found a form letter from Professor McGonagall informing students and their families that Hogwarts indeed would open on schedule. She described in detail the various protections and procedures the school had adopted to ensure the safety of those students electing to enroll. Between the lines, Harry understood that many students, or better said their parents, would choose not to return to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall also sent a short personal letter to Harry. Dear Mr. Potter, given the protections you have placed on your residence, I trust you will not object that I have sent your Hogwarts letter to Miss Granger, whom I have asked to hand-deliver it to you. As you can see, after much deliberation and preparation, Hogwarts will in fact open on September 1st. I very much need to speak with you regarding your return to Hogwarts and related matters. Given your unusual circumstances, I believe that certain arrangements need to be made. Please contact me promptly so that we can determine a time and place to meet. Professor Minerva McGonagall, Interim Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. McGonagall's letter forced Harry, Hermione and Ron to decide once and for all whether they would return to Hogwarts for their final year. They well knew the importance of 7th year during normal times. Newt exams presented at the end of the year often played a decisive role in determining a wizard or witch's career. Harry frankly had not given career options a second thought since Dumbledore's death, as quite reasonably he doubted that he would have a career. His friends did not seem amused by his offhanded comment, not many jobs for someone 6 feet under. Worm salesman, maybe. Ron and especially Hermione still assumed that they would live past the next year, so the decision not to return to Hogwarts proved especially difficult. They had promised Harry that they would help him, but somehow in the back of their minds, they believed that one way or the other Harry and they would return to Hogwarts. Harry made his intentions quite clear however. The only way I could return to school is if McGonagall allowed me to come and go as necessary, to skip classes and exams as necessary. She'd never agree to that. If I were her, I wouldn't agree to that. Hermione felt especially conflicted, as she had been named head girl, a tremendous honor in the magical world. Over the centuries, past head boys and girls at Hogwarts had gone on to important and successful careers, including a number of ministers of magic. For a Muggle-born witch to be appointed would be especially noteworthy, having occurred only a handful of times. Ron and Harry congratulated her warmly and sincerely, and Harry felt a wave of pride flow through him. He could see, however, the pain in her face when they discussed their options. She desperately desired to return to Hogwarts. As for himself, Harry did not care a bit. He considered writing to McGonagall to inform her of his decision not to return, thereby eliminating the necessity of what promised to be an uncomfortable meeting with her. By his reckoning, a lot of students would not return, so why should his refusal to return cause any special concern? When he expressed this opinion to Ron and Hermione, they burst into laughter. Harry, you are so thick sometimes, chuckled Ron. Why? Asked Harry, puzzled. I know they want me to be there, but they want everyone else too. The Potter twins won't be back, I'll bet. Hermione's laughter reduced to a grin as she explained the situation in easy terms, as if explaining it to a third grader. Harry, you are special. You are not the Potter twins, or Hannah Abbott, or Ernie Macmillan, or Ron Weasley, or Hermione Granger. You are Harry Potter. Harry shrugged his shoulders, failing to see the point. Sure, I know I'm different. I'm famous and all that. They won't be happy about it, I know. But what's the big deal? The big deal, Ron explained, is that the wizarding world doesn't care if Hermione, or Ernie or I don't return. That won't make the profit. If Harry Potter doesn't return, here's the headline: Harry Potter refuses to return to Hogwarts. Fears for his safety, or some rubbish like that. It would send shockwaves through the ministry and the public, not to mention what it would do to Hogwarts. As a pureblood wizard, Ron had a more instinctive feel for the reactions of the magical world, much like an immigrant never quite understands the nuances of an adopted country as well as a native-born. "Don't you see, Harry?" continued Hermione. "If you don't return, probably half of the students who have decided to return, however small that number may be, will leave Hogwarts for good." Harry sat dumbfounded. Did people really care that much about what he does? Finally he asked, "Do you really think so? I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me." "It doesn't have to make sense, Harry," Ron replied. "People are weird sometimes. Whether you are at Hogwarts or not shouldn't make any difference, I agree. Not logically. But people are not logical all of the time." Truthfully, Harry never once considered returning to Hogwarts after Dumbledore's death, but the information about the effect his defection would cause the school deeply troubled him. He loved Hogwarts. Never would he do anything to harm the institution, but what options did he have? If he did not defeat Voldemort, then what did it matter anyway? Hogwarts would either be destroyed, or more likely would be placed under the control of Voldemort to serve his evil plans. No, he could not return to Hogwarts, and he explained his reasons to Ron and Hermione. "I agree," said Ron. "Don't think I'm trying to change your mind." "I haven't changed my mind. I'm staying with you. It's just weird not going back, and I haven't told my parents yet. My mum will blow the roof off the burrow. You'll probably hear it all the way from here." Glancing at Hermione, Harry noticed her biting her lower lip, which Harry had seen her do thousands of times. "You want to go back, don't you, Hermione?" he asked, stating the obvious. Embarrassed, she nodded her head. "I do want to go back. I mean, I know they'll let us take 7th year later, after you defeat Voldemort, but it would never be the same as doing it this year, with our own group. And I know it shouldn't matter, but this year I would be head girl, and I won't be if we go sometime in the future." Hermione considered this last statement to be self-centered and quickly added, "But what we have to do is so much more important. We all have to make sacrifices." Harry now felt truly upset about this whole issue, which before had been among the least of his worries. A meeting with McGonagall was arranged. Harry would meet Hermione and Ron at the Burrow the next day, where they would have dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny. Afterward, McGonagall would arrive. Molly Weasley had tried to convince Harry to have all of his meals with them at the Burrow, since he could flow over anytime, but other than exceeding on one occasion, Harry turned down the invitations. He needed to keep his distance from Ginny. When at Grimmauld Place, he only occasionally thought of Ginny, as he had many other preoccupations. At the Burrow, the Ginny problem became painfully unavoidable. All day prior to dinner, Harry rehearsed his comments for his meeting with the interim headmistress, and more importantly for Ginny. For some reason he felt more worried about this encounter with his former girlfriend than the earlier one, and he felt plenty worried that time as well. He had barely spoken with her after awakening from his coma, and he recalled her terse words to Hermione while he remained in the coma. "This is the way it's going to be, isn't it? Harry and you two are going to go around doing Merlin knows what, and then Harry comes back like this. Just do whatever you have to do." The more he pondered it, the more pessimistic Harry became. As agreed, Harry arrived mid-afternoon, well before dinner, to have time to visit. Being the weekend, Mr. Weasley and others would not have to work. Harry hoped that a huge crowd would occupy the Burrow, but when he arrived, only Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Ron and Ginny occupied the house. After a brief conversation with Arthur and Molly, the three teenagers stepped outside. The wind had picked up and blew briskly through the leaves, but otherwise the day was warm and comfortable, and Harry would have enjoyed the open air if he had taken a moment to consider it. Instead, all of his attention focused on the beautiful younger sister of his best friend. After a few minutes in the yard and removing several gnomes from their squatted homes, Harry knew that Ginny was steaming mad and barely keeping a lid on it. "Better get it over with, Potter," he told himself, and silently he motioned for Ron to leave. Feeling the pea-soup-thick tension, Ron happily departed. Ginny and Harry walked silently to a secluded area of the yard so as not to be seen or heard. Harry made no pretense that all was fine, and he at last turned to Ginny and asked, "What is it?" Likewise, The redhead did not pretend to be content. You are it, that's what it is. All right then, tell me, challenged Harry, who found that he wanted to confront this once and for all, for better or worse. You've shoved me out of your life, Harry, Ginny almost shouted. You meet with Ron and Hermione every day, you almost kill yourself doing who knows what. Then you wake up like nothing happened. Harry responded gently, for he could not feel that Ginny was being unreasonable. I told you my life would be complicated, Ginny. This is what I'm talking about. Maybe complicated is not the right word. Dangerous is the right word. Danger is one thing. Getting yourself almost killed is another. Ginny retorted, perhaps not thoroughly analyzing her statement. The wind was blowing Harry's hair relentlessly, and several strands of Ginny's hair had escaped their bindings, blowing across her eyes and face. Every so often Ginny had to reach up to pull the hairs out of her eyes. Harry found it to be a most attractive movement, but he forced himself back to the matter at hand. He decided to lay it on the line. Ginny, let me be perfectly clear. Harry paused, for he did not enjoy speaking these next words, though he had thought them to himself often. What I have to do is extremely dangerous. It has to do with Voldemort, and I have to do it. I have no choice. If I live until my next birthday, Ginny, it will be a miracle. Do you understand? I am going to be killed. I just don't know when yet. Harry expected Ginny to be dismayed at these blunt words, but she did not appear fazed at all, as if she did not truly believe them. She considered her next words for a moment, as they seemed to be important to her, as if she had rehearsed them at great length. Harry, I will not go on this way. Either we get back together, or we each go our own ways. I'm not afraid of the danger. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm not afraid of fighting. But I will not be treated like I am nobody. I deserve to be a part of what you need to do, and you need help. You can't do it all on your own. I will help you, Harry, if you'll let me. But if you feel that I am too big of a distraction, then let me know. Just don't expect me to come running back to you when it's all over. Ginny's words gradually sunk in, and Harry remained silent for a long time. Doesn't she understand that I'm going to die? Harry asked himself. Why should we get back together just so that it can be torn apart by my death? Or by her death? True, it would be a great comfort to have her by his side, but Harry also felt that Ginny overestimated her value to the operation. This is a war, Harry reminded himself for the millionth time. Personal desires must be set aside. You must do what makes the most sense strategically. She will be a distraction and will not greatly enhance the war effort. Yes, Ginny was a talented witch, great with the bad bogey hex and a talented flyer, plus tough as nails, but he did not consider her extraordinarily talented like Hermione. Underlying this rational consideration rested a layer of anger at Ginny's comments. Why can she not understand what I have to do? Is being together more important than killing Voldemort? A coldness inside of Harry began to grow, a coldness he had rarely felt before. Forget her, it told him, she doesn't understand you. She's putting you on the spot thinking you'll cave. She thinks you are weak. Harry's eyes narrowed as he locked out his softer side. Soft is not for warriors. I must be hard. His mind made up, Harry tried to open his mouth but could not for several more seconds. Finally he let the coldness take over, and he spoke. I'm sorry then, Ginny. We can't be together. If this is the end, so be it. I wish you only the best. Shock registered on the redhead's face as she recognized what Harry said. She knew it was a risk, but she felt confident that Harry would not be able to leave her behind, not if she gave him an ultimatum. But now she could see that this was not the Harry Potter of 2 months earlier. She had misread him. Despite her shock she asked, "Are you sure, Harry? Truly certain?" Was he sure? Yes he was. He would not show weakness. He would not do anything to damage his chances for success in his struggle. If this had to end, so be it. Yes, I'm certain, he replied softly. The two gazed at each other in sadness, and Harry saw tears begin to well up in Ginny's eyes. She did not want to give Harry the satisfaction, or so she perceived, of seeing her cry, so she turned and began to walk back to the burrow. Harry watched her first slow steps, then a trot and finally a sprint across the patchy lawn. What have I done? he asked himself. As he turned to walk slowly along the edge of the forest, he answered, "What I had to do." Mrs. Weasley's dinner tasted delicious as usual, though Harry had to admit that Dobby's cooked every bit as well. The table overflowed with Weasleys, Arthur and Molly, Fred and George, sans female distractions, Ron and Ginny. Hermione, Harry and Remus completed the list. Remus often ate with the Weasleys when possible, as Molly knew he could not eat so well anywhere else. Harry noted that Remus was noticeably thinner than a few months before. Ginny obviously had been crying, despite her attempts to mask the puffy red eyes. Molly and Hermione noticed immediately, even if the other men did not. Ginny barely said a word, and Harry only spoke when spoken to. Hermione moved her gaze from one to the other and quickly enough pieced two and two together. Harry happened to look at Hermione when she gazed at him, and their eyes locked. She knows, Harry thought. Of course she knows. She always knows. Harry tried to read her face, but it remained inscrutable, though she did not seem upset. Molly also appeared to understand what had happened, and when Ginny abruptly left the table after supper, Molly did not ask that she help in the kitchen as she normally would. She let Ginny climb upstairs to her room. There would be time to comfort her only daughter later. Professor McGonagall arrived shortly after they had finished eating, and after exchanging pleasantries with Molly and Arthur, she asked for a quiet place for her meeting with Harry. "Ron and Hermione need to be there too, Professor," Harry interjected. "This concerns them as well." Bill's old bedroom was deemed the most appropriate site, and after McGonagall conjured a few chairs, comfortable enough, but not as nice as Dumbledore's, the four settled in for what Harry expected to be a most unpleasant conversation. "Thank you for arranging this meeting so promptly, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall began, "and I am pleased that Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger are also here." Only a month had passed since McGonagall visited Harry at 4 Privet Drive, yet she seemed to have aged 10 years. Harry could not help but feel sympathy for the woman. He could only imagine the whirlwind of concerned parents, demanding governors, manipulative ministry officials, and devious reporters hounding her. "I would like to discuss your 7th year at Hogwarts. But firstly, I must congratulate Miss Granger on your appointment as head girl. You are indeed most deserving, and I can tell you that for the first time in many years, the advisory vote of the faculty was unanimous in recommending you." "Of course I heartily agreed. I look forward to working with you this year." Hermione smiled ever so slightly, dreading where this conversation must end. A response was required, and Hermione kept it simple. "Thank you, Professor. I'm very grateful to all of you." "You are quite welcome, Miss Granger. Now as for the coming school year, I will not attempt to deceive you. It will be a difficult year for all, students, teachers, and parents. Surely you have been following the saga in the Daily Prophet, about 1/4 of which has actually been accurate. As we feared, a good many students will not be returning, and our incoming class will be the smallest in memory. Yet Hogwarts will open, and will have a successful term." Harry felt admiration for his former Transfiguration teacher. While not a person of great affection, Harry knew that she was sincere, good-hearted beneath the gruff exterior and hard-working. He hated to say what he must say, but it had to be done. "Professor, I think I should inform you of something now, before we go any further." Professor McGonagall nodded her head, almost as if expecting this. "Well, as you know, Dumbledore. I mean Professor Dumbledore and I had a number of meetings last term, and as a result of his death, I have to finish the work that he started." The words did not flow from Harry's mouth as he had wished. He felt nervous and still suffered the aftereffects of his breakup with Ginny. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Hermione, who gave him an encouraging smile. He continued, "This work is extremely important, and well, I don't think I can do the work if I go to Hogwarts this term." Harry noted that his statement drew no reaction from McGonagall. He had expected her at the least to show some sign of displeasure or surprise. "Of course, I would very much like to go if I could, but this work will definitely require me to travel to different places at different times, probably on short notice. I can't see how I could do justice to my studies if I attended Hogwarts and tried to complete these tasks. I am very sorry, Professor." The headmistress merely gazed at Harry silently for several moments, so Hermione took the opportunity to speak. "Professor, Ron and I have promised to help Harry. What Harry has to do is of greatest importance, and though I am honored to be named head girl, I am afraid that we also will not be able to attend Hogwarts this term. We truly are very sorry. Ron nodded his head in agreement, thankful that he need not speak. Professor McGonagall, instead of losing her temper or demonstrating some sign of disappointment, merely smiled as she said, I think that what I have to say to you may have some bearing on your decision. Mr. Potter, you are not the only recipient of correspondence from Professor Dumbledore. I too received a long letter of instructions from the headmaster, who, as I told you at your uncle's house, was a man of great foresight. He correctly predicted that you would not elect to return to Hogwarts in the event of his death. However, he clearly indicated in his letter that he desires for the three of you to attend school this term. The three students dropped their jaws in shock. Harry especially could not believe his ears. How could he possibly do his job while stuck in school? Dumbledore must have known better. Harry would have to disagree with his mentor on this issue. Before Harry could speak, however, the headmistress resumed her dialogue. No doubt you are thinking that you will not be able to complete your task if confined to the school grounds and occupied with classes and exams. Professor Dumbledore has also foreseen this problem and has strongly advised me to make special allowances for you, Mr. Potter. She looked directly at Harry, who stared right back, dying to know what Dumbledore suggested. Indeed, he indicated the seriousness of your task, though he did not inform me of its nature. He instructed me not to inquire this of you. Instead, he has indicated that I should allow you, Mr. Potter, to have the right to leave the school grounds at any time you should deem it necessary for your task. While he did not mention Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, I believe that the same rules should apply to them, so long as they are with you, Mr. Potter, or are leaving at your direction. The three friends looked at each other in astonishment. The idea seemed preposterous. Harry remembered telling the others that he could only go to Hogwarts under these very conditions. He did not intend to go through the motions of asking for such concessions, the idea being blatantly ludicrous. Hogwarts students cannot leave the grounds, the most basic rule of the school. But what about classes and exams? Harry needed clarification. Professor, I must admit I am extremely surprised by your agreement to those conditions, since that was the primary reason I could not return. But there is also the matter of classes and exams, as we'll be spending a great deal of time on our task, even if we are at Hogwarts. Hermione can pass all of the courses anyway, but Ron and I will never be able to keep our scores up. Ah yes, well, Professor Dumbledore has foreseen that issue as well. Though you may not believe it, the headmaster also indicated that you should not be required to do coursework or take exams if you feel unable to do so competently. Again, he mentioned this only for Mr. Potter, but the same should apply to Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger as well, though I agree that Miss Granger can quite probably pass all of her newts today. Harry should have felt ecstatic. He could go back to Hogwarts, his true home, the place he loved above all others. Yet disappointment filled him, for he had assumed for weeks that he would not attend. His mind swirled in confusion. On the other hand, ecstasy filled Hermione's heart. I can present the examinations if I want to, right, Professor? Ron and Harry had to chuckle at their friend. Of course, Miss Granger, replied McGonagall with a thin smile, which immediately left her face. It should not be a surprise to you that I am most reluctant to agree to Professor Dumbledore's advice. However, I have given the matter a great deal of thought and have reread the professor's instructions many times. I will agree to these freedoms for you. In return, I ask only that you treat these freedoms with due responsibility. You are not to leave the grounds merely to drink butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. You are not to inform other students of your special privileges, for obvious reasons. You should do your assignments and exams to the greatest extent possible. I believe you can understand the delicacy of my position if this arrangement became public. To put it bluntly, the governors will have my head. Can you give me these assurances? Of course, responded Hermione immediately, and Ron also grunted his assent. Harry remained silent. Mr. Potter, do you have any concerns? Asked the professor, noting Harry's reticence. I'm just so surprised, Harry sputtered, as he looked at the bright faces of his friends. He could not disappoint them, and he now had no reason not to return to school. Nevertheless, Something inside of him tried to pull him away, advising him not to return. Ultimately, the anticipation on the faces of his best friends won him over. "I have no concerns, Professor. I will be pleased to attend Hogwarts this term." Harry's reservations were removed by the enthusiasm of the head girl. Hermione hugged Harry so many times that evening, that he hoped his ribs would not bruise too badly. "I'm going back to Hogwarts," Harry told himself over and over, convincing himself that it was true. How did that happen? The old man at work. Harry gave a weak smile. Later that evening, shortly before Harry and Hermione planned to leave, for each of them insisted on returning to their homes, Hermione had calmed enough to notice Harry's distinct lack of enthusiasm. She recalled their supper and the tension between Harry and Ginny, and the fact that Ginny had been crying. Harry sat in the sitting room staring at Mrs. Weasley's clock, not paying attention to the ongoing conversation and laughter in the room. Hermione approached Harry, reached for his hand. "Come with me, Harry. I need to talk to you." "What now?" thought Harry. "Haven't I had enough for today?" She pulled Harry by the hand out the kitchen door into the cool evening air. The coolness revived Harry, who had not realized how stuffy the burrow had become. Hermione went right to the point. "What happened between Ginny and you?" Harry did not want to talk about it, but there was no use avoiding the issue. "We broke up. For good." Of course, Hermione already knew this, but she needed Harry to say it so that she could continue her probe. "Why?" "Ask her," spat Harry bitterly. "She forced it on me." "She what?" "She forced it on you." "How?" "Take it or leave it. She said either I get back together with her and include her in on what we are doing, or that it was over for good. She won't be ignored, that's what she said." The more Harry thought about it, the more irritated he became. "I told her that was that then. It's over." Harry tried to sound unconcerned and nonchalant, unconvincingly. "I'm so sorry, Harry," Hermione said sympathetically. "That must have been hard." Harry thought that Hermione would reassure him that Ginny would get over it eventually, that it would all work out in the end, but Hermione said nothing of the sort. She still exuded happiness over the news that she could return to Hogwarts. "Yeah, well, it's all over now. But it will be hard seeing her at Hogwarts." "I didn't think about that." Harry again rued his decision to return to Hogwarts. Why did he not feel happy? He decided that it had been a long, terrible day, and he quickly took his leave, returning to his bed at number 17 Grimmauld Place. There had been a time when Harry never wanted to see Grimmauld Place again, but by the end of August, the dank mansion became his refuge. Celebrity reared its ugly head. Since they now planned to return to Hogwarts, Harry, Ron and Hermione, along with guards from the Order, made the ritual shopping spree at Diagon Alley to purchase their books and supplies. A couple of days earlier, the Daily Prophet featured a small headline, "Harry Potter to return to Hogwarts," including a photograph of him that must have been taken around the time of Dumbledore's funeral. Upon apparating to Diagon Alley, in the designated apparition area near the Leaky Cauldron, Harry had not taken 20 steps before a middle-aged witch recognized him. Her squeal of delight turned many heads of otherwise wary shoppers. Given the events of June and the constant stream of alarming news in the Prophet, shopping at Diagon Alley had become an in-and-out affair, not the day-long outing of the past. Yet upon hearing the name of a celebrity, the shoppers forgot about danger so that they could boast that they saw Harry Potter, touched his clothes, or obtained his autograph. Harry had experienced the consequences of fame before, most recently at the Ministry a couple of weeks earlier, but nothing prepared him for the onslaught on this day. Within a minute, cries of, "It's Harry Potter," rang up and down the shopping center, and a crowd of young witches, and some not-so-young witches, surrounded him. Soon many wizards joined the throng. He recognized quite a few teenage girls from Hogwarts, though he could not recall many names. They yelled questions, shoved scraps of parchment and quills at him, grabbed at his robes, ran fingers through his hair. Hermione and Ron did their best to keep the crowd at bay only to be overwhelmed, and to a lesser extent subjected to the same treatment, being Harry Potter's friends and minor celebrities in their own right. The two members of the Order serving as guards intended to remain under invisibility cloaks, but when the crowd did not disperse, they revealed themselves and waded into the mass of flesh to try to open a path for Harry, but this also failed. Harry decided he needed to take matters into his own hands, and instead of his failed attempts to politely ask people to move out of the way, he yelled, "Quiet please, let me say something." He looked for something on which to stand to be above the crowd but found nothing. Hermione realized what he required and whipped out her wand to conjure a wooden box. Harry gave her a smile, reciprocated by Hermione, at which point a flash temporarily blinded them. The Daily Prophet had arrived, and Harry now knew what the next morning's edition would feature. Stepping atop the box, Harry raised his hands, and the surrounding crowd, which had grown to more than 100, promptly grew quiet. Hermione recognized the similarity to the effect Dumbledore had when raising his hand in the Great Hall. "Thank you all for your kind words," Harry half shouted. The Muggle in him caused him to forget that he could amplify his wand, so Ron moved closer and quietly suggested, "Use your wand." "Oh yeah," muttered Harry, who removed his wand and putting it to his mouth quietly pronounced, "Sonorous." He had practiced this charm in class, but never when it mattered, and he hoped that it would work. He began again. "Thank you all for your kind words," his voice rang across the street. Indeed, many in the crowd had given him words of encouragement and expressed their confidence that he would defeat you-know-who. "As many of you have read, I am returning to Hogwarts for my final year, as are my friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, who I am pleased to announce has been named as head girl." Harry could not resist the opportunity to show his pride in Hermione and to embarrass her. As he glanced down at her, her skin colored slightly, and a thin smile formed. Another photograph flashed. "I realize," continued Harry, "that many students may not be returning to Hogwarts, and I understand their fear. I would just like to say that I would encourage all entering and returning students to come back to Hogwarts." The crowd quickly silenced itself, not expecting a pronouncement of this kind by Harry Potter. They knew that they were seeing news. Harry plodded on, "We must not allow our lives to be controlled by fear. I know that we must be cautious, and I am satisfied that Hogwarts has taken all appropriate measures to ensure the safety of the school as far as possible. No place is perfectly safe, especially your own homes, but I believe that Hogwarts will be as safe a place as any. If a large portion of the student body should refuse to return, then Lord Voldemort will have won a significant victory." A shock wave ran through the assembly at the word Voldemort, as few wizards or witches dared to say the name, and other than Dumbledore, none would say it in a public speech. Not only did Harry say the V word, he said it with such normality, without any effort at all. "Now, my friends and I are here to buy our school supplies. We would very much appreciate your understanding in allowing us to do our shopping. Thank you again for your kind words." Harry stepped off the box and made his way down the street, when after a few seconds' delay a few hands started to applaud, which moments later turned into a full-scale ovation. After conceding a brief and embarrassed wave to the crowd, Harry and the others hurried away. The speech worked to an extent. The crowd in fact did disperse and not trail after them, but that did not prevent many individuals from approaching Harry for one reason or another. The three students finally managed to withdraw money from Gringotts Bank and purchase their books and other supplies. Harry did his best to act politely, but by the end of the afternoon, he was ready to slap the Petrificus Totalis charm on anyone who approached him. Previously Harry planned to apparate back to the burrow, but he desperately desired the refuge of his home. Ron and Hermione had been harassed as well, and all three decided to make their way to the public flow to return to Grimmauld Place. Upon arriving in the sitting room, they dropped their packages to the side of the fireplace and threw themselves onto overstuffed chairs and sofas. "That's exhausting," exclaimed Ron, who in fact had enjoyed the attention of the crowd for the first hour or so. "People are so ridiculous," Hermione huffed, "they see a celebrity and lose all sense of propriety. I'll never understand it." Dobby entered the room with cold pumpkin juice and cookies, which Ron and Hermione jumped for. Harry, however, had not noticed the entrance of his house elf and did not seem to have paid any attention to the complaints of his friends. He sat deep in thought, and from appearances, none too happy. Ron and Hermione glanced at each other, and finally Ron dared to speak. "What are you thinking about, Harry?" Upon hearing his name, Harry jumped and seemed to realize that Ron and Hermione were still there. "Oh, well, I just realized that I can't go anywhere anymore. It was bad at the ministry, but this was incredible. How am I supposed to do anything that we have to do if I'm going to be surrounded by 100 people all the time? You can always use the invisibility cloak, suggested Ron. Sure, but I can't always be under the cloak. Sometimes I may want to be seen, but not with a crowd of loonies behind me, Harry retorted bitterly. Well, you can always change your appearance, Harry. There are some spells. You know them. We studied them in Transfiguration last year, Hermione suggested, or you could use Muggle methods, you know, dye your hair, make up for your scar, things like that. I know, I was thinking about that, replied Harry thoughtfully. Of course one of you can completely transfigure me into someone else, but my scar doesn't transfigure easily. You remember, right? They nodded their heads. With Polyjuice Potion, my scar doesn't show, but it's awfully hard to depend on that, since it only lasts an hour at a time, and it takes so long to brew. No, I like the Muggle methods better, or maybe a combination of the two. Of course, you need makeup to cover your scar, because it's really hard and dangerous to try only to transfigure that area of your head, and even if we could, it would never exactly match the rest of your skin. But with makeup, we can just cover your whole face. Hermione was on a roll now. We can change your hair color with no problem, that's an easy spell. And if we have enough time, you can let your beard grow, I've noticed it coming in a lot thicker now. In fact you look downright dangerous when you let it grow a couple of days, the dark 2-day-old beard with your messy black hair. The girls love it. Hermione blushed slightly as she realized what she had just said without thinking. Harry's beard indeed grew thicker than before, and he needed to shave every other day or so, although it would take him 5 days to grow the 2-day-old beard that Hermione seemed to like so much. She had seen him in that condition on occasion, because at times he felt too lazy to shave. However, other than Ginny, no other girl to his knowledge had seen his stubble, so how Hermione knew that girls loved it remained a mystery. Well, we're going to have to do something like that, otherwise, I'll be stuck in this house forever. At that moment, Dobby re-entered the sitting room as excited as Harry had ever seen him. Stand still, Dobby, what's happened? Asked Harry. Dobby gave the largest house elf smile possible, which is quite large, and took his left hand from behind his back, holding a long clear vial. Dobby has truth potion, Harry Potter. The three friends could only laugh along as Dobby described how he obtained the Veritaserum with the help of his cousin, Corky. A whole chapter would need to be written to do the story justice, but suffice it to say that Dobby and Corky staged a burglary of the apothecary run by Mr. Livingstone, causing many vials of valuable potions to be broken, their contents destroyed. The losses included his entire store of Veritaserum, except that Dobby had already poured out 2 large vials of the potion, the other vial was safely stored away, Dobby told them. Since only a few drops are necessary to force a wizard to tell the truth, they now had a supply to last years. Harry and his friends showered Dobby with so much praise that his face almost split in two from his smile. Harry's spirits soared with the realization that they would now be able to proceed with their next plan, the questioning of Severus Snape. A tremendous amount of discussion had centered on Snape during the month of August while they waited for Dobby to obtain the Truth Serum. At times they became convinced that Snape remained loyal to Dumbledore, and that he must have been acting upon the headmaster's orders. Other times, that seemed to be terribly unlikely. Yet, why did Snape not capture Harry when he could have, when the professor escaped across the Hogwarts grounds? The thought of those moments inevitably and instantaneously pushed Harry into a deep funk. I was useless, he castigated himself. Snape blocked every one of my spells like I was a first year. But Snape had revealed the problem himself, unspoken spells. Harry could not do them. He could barely make a feather float in class conditions, yet Snape could place a shield, a much more difficult spell, without breaking a sweat. Harry had to learn how to do it. Throughout August, Harry practiced unspoken spells. When Hermione and Ron came over, they would help, which is to say that Hermione would teach them. She had become reasonably good at it, but even she could only accomplish relatively simple spells and charms, certainly nothing as difficult as a shield or hex. True, Harry improved due to the practice, but he still felt woefully inadequate. It took him too much effort and concentration, and too much time. Snape did it without even thinking, or so it seemed. Harry had intended to master unspoken spells, or at least basic proficiency in them, prior to setting their plan regarding Snape into motion. He fell far short of his goal, but only a week remained before his return to Hogwarts. The plan must be implemented right away. With the Veritaserum in hand, the mood at Grimmauld Place changed dramatically. Ron displayed his fear by constantly muttering to himself. He knew that Snape was an extremely accomplished wizard, and though much thought had been put into their plan, would it be enough? Hermione also felt extremely nervous, and sought release by endlessly reviewing every aspect of the plan, which required patience, precision, speed and accuracy. Harry felt not so much nervous as impatient, much the same as he felt before a Quidditch match against Slytherin, only greatly intensified. He had much to discuss with Severus Snape. The conspirators memorized every detail of the plan and recited it to each other until each of them knew the exact timing of each element, the spells required, the backup plan, and even the escape plan if all went awry. The first step required Harry to write the note to Snape. They had already parsed each word of the message, and finally agreed on this 12th draft. Professor Snape, I need to arrange a meeting with you as soon as possible. Professor Dumbledore wrote me a letter prior to his death which assures me that you can be trusted, and in fact that I must trust you. His letter states that you are to be trusted no matter how it appears that you were involved with his death. I must admit that at first I had difficulty believing this, but now I believe I can see what happened. I believe that you are still with us, and with the Order. A meeting between us is urgent. I am continuing Professor Dumbledore's plan, but I have reached a dead end, and I believe only you can help me. Professor Dumbledore wrote that I must trust you or else I will fail. Therefore I am trusting you. I will be waiting at the telephone booth entrance to the Ministry at 2 a.m. this morning. I will assure that nobody else is there. We will then apparate to another location. Obviously, you must come alone. Just you and I must meet. You need send no reply. Harry Potter. Hermione wanted to read the letter one more time, but Harry folded it and slid it into an envelope before she had the chance. No more wasted time. The next step of the plan was the most important. Would Fawkes cooperate? All their work would be in vain if Fawkes did not come when called. Phoenixes were not like house elves. A phoenix only comes if it chooses to come, though at least Harry knew that Fawkes would have no difficulty passing through Grimmauld Place's protective wards. The time had arrived, and tension filled the air in the sitting room of Harry's home. Harry stood, why he did not know, and took a deep breath. Speaking as clearly as he could, he loudly spoke, Fawkes, I need your help. The ticking of the ancient grandfather clock on the far wall of the sitting room echoed in the silence. Seconds passed by, then a full minute. Fawkes did not appear. Harry's heart sank. He would try once more. Fawkes, this is Harry Potter. I need your help. Professor Dumbledore said I could seek out your help. Please come so that I can explain. Thank you, Fawkes. Harry had no idea whether providing more detail would do any good, and perhaps he embellished the part about Dumbledore, but Harry felt desperate. Whatever the reason, Fawkes did in fact deign to come. The crackling of fire suddenly rent the nervous silence, flames appearing out of nowhere by the outside wall. The flame immediately transformed into the indescribably beautiful phoenix, which announced its arrival with a beautiful song. The three teenagers immediately felt their courage rise. Thank you for coming, Fawkes, Harry began, immense relief in his voice. Though he had spoken to the phoenix from time to time, he had never truly conversed with it, not like Dumbledore did. While Harry felt confident that Fawkes would understand him, he also knew that phoenixes must be treated with respect. One does not order a phoenix to do anything, one can only request. We are trying to complete the work that Professor Dumbledore started. According to the professor, I need the help of Professor Snape. Even though Snape killed Professor Dumbledore, his letter to me said clearly that Professor Snape is not a follower of Lord Voldemort. He says I will need Professor Snape's help. Harry paused to see if the magical bird understood. Its eyes were focused on Harry, and he could only hope. I have written a message to Professor Snape. Harry held up the envelope, and I would sincerely appreciate you delivering it to him. Owls cannot find him or break the wards around him, but I know that you can. It's very important that you only give this to him when he is alone, otherwise, he could very well be killed by Voldemort or the Death Eaters. Will you help us, Fawkes? Harry concluded in a beseeching voice. Fawkes trilled a few thrilling notes which somehow the two wizards and witch knew were an affirmative answer. Thank you so much, Fawkes. I know that I can always rely on you. I will never forget what you did in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry carefully attached the envelope to the phoenix's leg, and then stood back. Fawkes leapt from the edge of the table which its talons had gripped, gave a mighty flap of its wings, and burst into flames. In an instant it was gone. What a beautiful bird, commented Hermione, as the three friends heaved a sigh of relief that their intensive planning had not been for naught. They checked the time, 8:30 p.m., and could only wait until the appointed hour. Ron worried about his parents, as he had not informed them that he would not be home that evening. Now that he knew the plan could proceed, he quickly wrote a note to them and sent it with Hedwig. He could only imagine the tongue lashing he would receive when and if he returned to the burrow. Hermione had lied to her parents, something she hated to do, that she was staying overnight with Ginny at the burrow, but she did not worry about that for the moment. Her mind kept reviewing every detail. Harry sat quietly in his chair, thinking about Snape. He hated the man. Snape somehow represented all that was wrong with Harry's life, however unfair that may be. The fact of the matter, Harry mused, was that Snape had treated him with disdain and arrogance from the very first day in his potions dungeon. He would show no kindness to Severus Snape. The minutes crept by. They grudgingly ate a late meal prepared by Dobby, more to pass the time than to satisfy their hunger, though Ron managed to eat his fair share. Finally the hour approached, and they changed into the same dark clothing they wore to the museum. At 1 a.m., they walked out the front door of Grimmauld Place, checking that no one watched. They crossed the street to a secluded area from which they could apparate. Harry would be the first to leave. He threw his invisibility cloak over his head, disappearing from view. A second later, Ron and Hermione heard a crack. Harry apparated to a designated spot about a block from the telephone booth by the Ministry. Earlier in the month, the three had carefully walked the area of Muggle London around the Ministry entrance and determined that this would be the best location. The plan called for Ron and Hermione to wait for 2 minutes exactly. During that time, Harry walked invisibly from the apparition site to the asphalt-covered lot around the telephone booth, making sure that Death Eaters had not arrived in advance. If anything seemed amiss, Harry was to apparate back immediately and abort the plan. Carefully rounding the final corner, his wand at the ready, Harry observed that the lot was empty, as it should have been at 1 a.m. in a commercial part of the city. He ducked behind a short retaining wall to the west of the telephone booth, still under the cloak, and waited. 2 minutes later, he barely saw Ron and Hermione, both dressed in black, on the other side of the street. Ron veered to the right, crossed the street beyond the lot, and quickly walked along the abandoned building to the east of the booth, hiding behind a large rubbish bin. Hermione crouched in front of the wall where Harry crouched on the other side until she reached the spot where Harry was supposed to be. "I'm here," whispered the invisible Harry. Hermione nodded and then continued along the wall until she reached the north end of the small lot, moving into a shadow where the dim street light half a block away could not reach. Now they waited. Thinking like Severus Snape is a dodgy proposition. Would he arrive before the appointed time, or after? Would he arrive at all? Harry felt almost positive that Snape would come. If he in fact remained loyal to Dumbledore and the Order, he would want to make contact. If he in fact was a loyal Death Eater, Voldemort would want him to resume his role as a spy, and hopefully deliver Harry to him. All wands were at the ready. Harry thought he heard a soft crack up the street at 10 to 2. It had to be an apparition, and there was only one crack, a good sign. A minute later, Harry barely sensed a shadow moving along the street next to the building, entering the lot opposite Harry. As the shadow moved closer, Harry recognized Snape's gait. "Wait, Harry, wait," he reminded himself. Snape had proven himself an extremely gifted wizard, and 3 against 1 only counted as even odds if the initial strike failed. The older wizard slowly turned the same corner Ron passed by earlier, and stopped, looking for any movement, but Ron, Hermione and Harry remained motionless and out of sight. Obviously Snape suspected a trap set by the Ministry or the Order and probably would not dare to have come if the message had not been delivered by Fawkes. The lot appeared completely vacant to Snape, so he edged along the wall of the abandoned building, now only 20 feet from Ron's position. Snape would have to edge in front of the bin, and then move only feet away from both Hermione and Ron, and only yards away from Harry. Hermione would begin the action, as the most proficient of the three at unspoken spells, and she had been practicing this one for most of the month of August, preparing for this moment. Moving slightly away from the wall when Snape had turned his back, she pointed her wand and thought with all her might, Expelliarmus. Snape's wand jumped out of his hand and for a split second he froze. Ron immediately shouted, Petrificus Totalis, while Harry shouted, Silencio, to prevent his former professor from speaking. Precise as clockwork, Snape fell paralyzed to the pavement. Harry jumped over the short wall, whipping the cloak off himself and over his nemesis, covering all but his head. The look of shock on Snape's face was beautiful, Harry thought, but this was no time to gloat. Death Eaters could be on the way. Hermione pulled a cloth from a pocket and wrapped it around Snape's eyes. Ron and Harry lifted Snape off the asphalt by his stiff elbows. Harry covered Snape and himself with the cloak, grabbed the professor's arm, and then apparated the both of them back to where they started in front of Grimmauld Place. Ron grabbed Snape's wand, and then Hermione and he cracked back next to Harry. The street remained clear, and in a few moments, Professor Severus Snape became their prisoner inside of No. 17 Grimmauld Place. As Hermione levitated Professor Snape into the sitting room of Grimmauld Place, Harry, Ron and Hermione glanced at each other, each with a dazed expression. The plan worked so well that they almost could not believe it. In fact, it worked so well that Harry wanted to discuss the matter before questioning Snape. He called for Dobby and instructed him to watch Snape until they returned. This probably was not necessary since their prisoner remained in the full-body bind, but better to be cautious. Didn't that seem to go almost too smoothly? Asked Harry, wondering if he suffered from paranoia. He ran a hand through his black hair. I know what you mean, Hermione agreed, pulling off her black pullover, but we did put a lot of thought into this. I don't think we've ever planned anything so thoroughly. She shook her hair after the pullover passed her head. Do you think he might have some sort of homing device, some way for Voldemort to track us? Harry worried aloud, his eyes narrowed. Shouldn't matter, should it? Ron expressed, his cheeks still flushed, the wards on the house should still work. And Snape doesn't have his wand, so he can't do anything about it. Ron held up the chipped black wand belonging to the potion's master. They exchanged worried looks, but finally Harry decided, I think our plan just worked out better than what we expected. Usually something goes wrong, but this time, I think it was brilliant. Let's hope so anyway. Harry took a deep breath and asked, You both know what we are doing now, right? The others nervously nodded their heads, and they returned to the sitting room. Dobby had moved Professor Snape to the sofa, where he lay down stiff as a board. All three had their wands pointed at their former teacher. By now Snape had composed himself and did not betray any emotion. His appearance had changed little in the 2 months since his murder of Dumbledore, perhaps slightly thinner, though that was not easy to discern beneath his wizard robes. In a choreographed procession, Harry pronounced, Finite Incantatem, to remove all of the spells from the older man. Hermione followed with, Incarcerus, and ropes wrapped around Snape's legs and pinned his arms to his sides. Ron then pulled the blindfold from older man's eyes, and with Harry's help stood him up by the open stone wall next to the grandfather clock. You are to be congratulated, sneered Snape, stretching his jaw. I never would have believed that you could execute a plan so efficiently. The derision in his voice reminded Harry just why he hated him so intensely. Harry kept his cool, and as planned, Hermione spoke first. Professor, if it turns out that you in fact have remained loyal to Professor Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, then we sincerely apologize for our treatment of you. However, we cannot take any chances. You must convince us that you are not a loyal Death Eater. Hermione's tone betrayed her nerves, but she spoke the words with a studied coolness. Snape initially looked at Hermione's face but soon stared at Harry, who stared right back. The mutual hatred between the men was palpable. Hermione finished her statement, We are going to ask you questions, and unless you can convince us, we will deliver you to the Order of the Phoenix to do with you as it will. Did you kill Albus Dumbledore? Harry immediately shot at his sworn enemy. Snape did not speak for close to half a minute as he continued to stare at Harry. No doubt he was considering his options, whether he should refuse to speak, or insist on removal of his binds, or how he should answer the difficult questions to come. The stern expressions of his interrogators convinced him of the futility of refusing to cooperate. "I did. Explain yourself," asked Harry tersely. Professor Dumbledore was dying, and he knew it. He also was aware of a plot to kill him, as I had gathered some information from the servants of the Dark Lord. We knew that Draco Malfoy may attempt to commit the murder, if he had the nerve. Professor Dumbledore very much desired that Draco not become a murderer, as he felt that Draco could be directed away from the Dark Lord. Dumbledore specifically instructed me to kill him instead of Draco if that should become necessary in order to prevent Malfoy from committing the act. I refused many times, but he insisted. Finally I relented and agreed to his instructions. However, he forced me to take a wizard's vow as he could not be sure I would refuse if the time came. I reluctantly took the vow. If I did not kill Dumbledore, then I would have died myself, for such is the consequence of the wizard's vow. Snape remained expressionless throughout. "Why did you not choose death over murder?" Harry countered accusatorially. "Because unlike you, Potter," Snape responded condescendingly, "I can see the larger picture. If I refused to complete the vow, I would die. In any event, Professor Dumbledore also would have died, for if Draco had not mustered the willpower to complete his task, the other Death Eaters in the tower were more than willing to do so. My death would have served no purpose. Though I knew that I would be ostracized from Hogwarts and the wizarding world, at least I could continue to gather information and ultimately determine a method in which to pass the information to the Order of the Phoenix. Not enough time has passed for this to be possible, though I hope that my meeting with you tonight might begin that process." "Perhaps it will," responded Harry full of doubt. "I know that you were attempting to help Draco with his work in the Room of Requirement." "What did you know about that?" "Nothing." "Well, virtually nothing." Snape clearly resented this questioning and required all of his self-control to resist a verbal assault on his least favorite students. "I knew that he had an important task given to him by the Dark Lord himself. As far as I know, only he knew of it, although I believe that his mother may also have been aware, for she was extremely upset. I offered my help to Draco in an attempt to learn the nature of his task, but he resolutely refused. I knew his work was progressing badly, given his defeated demeanor and poor class work. Other Slytherins also informed me of his erratic behavior. Professor Dumbledore was quite displeased with me, as he had requested that I learn this information. Most regrettably, I failed." Harry silently pondered his next question, which allowed Hermione an opportunity to insert one of her own. "What did you know about Professor Dumbledore's private lessons with Harry?" "Nothing, though I asked often. I thought I could be of assistance. But the headmaster steadfastly refused to provide any information. We all knew he was away from Hogwarts frequently, but the purpose of his absences was a mystery to all of the faculty." The question that Harry truly wanted to ask, that he had wanted to ask from the time he had learned of the prophecy, involuntarily escaped his lips. "Why did you betray my parents to Voldemort?" Harry's taut face was little more than a foot away from Snape's. "Do not use the Dark Lord's name," spat Snape, saliva spraying Harry's face. It happened so quickly that Ron and Hermione were not immediately sure it had. Harry's left fist struck the diaphragm of the teacher. This first punch lacked force, but it merely served as a setup to the right hand thrusting into Snape's stomach with all the power Harry could muster. "Don't you tell me what to do," Harry yelled while he pummeled him. Defenseless, Snape doubled over in pain and shock, only to be struck again by a sidewinder to his jaw, which emitted a sickening crack. "Harry!" screamed Hermione, and Ron raced to restrain his friend, but not before his right hand landed another blow glancing off the top of Snape's head. "Stop it, Harry!" Ron wrapped his arms around his best friend and whispered as calmly as he could, "Just settle down, Harry. If he's lying, we'll deal with him later." Harry's nostrils flared and his eyes filled with venom, as all the hatred he felt for the man was released. Gradually his muscles relaxed, and Ron slowly loosened his grip after pulling Harry a safe distance away from his prey. Blood trickled from Snape's mouth, and he gasped for breath as he recovered from the surprise assault. Hermione had moved in between Harry and Snape in case her friend lost control again, but soon she knew that he had calmed sufficiently, for the moment. Her back was to the professor, and everyone remained silent for a full minute, as the effect of Harry's explosion sunk in. Slowly, Hermione turned around, and a steely glare fixed on Snape's face. Snape had recovered enough to be able to stand straight, but still in considerable pain, especially from his jaw, which was either broken or severely bruised. "Professor," carefully spoke Hermione, breaking the silence, "I advise you to answer our questions and refrain from other comments. Next time we will not stop Harry. You deserve everything he does to you for the way you have treated him for the last 6 years. Let's make one thing clear. We do not like you, and we never will like you, whether you are telling the truth or not. You are a sick, despicable person, and nothing you do can change that. For now, you need to understand that we are in control of this interrogation. If you don't want to cooperate, the Order can deal with you however it wants. We won't care." For the first time, lines of worry creased Snape's eyes, despite his best efforts to regain his air of impassiveness. For the Mudblood Granger, Miss Know-It-All and follow the rules, to explicitly authorize another beating by Harry was perhaps more surprising than the attack itself. Any hope of manipulating the teenagers disappeared. "Answer Harry's question," Ron contributed. "Why did you betray Mr. and Mrs. Potter?" At first Snape was not sure he could speak from the throbbing jaw, but despite the pain he replied, "I was a Death Eater. I had not yet changed my loyalties. As you are aware, I heard a prophecy given by Professor Trelawney, and I passed that information on to the Dark Lord. At the time, I had no knowledge to whom the prophecy referred. Not until later did I learn that the Potters and the Longbottoms were the only possible candidates. For reasons known only to him, the Dark Lord determined that the Potter's son was the one, and efforts were made to learn the location of the Potter's residence, which was protected by the Fidelius charm." Harry stepped towards Snape during this explanation, and Ron moved with him to prevent another round of violence. "It was at this time that I realized my error, my terrible judgment. I had believed that the Dark Lord would take steps to preserve purity of blood in the magical world, which was a belief I held dearly at that time. As my knowledge of the Dark Lord grew, I realized that he was not so much interested in purity of blood as pure domination of the wizarding world, and thereafter the Muggle world as well. One does not leave the Dark Lord's service, you are aware of that. My only options were to hide forever or to serve the Dark Lord for the rest of my days. I opted to hide, and I sought the assistance of Professor Dumbledore." The three teenagers listened intently to each word, trying to determine their sincerity and truthfulness. Severus Snape was a devious man, they knew, and nothing could be accepted at face value. But they had succeeded in making him talk. Soon they would conclusively determine his loyalties. After a grimace of pain, Snape took in another deep breath and continued, "Professor Dumbledore rightfully doubted my sincerity, but he recognized the advantages I could gain for the Order of the Phoenix if I served as a double agent. Initially I was reluctant, but I ultimately determined that this was to be my role, and that it would inevitably result in my death. To answer your question, Mr. Potter, I did not intentionally betray your parents, but I acknowledge that my actions in fact directly contributed to their murders." While Snape had accepted that his actions were wrong, Harry noticed that he did not attempt to offer an apology, for which Harry was thankful, for he could never forgive the man. "But you were a half-blood yourself," noted Harry with disdain, "just as I am. Why on earth would you join someone intent on eliminating all Muggleborns and half-bloods? My mother was as pure blood as they come, her family among the elite of pure blood families. My father, though a wizard, was Muggle-born, however, he had managed to hide that fact. My mother thought he was a pure blood from a lesser-known line. Not until years after my birth was the fact of his parentage discovered, by accident I believe, though I never learned the details. My mother was irate beyond description. I was 8 years old. Within 2 months, my father had died. I have no doubt that my mother in some way killed him or arranged for his death. She explained to me that in her mind I was a pure blood and should always hold myself out as such. Snape tried to move his hands to rub his throbbing jaw, but was reminded of his bindings. No one made any move to remove the ropes. Perhaps the knowledge of my parentage caused me to embrace the pure blood cause more zealously. For whatever reason, I felt myself a pure blood. I lived in pure blood circles, attended elite pure blood parties. I took it all for granted. My mother, whom I loathed, was an early supporter of the Dark Lord, and she expected that I would follow her lead. At first I silently resisted, but in Hogwarts, I delved into the more obscure areas of magic, and I knew that the Dark Lord would better serve this interest. At Hogwarts I was a pariah, an unpopular afterthought. I was determined not to be considered such again. Ron, Harry and Hermione looked at each other and nodded. They had heard enough for the moment, and now the test of veracity would be given. Ron opened the drawer of a small mahogany table and removed a vial of clear liquid. Snape's eyes widened as he immediately recognized the Veritaserum potion. "We will now see, Professor, whether or not you are telling the truth," Ron informed the prisoner, holding the vial aloft for Snape to see. "For your sake I hope that you are." Snape could not mask his nerves now, despite his best efforts. Use of Veritaserum by individuals is prohibited by law. Only ministry officials are allowed to administer it under restricted conditions. Harry let out a piercing laugh but then stared at Snape viciously. "That didn't stop you from threatening me with it, did it? Didn't stop Umbridge from trying it. You yourself gave the potion to Dumbledore to question Moody, or rather Crouch. I didn't see Dumbledore sentenced to Azkaban. We'll take our chances, but we truly appreciate your efforts to steer us away from a life of lawbreaking," Harry mocked sarcastically. Hermione took the vial and a dropper, and prepared to administer the potion. "5 drops I think, Hermione," Harry instructed. "Harry, the normal dose is only 2 or 3 drops. 5 drops may cause him damage," answered Hermione in a concerned voice. "That's a chance we'll have to take. The professor himself taught us that some wizards of especially strong will are able to withstand the effects of a normal dose of Veritaserum, and that as many as 5 drops may need to be used." Harry eyed Snape warily and concluded, "In his case, we better use the 5 drops." Hermione paused in thought, then nodded her assent. Ron pulled back on Snape's head, but the older man resisted, keeping his mouth tightly closed. After a few moments of struggle, Ron grasped Snape's long oily black hair by the neck and sharply jerked it, causing the head to snap back and the mouth to open involuntarily. Hermione stood on a stool and dripped 5 drops in the back of Snape's mouth so that he could not avoid swallowing it. They waited a few seconds to allow the potion take effect. 5 drops should allow them at least 20 minutes of forced truth from Snape, who now had slightly glazed eyes, evidence that the Veritaserum had been absorbed. The question from Hermione was simple: "Have you lied to us tonight?" "Yes." Harry took over. "Are you loyal to the Dark Lord, Voldemort?" "Yes." His heart pounded in his chest. Dumbledore was wrong. Snape fooled him all these years. "Why did you kill Dumbledore?" Harry managed to ask. "I did not kill Professor Dumbledore. I could not without killing myself." Snape spoke in the slightly monotonous voice of someone under the effects of the truth-telling potion. "Years ago, Professor Dumbledore made me take a wizard's vow that I would never kill him or anyone associated with the Order of the Phoenix. He was trying to assure my loyalty, so I took the oath. The Dark Lord had instructed me to do so, for he did not need to use me for that purpose. My role was to supply him with information regarding Dumbledore and the Order." "But I saw you use the Avada Kedavra curse," Harry retorted, stating the obvious. "How did you not kill him?" Snape continued as if he had not heard Harry's question. "I had also taken a wizard's vow with Narcissa Malfoy that I would help Draco fulfill the task assigned to him by the Dark Lord, and that if Draco should be unable to complete it, I would complete it for him. However, I was not aware of the specific nature of his assignment, only that he was working on a project in the Room of Requirement. The Dark Lord had also instructed him to kill Dumbledore if circumstances permitted, but I know that the Dark Lord did not take that order seriously and assumed that Draco would fail. He was primarily interested in the other project and refused to tell anyone else about it. When I took the vow with Narcissa, I was only aware that Draco was charged with the project, not that he should kill Dumbledore. When I learned of the additional order, I was not sure whether my vow with Narcissa only forced me to help with the project or also to assure the death of Dumbledore. Professor Snape again winced in pain as he had shifted his weight while speaking. The Veritaserum had taken full effect by now, and his black eyes were glazed and he spoke in a deeper monotone. When Flitwick informed me of the disturbance in the North Tower, I knew that Draco had somehow completed his project and that Death Eaters had gained entrance into Hogwarts. I stunned Flitwick and then ran to the tower to make sure that Draco was not harmed, for the Dark Lord has special plans for him. When I arrived, I saw that Dumbledore was weak and wandless, but Draco clearly was not going to kill him, for he had ample opportunity. The others were waiting for Draco, but when they saw me, as the most senior of the group, I was expected to do the job. I did not know whether I had to kill Dumbledore to fulfill my vow with Narcissa, or whether I must not kill him to fulfill my vow with the headmaster. Either way I could die. We needed to escape as quickly as possible, as unexpectedly members of the Order of the Phoenix were guarding Hogwarts and were closing in on us. There was no time for a considered evaluation of my problem. My hope was that Draco's success with his project in the Room of Requirement fulfilled my vow with Narcissa. I knew that I must appear to kill Dumbledore without actually killing him. Otherwise I would die also. Therefore, at the same time I spoke the killing curse, I performed an unspoken stunning spell. By splitting my magical power between two spells, the killing curse did not have sufficient force to kill Dumbledore, or so I hoped. The combined force of the two spells, however, was much greater than I expected, and Dumbledore was thrown out the window, which I did not anticipate. When this occurred, I was sure I would die immediately, for I had caused the headmaster's death, but for reasons I cannot explain, I did not die. There was no time for questions, and I led the others to safety. As he absorbed the words of the Death Eater, Harry was filled with sorrow and anger, in equal measures, and he was sorely tempted to begin round 2 with his fists. For the moment, however, he could not. Veritaserum can only be given once, as it will have diminished effectiveness for several days thereafter if a new dose is given. Thus they needed to cram in their questions now, before Snape regained control of his natural ability to lie. As far as that went, Harry knew all he needed to know about the events of June. The only relevant fact was that Snape was a liar, was and always had been a Death Eater, and had somehow fooled Dumbledore for all these years. It was time to move on to more personal matters, as this may be Harry's only chance, for they would soon turn over the Death Eater to the Order. Why did you hate Sirius Black, James Potter and Lily Potter? Harry did not ask why Snape hated him, as that no longer concerned him. We grew up in the same circles. The Blacks and Potters are both elite pure-blood families, but the Potters were considered traitors by most of the other families. They did not believe in protecting the purity of wizard blood. The Blacks were at the other extreme, but Sirius always was at odds with his parents and brother. James and he always played together. As a child I spent time with Regulus Black, who though younger than I, shared many of my interests. Regulus and I always were bickering, or worse, with James and Sirius. This intensified at Hogwarts, only it was worse, as James and Sirius were handsome and popular, while I was considered odd and to be avoided. It was a hatred of a lifetime. Snape's eyes softened slightly, and Harry wondered whether the serum was wearing off, but the Death Eater continued, I did not feel the same about Lily Evans, at least not until she paired off and married Potter. Despite the antagonism between Slytherin and Hogwarts, she treated me well, not as an enemy. But she made her decision. She married Potter and defied the Dark Lord. Her fate was inevitable. The fire in Harry's gut reignited, and only quick action by Hermione prevented another pummeling. We don't have much time, Harry, look at his eyes. Ask him about Regulus. In fact, Snape's eyes were losing the glazed look, meaning that they only had perhaps 3 or 4 minutes left. You ask him, Harry responded, for he did not trust his ability to control his anger. He forced himself to stand next to the unlit fireplace. Hermione knew she had to get right to the point. Why was Regulus Black killed? He took something which was of great importance to the Dark Lord. None of us knew what it was, but the Dark Lord was in a fury as we have rarely seen. He ordered Regulus' death. So Snape did not know. He was not the one who helped Regulus. Did Regulus have any close friends? Asked Hermione, now grasping at straws. Among Death Eaters, he had none, besides myself. In fact, he was always quite unpopular, and many did not believe his dedication to the Dark Lord. At Hogwarts he was always close to a Ravenclaw from his year. Her name was Imelda Barlow. She was a half-blood, so he could not allow their friendship to develop further, though I believe that was his desire. Do you know what has happened to Imelda Barlow? Hermione asked quickly, not knowing how much time was left to them. I do not know. I did not know her well. She was not in my house or year at Hogwarts. I only recall that she was quite intelligent but not especially pretty. She was not the type of person who made an impression. Snape answered, but his eyes were now clear, back to the malevolent black that they knew so well. The interrogation was at an end. What should we do with him? Ron asked, appearing as if he would like to have a go at the Death Eater as well. Can you bring Hedwig down for me, Ron? Harry requested. While Ron left, Harry quickly wrote a note to Remus. Remus, come to my home right away. I have a present for you. Harry did not sign the note. He knew Remus would recognize his handwriting, and he wanted to write as little as possible in case the note was intercepted. The professor remained standing, looking defiant but defeated. He knew that everything had gone wrong. Why did you meet me tonight? Harry asked out of curiosity. Snape could have lied by this time, but there was no need. The Dark Lord believed your note. He thought that I could re-establish myself in the Order and continue to provide him with information. I disagreed, but the Dark Lord insisted. And you don't disregard Voldemort's orders, do you? Harry taunted, intentionally emphasizing the Dark Lord's name to irritate the defeated man. Looks to me that you were expendable, commented Harry, since Dumbledore is gone and you can't attend Order meetings anymore. What did Voldemort have to lose by sending you? The question was rhetorical, and Snape said nothing. He knew Harry was right. In fact, he had known it from the moment Voldemort had ordered him to go. The probability that Harry's letter was a trap was high, and Snape had no intention to come, but the Dark Lord's knowledge of his headquarters is uncanny, much as Dumbledore seemed to know everything that happened in Hogwarts. The Death Eater had no choice but to show him the note. Ron took an ounce of pity on the prisoner and pushed him onto the sofa, hands and legs still bound. The three captors anxiously awaited Lupin so that they could discuss all that they learned, but until he arrived, they spoke little. Harry studied his enemy closely. Snape was thinking furiously, hoping beyond hope that somehow he could escape his fate. The best that could happen, Harry guessed, would be to be turned over to the Ministry and ultimately sent to Azkaban Fortress. Voldemort probably could break his servants out of the prison whenever he desired. But Harry was sure that the Order would not yet turn him over to the Ministry, which was in a state of crisis. No, Remus would take him to a secret, secure location, where Snape would be mined for information. It's our choices that define us, recited Harry, remembering the words of his mentor, Albus Dumbledore. What do you think of your choices now, Professor? Snape remained silent. Remus arrived about 2 hours after Hedwig departed, bursting through the fireplace gracefully. Harry, what's the problem? I came as fast as. He saw the man on the sofa. There's your present, Remus, all wrapped and ready for delivery, Harry said with a smirk. The smile immediately left his face as he added, he's yours now. We've asked our questions. He's a Death Eater, Remus. Dumbledore was wrong. He's been spying against the Order since day one. Ron and Hermione failed to suppress smiles at Remus, who stood stunned. Remus, however, did not smile and glared at his longtime enemy. Thinking back, he asked Harry, but what about Dumbledore's letter to you, what you told us before? I told you, Dumbledore was wrong. Snape fooled him all these years, Harry bitterly replied. The thought of doing such a thing to a great and good man like Dumbledore was beyond his comprehension. How do you know, Harry? How can you be sure? Remus asked. In his experience, Dumbledore was usually right about people, and he had assured Remus countless times of Snape's loyalty. Harry looked over to Hermione and nodded his head. Hermione held up the vial of Veritaserum. Where did you get that? Remus asked but then thought better of it. No, I don't want to know. So you are sure? Completely sure. Completely, replied Harry, and Ron and Hermione also murmured their agreement. We questioned him without the potion first, when he didn't know we had it, Hermione explained, then we gave it to him. He had lied about almost everything. He admitted to being a Death Eater, to being loyal to Voldemort, to deceiving Dumbledore. You can give him more Veritaserum in a couple of days and find out all you want. Don't worry, we most definitely will, growled Remus, now glaring at his former colleague with hatred. How did you capture him? The werewolf asked. The three captors looked at each other, and finally Harry responded, perhaps it's better if you don't ask. Remus smiled. Ask what? I already forgot. They all chuckled briefly before returning their gaze to the subject at hand. What are you going to do with him? Asked Ron. Remus turned to Ron and repeated Harry's line, perhaps it's better if you don't ask. The boy who lived, Harry Potter, encouraged students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to return to the school for the new term, which begins September 1st. Mr. Potter was spotted on Diagon Alley shopping for his school supplies. As the Prophet previously reported, Mr. Potter has decided to return to Hogwarts for his 7th and final year, despite the death of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore in June. Mr. Potter is rumored to have had an especially close relationship with Dumbledore, and it was unclear whether he would return for the new term. Many students have decided not to return to the venerable institution due to safety concerns. While the interim headmistress, Minerva McGonagall, has assured the public of the safety of the school, not all new or returning students are convinced. The Prophet has learned that currently far less than 50% of last year's students plan to return. Mr. Potter, however, clearly stated his belief that students should return to the castle in an unplanned speech given to approximately 150 shoppers who crowded around, the chosen one, when news of his presence spread. Initially attempting to step through the crowd to begin his shopping, Mr. Potter found this to be impossible, as the enthusiastic crowd continued to detain him with words of support and encouragement. Finally Mr. Potter determined that he would say a few words to the crowd in order to satisfy it. Initially thanking the crowd for its support, Mr. Potter went on to state, I realize that many students may not be returning to Hogwarts, and I understand their fear. I would just like to say, that I would encourage all entering and returning students to come back to Hogwarts. We must not allow our lives to be controlled by fear. I know that we must be cautious, and I am satisfied that Hogwarts has taken all appropriate measures to ensure the safety of the school as far as possible. No place is perfectly safe, especially your own homes, but I believe that Hogwarts will be as safe a place as any. If a large portion of the student body should refuse to return, then he who must not be named will have won a significant victory. The crowd received these remarks with enthusiastic applause. It should be noted that Mr. Potter said the name of he who must not be named without fear or hesitation, shocking and impressing many in the crowd. More than one onlooker stated that Mr. Potter reminded them of Professor Albus Dumbledore, who also spoke the Dark Lord's name routinely and without fear. This reporter heard several witches reconsidering their decision not to send their children to Hogwarts this year. Harry flipped the Daily Prophet onto the kitchen table and continued with his late breakfast. After the exhausting overnight adventure with Professor Snape, Harry, Ron and Hermione found places to sleep, and did not awaken until late morning. Hermione had received her copy of the newspaper, which each of them read in turn. Should have mentioned that you are head girl, complained Harry, directing his attention to the eggs and sausage prepared by Dobby. Ron finished reading and also tossed the paper aside, commenting, I bet quite a few students will change their mind because of this. Don't be daft, Harry scoffed, who cares whether I'm going back or not? People will make their own decisions. We'll see, Harry, chuckled Ron, I know a lot more about how wizards and witches think than you do. The two boys heard a humph come from the direction of Hermione, whose bushy morning hair peeked out from behind the Daily Prophet. Oh, that's just great, she complained under her breath. What? The two males asked simultaneously. Hermione peered over the top of the Prophet and realized that she had spoken aloud. Reluctantly she folded the newspaper to the portion she was reading and set it in front of them. Immediately they saw the photograph of Harry and Hermione smiling at each other just after Hermione had conjured the box on which Harry stood. Taken out of context, the two in the photo looked for all the world like more than mere friends. Below the picture ran the headline in the gossip section of the paper, "The Chosen One's Chosen One." Harry noted that Hermione appeared rather put out by the unwanted attention, but he could only laugh. "Well, you have to admit, that's a pretty clever headline, The Chosen One's Chosen One. That's really quite good." Harry and Ron both looked at the frown on Hermione's face, which combined with the uncontrolled bushiness of her shoulder-length brown hair soon proved too much for them to take. They first broke into a chuckle, glanced at each other, and soon laughed so hard that Hermione could not help but smile and laugh along, even if not as enthusiastically. "You may not think it's so funny when you read what they wrote," Hermione commented as the laughter died down. "Here." Ron snatched the paper and read aloud. "This photograph was taken at the impromptu appearance of Harry Potter at Diagon Alley yesterday. See page 1 for details." The subject of Harry's amorous eyes is none other than Miss Hermione Granger, long rumored to be Harry's significant other. Miss Granger, Harry announced with evident pride, has been appointed to the prestigious position of head girl at Hogwarts. In the spring, readers will recall, the Chosen One was reported to have won the affections of one Ginny Weasley, daughter of Ministry official Arthur Weasley. Apparently as the seasons change, so do Harry's girlfriends. Oh, to be young again. The smile had in fact left Harry's face, but after giving the matter consideration for several seconds, he simply could not bring himself to worry about it. "Oh well, it could have been worse," he said offhandedly. "At least it mentioned that you were head girl. I thought the other article should have included that." Glancing at the photograph again, he added, "And it's really not a bad picture of us." Hermione stared at Harry as if he had finally lost his mind, asking, "What about Ginny, Harry? She reads The Prophet. She's going to see this." Harry shrugged his shoulder and responded, "What about her?" Seeing Hermione's expression turn even more disbelieving, Harry explained more seriously, "Look, Ginny gave me an ultimatum that she shouldn't have. Now she has to live with the consequences. I have more serious things to worry about than that." Ron shifted uncomfortably in his chair as the others spoke about his sister and at the realization that the wizarding world now believed that Harry and Hermione were boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if he knew this not to be true, it still unsettled him. "Look," Hermione exclaimed, bringing that topic to an end, "it's already late and I need to go home soon. What my mum would say if she knew I stayed alone in a house with 2 boys, I don't even want to imagine." "We are upstanding boys, at least," Harry joked. "And we're both tall and reasonably good-looking," Ron chimed in. "I'm rich and famous, and Ron has lots of connections in the magical world. We have our qualities." Harry and Ron laughed again at their inspired silliness, at least they thought it inspired. Yes, you both have your qualities," Hermione huffed with a smile, "and you'd both have flunked out of Hogwarts if I hadn't let you copy my work." "And would you have wanted that on your conscience, Hermione?" Ron asked with a horrified expression, giving his best Fred and George impersonation. "Enough already," Hermione shouted laughingly. "I really have to go soon. What are we going to do now? You know what I mean." Harry wished that he could simply forget about it all, at least for a day, but inevitably, reality returned. "I think we need to find Imelda Barlow," Harry suggested. "Snape didn't help us much with the Regulus Black thing. Barlow may not know anything, but she's the only lead we have for the moment." Remus Lupin and Harry sat at the kitchen table eating some pastries provided by Dobby and sipping their tea. They had managed to avoid discussing anything of importance for a good 5 minutes, trying to remember a time when every decision they made did not have life or death consequences. Harry knew already that Remus and Kingsley Shacklebolt had been designated as joint leaders of the Order of the Phoenix. Remus managed to stop by each day since Snape's capture, even if only for a few minutes, and Harry knew that the situation with the Order had gradually improved. Finally their enjoyable chat gave way to more important affairs. "Have you found anything about Imelda Barlow?" Harry asked. He had previously consulted with Remus in this regard, though he did not explain the reason he needed to find her. Remus recalled the name but could not picture her at all, and as far as he knew had never exchanged a word with her. Nobody in the Order knew her, though a few recalled the name. Remus answered, "It seems that everyone in the Order either attended Hogwarts before or after Barlow and Regulus. McGonagall remembered her a little, but has no idea what became of her. I have someone checking on it." We'll find someone from that Ravenclaw class and see what comes of it. If that doesn't get us anywhere, we'll do some snooping at the ministry, but we like to keep that to a minimum if possible. How important is this, Harry? Could be extremely important, or could be a dead end, Harry responded, but either way we need to know. I really appreciate your help. I don't know how you three did it, but capturing Snape has been a huge morale booster for the Order, Remus commented, reciprocating Harry's appreciation. We just can't figure out why Voldemort is holding back. So far Snape has said nothing about it, and we haven't resorted to more, shall we say, creative interrogation methods. We can have another round with the Veritaserum in a day or so. Harry nodded and grabbed another pastry from the exquisitely carved silver platter on the table. He looked at the platter more closely and sighed. I guess Mundungus missed this one. Pretty much cleaned out most of the silver. Not that I really wanted it, but it does upset me when I think about it. Is he still in Azkaban? Yes, and we are going to leave him there for now. Remus informed him. Actually we have a lot of the items Dung stole. He hadn't been able to sell much of it. To tell you the truth, I had forgotten all about it. Other things on my mind, you know. I'll have someone dig it up, and I'll bring it by sometime. Harry was pleasantly surprised by this news, as he had written off the treasure stolen by Mundungus Fletcher as gone forever. The next morning Hermione and Ron arrived in the late morning, and as usual Hermione provided her copy of the Prophet. Look at this, she exclaimed excitedly, handing the newspaper to Harry. Both Harry and Ron noticed how nice she looked that morning, with her brown hair under control and pulled back, makeup on, and dressed in a slightly revealing tight-fitting red blouse and even tighter-fitting black jeans. The two boys glanced at each other briefly but made no comment. Harry read the headline. Hogwarts enrollments increased dramatically. In response to the Prophet's inquiry, representatives of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry have reported a surge in re-enrollments and new enrollments for the new term, which begins in 2 days. 1 week ago, it appeared that a mere 40% of students enrolled last year were planning to return, while the incoming class promised to be the smallest in memory. As the Prophet has reported throughout the summer, many students and their families have expressed concern at the security of Hogwarts Castle following the death of the respected and magically powerful headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. The sudden, late increase in enrollment appears entirely due to the words of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, reported in the Prophet earlier this week. As the reader will recall, Mr. Potter addressed a crowd of onlookers at Diagon Alley and took the opportunity to encourage students to return to the school, just as he has elected to return for his 7th year. Interim headmistress, Minerva McGonagall now estimates that between 70 and 80% of last year's class will return, and the incoming class will amount to roughly 70% of normal. That's incredible, Harry exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. That's ridiculous. That's incredible and ridiculous. Ron laughed. I told you I knew how witches and wizards think. Looks like you saved Hogwarts. I don't know why either, Harry. People should be able to make up their own minds, Hermione opined, her eyebrow raised, but this time, it's all for the best, isn't it? I mean, if only 40% returned, the castle would have been empty. There's still going to be a lot of extra elbow room. I wonder who's not coming back. Ron mumbled through the leftover breakfast roll he was munching. I'm sure Padma and Parvati won't. Their parents wanted to take them out last term. You're probably right, though I think most of the Gryffindors will return, Hermione guessed, but I bet there won't be any Slytherins, or only 1 or 2. What's wrong, Harry? While Ron and Hermione had been discussing Hogwarts enrollment, Harry still focused on the fact that so many people seemed to place such importance on his words. Suddenly an extra pressure weighed down on his shoulders, and his green eyes squinted. So many people depending on him. So much disappointment when he inevitably fails. The only solace Harry could find was that he would be dead and not have to witness it. Ron and Hermione waited for him to say something. He looked at them, and they saw fear in his eyes, fear of failure. There's just so much pressure. All these people, Harry muttered as he waved a hand at the Daily Prophet strewn on the kitchen table. He threw himself into a chair, and slumped down. For once Hermione could not think of anything to say. All the pressure fell on Harry. Nobody would remember Ron or her if they failed. The history books would record the tragic failure of Harry Potter. Ron and she would be nothing more than footnotes. She glanced at Ron and they shared a knowing look. They both worried about Harry, and when he was not with them, they discussed it freely and often. Something had changed in Harry, first after Dumbledore's death, and then after destroying the Horcrux in the museum. He seemed in a good enough mood, at least on the exterior, but something was missing. His vibrant green eyes had dulled a shade. Now she knew at least part of the cause. So much pressure. Ron finally broke the silence. You can't worry about them, Harry. They don't know anything. We can only do our best and then see what happens. This isn't Quidditch, Ron, Harry snapped. If I fail, everyone dies. That's a little different from losing the Quidditch Cup. Why do they all look to me? They don't know about the prophecy. All they know is that Voldemort tried to kill me when I was a baby and left me this stupid scar. Harry brushed his hair away to reveal his most famous feature. They know a lot more than that, Harry, Hermione countered, concern glistening in her eyes. They know that you were there when Voldemort returned. They know that you were telling the truth even when everyone made you out to be crazy, even when the Ministry tried to discredit you. They know that you won the Triwizard Cup even though you were underage. Now they know that you can say the name, Voldemort, without any effort at all, not like the rest of us. You are a great wizard. You can't pretend that you are not. We all can see it. We can feel it. All I see is a crowd of disappointed faces as they look at my dead body. Harry shot back, pessimism dripping from his voice. Is that what being a great wizard means? Harry felt like bolting from the room, but something kept him in his seat, waiting to hear Hermione's counter-argument. But instead Ron spoke. Yes, if that's what happens. You are doing something, Harry, while everyone else sits in their homes, placing wards and spells on their houses hoping that nobody comes their way. Only a few of us are actually doing anything, and you are doing more than anyone. Ron's voice was strong and blunt, the way only a best friend can speak. You killed that Horcrux, and I know that when we find another, you'll kill that one too. That's what being a great wizard is, Harry, not what a bunch of cowards hiding in their houses think. Harry found himself quite impressed by Ron's words, despite his bout of self-pity. All right, I know I'm being dramatic, but I'm just not used to this. All my life I was a nobody, and I hated it. Now I'm so bloody important and I'm somebody, and I hate that too. We still have so far to go. It's like climbing a mountain that never ends. And in 2 days we go to Hogwarts, and I don't even want to go, but now I'm some hero who told everyone to come back to school. Maybe I was stupid saying what I did at Diagon Alley. I'm not so sure the castle is safe. What if something happens? What if some kids are killed? It will be on my head. It's not all about you, Harry, Hermione reminded him. A lot of people are in the battle, Ron and me, everyone in the Order, even a lot of people in the Ministry. We either win together or we fail together. Let us share the burden. Harry eyed Hermione up and down and a smile came to his lips. Okay, but on one condition. You have to tell us who the lucky bloke is. What are you talking about? A confused Hermione asked. I don't know a lot about girls, that's for sure, but I know when a girl fixes her hair, puts on makeup, and wears clothes so tight she needs a shoehorn, there must be some boy involved, explained Harry with a sly grin. Ron wished to lighten the mood as well, so he added, that's right, Hermione, I know you think that we are completely brain dead, but even we noticed that you're all dressed up today. So who's the lucky fellow? Just because I decided to look nice today doesn't mean I'm going out with a boy, Hermione huffed, and it's not any of your business anyway. Why don't you ever get dressed up first and fix your hair? Aren't we worthy? Harry teased, trying to egg her on. Getting Hermione riled was one of their favorite pastimes. Well, why should I go through that trouble for you too? You see me all the time anyway. Right you are, Ron agreed, but that means you are seeing a boy today. What's the occasion? Hermione shook her head and frowned, but deep down enjoyed the attention of her best friends, who seemed to be showing just a hint of jealousy. Well, if you must know, I'm going to a birthday party with several of my Muggle friends, and I wanted to look nice. I need to be leaving in a few minutes so that my mum can drive me there. Okay, but who's the boy? Harry insisted, some old Muggle flame. Oh, you two are impossible, ranted Hermione, stomping her foot, but she realized that they knew her as well as she knew them. There's a boy that I used to like in school before I came to Hogwarts, and I've only seen him a couple of times since. He's going to be at the party, and I thought I'd try to look my best, even if that's not all that great. Harry and Ron knew that Hermione was fishing for a compliment on her appearance, and in fact she did appear quite stunning. Instead of her normal stud earrings, she wore golden loops, and on each wrist she bore golden bracelets, where normally she wore only a functional watch. Harry decided that he had better say the right thing. Well, you do look very nice, he confirmed, but then realized that she could infer that she normally did not look nice, so Harry quickly added, of course, I always think you look nice, it's just that today you look nicer. He looked pleadingly to Ron to help him out. Right, agreed Ron, we're just not used to seeing you look like this. So is that a bad thing? Asked Hermione, enjoying the trouble her friends were having trying to pick the right words. No, Harry replied, as far as I'm concerned, you can dress like this any time you want. Harry reconsidered his words, thinking that Hermione might believe that her normal clothes were shabby, so he again added a caveat, of course I think you always dress nice. I mean, you don't have to dress like this all the time, it's just. Oh, why did I even bring this up? When Harry entered his bedroom the night before he was to leave for Hogwarts, he found that his trunk had already been packed by Dobby. Harry shook his head and checked in a few drawers to assure that nothing had been left behind. As to be expected, everything he needed could be found in the trunk packed as neatly as if his Aunt Petunia, an obsessively neat packer of clothes, had done it. In past years, Harry always suffered the chaos of the Weasleys, whether at the Burrow or at Grimmauld Place, but this time he would be in no rush at all to reach the Hogwarts Express. At 10 minutes to 11 in the morning, he would merely walk outside, and when out of view of any Muggles, he would apparate to the designated site at King's Cross. Apparition was a wonderful thing, even if he hated how it felt, much like many Muggles feel about flying in airplanes. Dobby, he called, and in a moment the house elf appeared. Thank you, Dobby, for packing my trunk. You really didn't have to do that for me. Dobby likes doing things for Harry Potter. Dobby likes being busy, and there is not much to do in this big house with no people. Packing is easy for a house elf. And to prove his point, Dobby squinted his bulging eyes, waved his hand, and all of the contents of the trunk scattered about the bedroom. With another wave, the clothes, books and sundries immediately flew back in. Harry shook his head in appreciation, knowing that the spell used by wizards to pack lacked the efficiency of a house elf's wave. I wanted to talk to you anyway, Dobby. I think you should go to Hogwarts tomorrow. Grimmauld Place will be empty, and you can keep yourself occupied. Also, I may need your help while I am there, and having you in the kitchens with the other house elves can be a great way for me to know what's going on at Hogwarts. Harry quietly added to himself, I don't think McGonagall will be as forthcoming with me as Dumbledore was. The house elf clearly felt pleased with this plan. Oh yes, Dobby already planned to move to Hogwarts. Dobby thinks Dobby can help Harry Potter, like Dobby did last year when Dobby followed Bad Master. Harry recalled that Dobby and creature-tailed Draco Malfoy for him. Also Dobby, there will be times this term when I will be leaving Hogwarts either by myself or with Ron and Hermione. Sometimes I may want you to come too. I want you to be ready at all times. Yes, Harry Potter, Dobby will always be ready. Harry had another thought. Dobby, remember when we talked about Regulus Black? Dobby nodded his head. I know you weren't around here all the time, but do you remember a friend of his called Imelda Barlow? Oh yes, Harry Potter, Dobby remembers Miss Imelda, a good friend of Regulus Black. Dobby liked Miss Imelda, always nice to house elves. Mrs. Black did not like Miss Imelda, not at all. Well, if she was nice to house elves, I'm sure Mrs. Black did not approve. Harry commented, do you know how we could find her? The house elf screwed up his eyes. The Barlow family was not a rich family, but the Barlow family had one house elf, Lefty. Dobby has not seen Lefty for many years, but Dobby thinks he can find Lefty when Dobby goes to Hogwarts. Other house elves know Lefty. Great, Harry responded with a smile, I would like you to do that, and let me know as soon as you find Lefty. I need to find and speak to Imelda Barlow. As he prepared himself for bed, Harry examined himself closely in the mirror. His hair had grown longer and messier than ever. Microscopic worry lines had formed around his eyes, and he needed a shave. Tomorrow I go to Hogwarts, he spoke aloud, not the least bit happy about it. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.